I'm just wondering if you move somebody mid sentence, like, are they completing their sentence in the place they get moved to? they just like they're just like barging into the conversation and talking about a complete red herring.
I feel like I've heard that a couple of times where they did come in and they were still talking about whatever they were talking smack about in the prior server. I think that has happened.
Right. Yeah, or they just come in with their mic open and like there's a lot of noise in the background.
Yeah.
And then they ask us, why is everyone muted?
Yeah. There's been a few times recently, and I think it's been hilarious where, we have to help them understand. Well, if we were all unmuted, this is what it would sound like. And everyone just starts
Right.
yammering. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually it's a um like a condition for some people that can't handle that environment. Like like large, train stations or, malls, where there's a lot of people talking all at once, like a lot of noise. Yeah, it's actually quite a nightmare for some people. They can't handle it. But they call it a condition of autism. I don't know. And you know how it puts you off, like when you hear when you hear feedback. Sometimes you hear your own voice back through someone else's mic, and it stops you in your tracks because and it like sort of messes with your train of thought. Well, the Japanese actually made like a weapon that for crowd control that does that, like particularly for like protests where there's a speaker and they aim this thing at the speaker and they instantly hear their own voice back like a second later. Like so, each word they say is being played back to them. They hear it, and it messes. It does something does something with your cognitive abilities. Like you have trouble trying to process that and continue to follow your train of thought at the same time verbally. So yeah, it's actually a weapon. I read that in I think New Scientist. Um, Geez, going back probably 10 years or so. See what we got in the headlines. The Google feed. Headline: NASA telescope discovers nearby planet with deep similarities to Earth. It's actually asking me, is this a good recommendation for you? Very bad to very good. Scientists finally solve a 100-year-old mystery in the air we breathe. I think that might have something to do with magnetic fields. I think I saw something else. Oh, here's one. Satellite record shows boreal forests expanded 12% and shifted north since 1985. Interesting map they've got there.
You want to hear? You want to hear what I heard?
Yeah, go on.
I can't remember where I was listening to something yesterday, and they're saying that the Earth is flipping upside down, so the poles are going to shift. Now, how in the hell would they know? How in the hell would they come up with that? That the Earth is literally turning upside down when there is no upside down in space.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's a cool story.
Yeah, because they're saying that the poles are shifting or something like that.
That means you guys will be down under. Woohoo! We're going to be on top. But upside down.
Yeah, now people are going to say that America doesn't exist.
Oh, check this one out. Philippines is first SEA country with satellite to phone technology. What the heck? What's SEA? Dead zone no more. The DICT has recently unveiled its groundbreaking partnership between Globe and Starlink, allowing I think it was meant to be ordinary. It says ordinary. Allowing ordinary LTE mobile phones access to calls, text, and mobile data without the use of cell towers. Subscribers will now be able to access network connectivity through Starlink's 600 low Earth orbit satellites. Ah, thank you. Yes, right. Duh. Thanks. So it seems that there's a company specifically named Globe. It says what makes this development particularly significant is Globe's scale. In 2026 alone, Globe is investing at least $1 billion USD across infrastructure, network expansion, and digital platforms, alongside an existing base of 3.1 million subscribers.
I would say it's a good business decision to name your company Globe. Uh, that's genius.
Yeah. Yeah, sounds like they got a lot of money to throw around too. Welcome back, Arch. Welcome in, LF Prime. His quote of the day by Socrates: by all means marry. If you get a good wife, you'll become happy. If you get a bad one, you'll become a philosopher.
Yo, Sauce, you don't want a VC, bro, instead? A lot easier.
What was that? Sorry.
Oh, just asking if Sauce wants to VC instead of typing in the side chat. It'd be a lot easier.
Hey, Sauce. How's it going?
Hello. Yeah. So why is it clockwise and counterclockwise? That can only happen if we're facing different directions, as in up and down.
Why up and down? Let
But it's
me
clockwise and counterclockwise.
let me ask you, does the motion of an object above another object dictate its shape?
I don't even know what you're asking. Can you like
Like,
visualize that for me?
yeah. Yeah, of course, of course. So, like, for example, if I threw a basketball above a safety cone, does it make the safety cone a ball? You know what a safety cone is?
If you threw a ball over a safety cone, does that make the safety cone a ball?
Yeah.
Huh? I don't get it. I'm sure you're cooking though. Go ahead. I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the same, like if I was to throw a paper airplane above my kitchen table, does that make my kitchen table a paper airplane?
But that's like a misrepresentation of what I'm asking.
We're talking about the motion of an object above another object, right?
If your paper plane is circling a certain way around the top of the cone, and you have another paper
Sure.
airplane circling the opposite way from the looking
Yeah,
down the cone, then yeah, it kind of
so
does.
check
There
this
you go. You
out.
just answered your own question.
It doesn't make it a globe, but it makes it not flat.
So check this out. If I have
Wait, what?
a football field, right? This flat football field, and I have some drones above this football field. I can have half the football fields, or half the football fields, half the drones rotating clockwise, half of the other drones rotating counterclockwise. Is that going to make the football field a ball?
But the point is, you're not going to be like what the stars that we see. We can't see some of these stars from the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere. You know that, right?
Well, yeah, that's correct. It's just like if you were to go in a really
Yeah.
big building, or a really big hallway, or long hallway. If I was to ask you standing at one end of your hallway, I'll say, hey, do you see these lights above your head? You're going to be like, no, I don't see those lights. I see different lights. That doesn't mean that the hallway is a ball.
I'm not claiming
Just
that the
because you see
hallway is a
different lights.
ball. I'm claiming that it's not a flat surface where everything's on top of the surface. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you're
Unless
saying,
you're saying,
yes, yeah, you're saying that the earth, the surface of the earth is curving because there's different lights above my head than your head.
and also the way that they
And
move
doing different
are
things.
different.
Well,
And
yeah,
not just
so this
different
Yeah,
is,
you're
things.
interpreting.
They're doing the opposite motion, right? Counterclockwise and
How did you
clockwise. That would be
evaluate?
specific.
How did you evaluate that their apparent motion is only possible on the surface, as viewed from the surface of a sphere?
I'm not saying that. I'm not like that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Yes, you did. You said it's only possible. You said, I remember. You said only possible.
it's only possible if you're looking something from like up. If you're looking up and you're looking down, right? Because these stars, they're
down.
yeah, like unless you're saying that on this flat Earth of yours,
These
there's
stars
people
that are
living
down,
under.
there would be earth beneath your feet. You can't look through the earth to see down, right?
Yeah, which is why certain stars aren't. You can't see them, but you can see these stars. Like,
Well,
How are
you're
you drawing
other
this
parts.
conclusion? I don't get. I don't understand how you're drawing this.
yeah, you're just assuming that they go down when they're not going down. Because
I mean,
we
how
know,
do you really know what they're doing at all? It's just apparent motion. You don't know if
yeah,
that's what
like
they're actually doing.
because even if the lights in the sky were to be drawing or tracing the path of the Mona Lisa every single night, the path of an object above another object will not dictate the object's shape.
Right. And as pointed out, you can have something in the air going away from you, right? A perfectly straight line. And as it gets further away from you, or you get further away from it, right, its apparent position relative to the ground is going to appear to drop, even though it hasn't changed altitude. Right?
Look at the side chat 2 minutes after the hour, Sauce. That's a perfect representation.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. Also, we know that the stars are not going down because, for example, from me to T-Dub, that space between us regarding the Earth, there's no measured drop over distance. So even though it appears like the stars are going down, they're not actually going down. Because the stars that I see going down, T-Dub could be seeing above his head. So the thing
Let me
is, if
process
that,
what you guys are saying, and I'll get back to you.
yeah, we're just saying that the space between me and T-Dub, for example, if he's in Australia, then it's none of it is measured curving. It's measured flat. So we know the surface is flat. And what we're looking in the sky, which is independent of the surface of the Earth, the stars are not actually going down. It's just apparent. They just look like they're going down.
Do you have a video, like that visualizes what you guys are saying? I'm looking at this picture and I'm trying to understand it from your point of view, but it's I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's just like street lights, for example, right? Like if I was to like draw little numbers with a Sharpie on some street lights, and I draw them from 1 all the way down to like let's say 10,000, right? You're standing at street light number 10,000 and I'm standing at street light number 1. From you to like maybe street light number 9,700. Let's say you can see 200 street lights. It's gonna look like those street lights are going down. I won't be able to see any of those street lights that you're looking at. But that doesn't mean that the street that we're standing on is curving. Because the ground between you and me has been measured flat. So it can't be because the earth is curving. And we know that the street lights are also not going into the ground because if I'm standing at number 1, it's at the same height as number 10,000.
Well, it would mean it's curving if the pattern, like if I were to walk in that direction and look at what the streetlights do in the sky, then you can kind of trace this pattern, right? You can see, okay, these stars are moving this way relative to where I'm at.
Yeah,
If I
that's
were in the
fine.
globe,
That's okay.
if
The
I could get
streetlights
that,
can do whatever
if
the
I could get
streetlights
that
want to
data,
do.
okay, so you're basically just saying that the stars in the sky, like in their movement, that like doesn't mean shit.
It's something independent of the surface of the earth. Yes. It's like saying what I had for dinner last night is chicken and rice, therefore the earth is a ball. Those two things are completely independent of one another.
So basically, what I'm getting, like, so I've been here 4 times now. The
Sure.
the crux for you guys is that you don't see a curve. That's it, right? You've done your experiments with
No,
your
it's
lasers
not
and you don't
just
see a curve.
see, there's no measured curvature.
Right.
Like
Exactly.
I don't care what somebody sees. Like if somebody tells me they see flat, I'd be like, okay, cool. How is it measured though? Vice versa. I don't care if somebody says they see curve. I'll be like, okay, cool. How was it measured though?
All right. Let
Because I
me
don't really care what somebody sees. Because if there's like a third person that comes up and tells me that they saw a double helix horizon or they saw a zigzaggedy horizon, what do I do now? Am I just gonna believe one? Do I just pick one, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, or can we just measure the surface and see how it measures? Because we know that if there is no drop over distance, it's flat.
yeah, I'll get back to you guys.
Sure. Well, in the meantime, if there's any other, I actually don't see any other Glovers in here. Maybe Moro. Hello, Moro. You there? Is that like the Moro from Princess Mononoke?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good.
Good, good. Does your name come from the wolf in Princess Mononoke?
No.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. You can disregard that. So welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. What do you think the shape of the
I
Earth is?
I don't know what you're doing.
Okay. That's an honest answer. I'll take that. Better than people coming in here saying that it's a cube. Anyway, yeah, you're welcome to just listen and hang out. If you don't want to talk, it's all good. Hope
Here, just
everybody's having a
talking
great
about
night, by the way.
many
Oh, what's up?
many topics. Is there any talking about any topic here, or I don't know what is the purpose of this channel, uh,
Oh, this channel,
especially
well,
this.
we talk specifically about the Earth and the Earth's surface and how the surface of the
Okay,
Earth is not curving.
And we teach you English words like Earth is flat. If you can say that, then you'll be halfway there.
You pretty much
uh,
graduated
I know.
Flat Earth.
Okay, okay, pretty good.
Go ahead, say that. Repeat after me. Earth is flat.
Earth is flat.
There you go.
Oh,
Got
nice.
another one.
Earth is flat, but Earth is
Yes.
not
No,
flat.
oh, yes, it is.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, why though?
Okay, I just believe uh, because of you. But I've learned that the Earth is not flat.
Well, what reason did school give you? Because I'm assuming that's where you got this information from.
Um, my study during entry level and all levels I had, and my social knowledge
I
about
I am so sorry.
reading.
I cannot understand exactly what you're saying. Could you say that one more time?
You mean where I got from my information?
Well, no, like yeah, like where did you learn that the Earth is not flat? Well,
As we
not where, I guess.
studied,
Like what information specifically? I guess.
as we studied that
Yes. Okay.
we
But
all
like,
we
do you
all
have anything specific?
no, yeah. I don't have any theoretical phrases or theoretical information about this. But as we studied, that the Earth was not flat.
Okay. So you haven't verified for yourself to see if your teachers or the books that you're reading are true or not,
Okay,
the
I
information
think
that was
about.
given to you.
I'm gonna think about that now. Um,
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we've done a lot of the work already. We've gone out to see if the Earth was actually curving like they claim it is, because they give us the exact size of the Earth, so we can calculate exactly how much curvature should be happening on the Earth. And when people actually go out and measure the Earth is not dropping, so it's not curving. So, like what Professor Triangle was saying there, Earth is flat. He said gravity. Oh, bro. Hey, Sauce, if gravity is being acted on everything on the Earth at all times, why do mountains point up? What directions did those mountains have to go to
Why do
form?
trees grow up?
Yeah, exactly. We have clouds too.
Why do blades of grass grow up? And those are pretty small.
Exactly. Grass being made of solid and liquid. So that's already two states of matter. You look up a little bit farther than grass and you see clouds.
Why do things fall at 9.81
They
per second
don't.
squared?
They don't.
They
We
don't.
already showed that to you. Yeah, we already showed you the Bremen drop tower where they
But
dropped 8 elements that dropped at different rates in a vacuum.
the one you mean the one experiment where it was done that one time many years ago and never repeated again?
What
Well,
do you
you can
mean many,
repeat the
many
shit
years?
though.
Many years ago. How long is that? How many times do you have to do something?
Well, science should be repeatable by
Well,
everyone.
go and do it. Nobody's stopping you.
Have you done it?
I don't
Or
need to.
are
I
you
don't
citing
need
this
to.
one video
I
where
don't need to go do something that's already been done. Do I?
so I can't use that excuse?
Why do I need to go do it?
So that excuse is reserved for you?
No, I don't have to worry about that. I'm not the Glober.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Aha,
Oh.
haha. Yeah, gravity doesn't affect me. Haha.
See, the
Yeah,
thing is, right,
sorry.
that would also apply to you if you just had one experiment showing gravity can pressurize a gas gradient adjacent to an area of lower pressure. That experiment hasn't even been done once. I would have zero contention with outer space if that experiment can be done one time. I've heard from multiple Glovers that there's thousands of experiments where gravity is being shown capable of doing such a thing, but I have still yet to see just one.
Is he gonna get us one that proves how gravity pulls gas around a ball in a vacuum?
I hope so. I hope he's the one, so then I can shut up about space being fake.
So why does this bowling ball drop at the same rate as this feather?
Well, that's not gas. We're asking
Yeah,
for
that's not
gas.
gas, dude. That's not gas at all.
So just tell me about like why these two things drop at the same
Oh,
rate.
I don't know, because they're solids.
Because they're solids. Okay, so let's say it's not in a vacuum. Why does it fall at different rates?
Air pressure.
So without air pressure, they fall at the same rate.
No, they drop it. They fall at different rates.
But the video shows otherwise.
No, I mean a video that was done 100 years ago.
This was done in, let's see. So it was first done 100 years ago. This was done 8 years ago. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's way too
one-
long. That's too long. Yeah, no, we can't use that. It's not 4K, remember?
Are you talking about the one that has like 17 jump cuts in it?
Yeah, that's just a made up video.
Okay. Let me find another one then.
I mean, if you're talking about stuff irrelevant to gas being held down by gravity, can you
Yeah,
explain
dude,
to me why
showing
mountains go up?
the solids, liquids, and gases, right? So we're talking about gases. So if you show us solids again, then that just means that you're just trying to divert everything now.
How am I trying
Yeah,
to
why do you
divert something? I'm just asking why. Like it's a simple question. Why do solids fall at the same rate in a vacuum?
They don't.
they don't?
Based
What
on
about a
what?
mountain?
Based on
Mountain
the
goes up.
Bremen drop tower, when they dropped 8 different elements at the same time, and lead or lithium fell the slowest.
Okay, show the video and like peer reviews of it, and the paper.
No,
Oh, okay.
no, you're not going to look at it, so I'm not going to give it to you.
No, the problem is I did look at it. A person
Then why are
posted
you
it
asking me for it?
because like it doesn't prove a thing unless it's peer
Dude,
reviewed.
is anybody listening to what he just did? He asked for that citation. Then I said, I'm not going to go, oh, I already read it. So he already has it, but he wanted me to give it to him.
Yeah, because I'm telling you it's not sufficient. So can you
He
give
wanted to
me a
waste my
different one?
time.
Okay.
Can you answer me why mountains go up?
I don't know, tectonic plates pushing it up. Isn't
Why
that how
wouldn't they be
mountains
pushed
form?
downwards, inwards towards the
Is
center?
well, maybe that's what pushes trees up, tectonic plates then. Since mountains go up and trees go up, it must be tectonic plates.
Well, trees they want the most sunlight, so yeah, naturally they'll evolve to grow up.
So it's tectonic plates, not bowls, tectonic bowls. It's flat plates.
I don't know. I can Google it for you though. One sec.
Oh, you're gonna just use Google? That's your whole existence.
Wait, why don't tectonic plates bend inwards towards the center? We should have inverted mountains all over the surface of the earth.
It could be. I mean, there could be, right? I don't know what goes on in the mantle.
I'm talking about on the surface. Are
That sounds like
mountains affected by gravity?
It sounds like a made up term, mantle.
Yeah, because if mountains are affected by gravity, they should have been bending inward. right?
But there are things that like that
Explain to
can.
me.
What about
I don't see how that follows
geysers
though.
and volcanoes? Why doesn't that pressure shoot inwards? And why does it have to go outwards and away from gravity?
Shoot inwards where?
In the Earth?
Shoot inwards in the earth, as in like earth core.
Oh, no, not the Earth's core, no. I'm just asking him because he said that gravity pulls everything towards the center. So if that's the case, we have
Yeah, at
trees growing up, clouds rising up.
9.81 meters per second squared. If you
Yeah,
can fight that, then that's
we
how
have
birds fly,
solids, we have
because they
solids,
can beat
liquids,
that
and
force.
gases all rising away from gravity like mountains, trees, geysers, lava,
Air, air,
clouds.
Yeah,
air,
that pretty
Yeah.
much already
air,
debunks that notion.
water, water.
Yeah, so we have every state of matter being observed by humans everywhere, defying gravity of this 9.8 meters squared acceleration towards the
We
center of
got
the
we
Earth,
got we got
supposedly.
we got butterflies defying gravity.
But not when it's in a vacuum though, right? That's
Yeah, they fall at different rates. I told you, and you said,
but okay.
"Nah."
Let's say we don't talk about the rates, but
There
they
are no
fall there, right?
vacuum. This idea of the
Well, you're the
vacuum.
one who said the rates matter, dude. Now you don't want to talk about the rates, so we're not going to talk about vacuum chambers with you unless you want to tell us how gas gets pulled down to the ground by gravity.
Your source. I mean, the rate does matter, but it's not gonna matter to you, which is why I'm
Now it
trying to
matters.
appeal to you.
Now it didn't. It mattered. Then it didn't matter. Now it matters again. Which is it?
Hey, Sas, what would happen if I enclosed a mountain in a vacuum chamber? Would it fall at
I don't
9.8
know.
meters per second squared inward towards the center of the Earth?
I don't know, but I do know that things fall at 9.81 meters squared per
Just
second
not
squared
Okay.
on
mountains
average in a
or
vacuum.
trees or clouds, right?
Why would it be average if they didn't? If they all fell at the same rate, there wouldn't need to be an average. See, you
Because
said
we
it.
can't make
Your
a
own
perfect
wording,
vacuum.
dude.
Because we can't make a perfect vacuum.
What is so this idea
So
of the
you're just
vacuum that you
guessing.
have? Listen. This idea of the vacuum that he's proposing. What does that actually means? Because the vacuum of this vacuum that you trying to talk about of the outer space that was invented. That nobody's discovered that. That hasn't been discovered by anyone. It was made up. It's on paper, not demonstratable. You cannot show it. It doesn't have like a cowbell that you can hear, touch, or use. When you say vacuums, the ones that the one that we can design here, like people can design, right, and make a vacuum, and you can do certain things with it, but
Yeah.
that vacuum of outer space, you don't have that. That's a made up idea. No man has seen it, touched it, brought it, tested it, verified it. No man.
Yeah, we also use
Were you here
vacuums.
claiming it?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead.
I was just saying that we use vacuums to disprove gravity's capability of pressurizing gas also.
I'm not claiming that the Earth is a globe. I'm just asking why do things fall at that rate? Because you guys don't believe in gravity, so what
But you already
gives?
said it yourself that it was an average. So
Yeah,
everything does
because we
not
can't make
fall
a
at the same
perfect
rate.
vacuum.
I'll tell you
Because
why
we
things
can't make a
fall.
perfect
I'll tell
vacuum.
you what. I'll tell you why they
And
fall.
the
If you'll
margin.
stop talking.
Hold on. And the variance is very,
He
very,
just
very
wanted
small.
to know why the things fall. I told him why. He's like, "Oh, he doesn't want to know now."
Why do things fall? But
Do you want to know or not?
go ahead.
Because the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's a true statement.
It's also a non sequitur, but
Well, no,
Things can't
logic
fall
would
down on
follow.
a ball. There's no down or up on a ball, so things can't fall down.
They could fall sideways. Horizontal exists on a
If they
flat plane.
fall sideways on a, do you see things falling sideways?
I don't, but my explanation is just as absurd as yours.
Well,
Like
that's
it
the thing,
makes
right? Because if
doesn't follow.
everything was to fall sideways towards a new direction, that would be the new oriented down. So it would still be falling down.
He
Yeah, but why is there a down?
Radwin he thinks that people acknowledging
Why is there a down?
the
That's my question.
no, not why. You think the acknowledging the physical and natural world and the way it presents itself to be to us, and we describing it as is, and checking it and demonstrating it as is, and acknowledging that, you think is equal to your idea that you cannot demonstrate.
I'm not saying it's equal. I'm saying that's the best framework we've got. And I'm just asking what your framework is. Your framework is, oh, because the earth is flat.
That's an orientation. That is like an axiom orientation that everybody find themselves in this physical and natural world. Water, people, eh, your vestibular system, your senses, how we do communication, navigation, travel, build. So this is just a state of the matter, the state of the world as is.
I mean, yeah,
And you're
that's
adding something else like Earth is curving and spinning, which you cannot show, demonstrate. You have no cowbell.
Bro, like you don't realize that we're just using your own logic against you, right? This is what you guys say. Like if we were to
I'm not
ask you
saying
why do
that.
things fall down, then you'll
Like,
say because Earth's a ball. That's why things fall down.
no, that's not what I'm
Yeah.
saying. I'm
I'm
just
not saying
asking a
you
simple
specifically. I'm
question.
talking about people from your side. They will say, yes, things fall down because Earth is a ball, and
Let's say
Earth is a ball because
let's say
things
I'm
fall
not a
down.
glober. Let's say I don't know what the shape of the earth is. So answer my question. Why is there an up and down? What causes things to go down?
That
You
is
don't.
that
You
is
don't
Because
know.
Earth is
that is
flat.
yeah. There you go.
Say again? Because
Earth is flat. That's how
that
you
does,
get a down direction. You have
that's
to have
true.
it perpendicular. You know what I mean? To horizontal and all
To
that.
vertical, horizontal, perpendicular to vertical, right?
You know what I mean? You can't have that on a ball. That's why things go down because Earth is flat.
Yeah,
That's why
don't
they're not
forget
going
Sas.
sideways. Because if it was on a ball, like you said, you admit it can go sideways on a ball, right? Or someone said that. So yeah,
No, that's
I mean,
not.
things can go sideways across the surface, yes,
Yeah,
but they go
if it
down.
was a ball, things would be flying sideways. It's not. We don't see things flying sideways. Therefore, Earth is not a ball. That's good logic. I like that.
Not if the ball is really, really big, right? Because
So,
let's say you have a
so
circle
which way
and
do
you
things
zoom
go on
in.
really big balls? So
No, listen, Radwin.
little small balls, they go one direction. Really big balls, they go another direction.
Hey, Radwin, he's saying that bigger balls are special and magical. The real balls that we experience in reality and we can show don't
No,
do
what I'm
what the
saying is
magical ball does. You
what I'm
see?
saying is if you have a really big circle, think of a circle in math, and the bigger your circle is, the more the tangent of the circle is gonna the
He,
more
he, he,
the tangent is gonna touch the edge of the
circles
circle.
are
No,
not
it's only
balls.
going to touch at one
Circles are
point.
not balls. Circles are not balls.
It's just a good way for you to visualize it. You can think
It's
of
only
it as
going
a
to touch.
sphere too.
Tangent is a point. Tangent's not a flat surface.
I know, but I'm just saying that the more
So you're just saying that the point is always going to be a point, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that the angle difference as you move
Whoa,
away
there's
from
no
that point.
angles in
Angle.
there. In a
I'm just
curved in a
talking
straight
about
line. There's no angles there.
Uh-oh.
huh?
Uh,
You guys are fun to talk to. Regardless of everything, you guys are fun.
so that's what happens. We're fun when you say dumb shit. I get it. Thank you. Well, the angle is different between a straight line and a curve. The closer you get to tangent point. Hard.
I should tell him to get that angle between the basketball and the floor. That'd be good.
Yeah, set the basketball on the floor and tell me what that angle is between the curved part of the basketball and the floor. And really close to the where it meets, though. Not far out, just really close. I want to know what that angle is.
But even you can like imagine what I'm saying, right?
Uh-oh.
If it's a
No,
if it's like a if
no.
it's a
A
globe,
tangent point
uh-huh.
only meets in one spot.
I'm just trying to help you visualize what I'm saying,
I
right?
don't
I'm
need to.
obviously not
I'm not
saying
going
that
to
it's
smash my tangent point like a grapefruit and get it a little bit fatter for you.
the Earth is not perfectly a circle. I mean, if it were, if you take a cross section, it's not perfectly a circle. Number one, and number two, the difference between the sizes of these things, like the Earth itself, even if you were to look at like contemporary, what's the radius of the Earth that they say? I don't know, but it makes a
3.
really really
The radius
big,
is 3.
it makes a really really big sphere, right? I mean, just logically speaking, there's gonna be parts
Yeah,
of
it
this.
makes a sphere of 3.
Like you can not think the Earth is a globe, but you can still imagine if it were, there's gonna be like just the size difference between us and the
It's going
Earth.
to be
There's gonna be
curved. Yeah,
like
it'll
it's
be
gonna feel
curved. Yep, it will be. It'll be curved. Isn't that
sure.
funny?
It will be curved, but it would be possible for a basketball to stay in its place. Is what I'm saying.
Why?
Still, is number one, gravity, and number two, it's
No,
big
you
enough
just
that
said if it was a ball. You didn't add gravity to it. Why do you add things now? How come you added gravity now? It would stay there because of gravity if it was a ball. Really? Because
so
it's a ball, that means gravity is real? Is that how that works? You're very confusing to me.
You remember what I was saying
on the
earlier
flat.
when I said that gravity because ball, ball because gravity? You literally just did that.
But let's say we don't call it gravity, we call it down, like you're saying. It would still hold.
There's no down on a ball. Point the down on a basketball.
The down
Remember, he's
relative.
talking about a magical ball.
No, not relative, because you don't have a big giant ball to be relative to, dude. Nothing's been measured yet.
So why do you
Listen, we
think
know that in
why do
reality
things
we can test
why do
balls and we
things
can test water, and we put those together in a
He's
vacuum, and we know that we don't get what he thinks he gets in the magical ball with the water on the outside and the
but
gas in a vacuum.
going to ask
We
why
don't
do
get
things
that in
fall
reality.
down.
He thinks,
why do
oh
things
shit,
stay in place on the like why do things fall onto this flat plane and stay there?
Holy crap.
Or is it because it's a magical flat plane?
Where's this supposed to go?
Maybe it can stay in place if it's in a vacuum.
Okay. Where is it supposed to go?
I'm asking you that.
You're the one that's making up these stories. I never said it goes anywhere.
It goes down. You know that.
Hold on a
In the
second.
vacuum.
Things don't. Hold on, brother. Things don't just exclusively go down on the Earth.
Yeah, apples and water go up.
I'm saying in a vacuum.
Oh, vacuum. Well, that's not on the Earth then, because nature abhors a vacuum. We don't have any vacuums here.
No, there's no vacuums here anywhere ever.
there are
You
no
have to make-
vacuums in
You have to
nature,
create
right?
them. You have to create them.
So just because we have to create them, they don't exist.
Actually, we
Correct.
don't have them, period. Even if we have a really super low pressure, still no vacuum.
Yeah, there's. You know why? That's why you don't have it, because you can still read it on the gauge. That means you're reading air pressure still. So because you can read it on the gauge, you don't have a vacuum. How do you like that?
So say this micro vacuum, right? It's not fully a vacuum. Why do things fall in there?
You mean micro air pressure? Why do I think
Yeah.
things fall? Because Earth is flat. You keep asking me that, and I'm going to keep telling you the same fucking thing over and over.
That's fair. That's fair.
So you want to change the medium. So you want to go from some air to less air and things go down. What if we change the medium in the opposite direction? What if we fill a chamber or whatever with mercury? How about that? Then what happens to the shit that we put in there?
It depends on the density of each.
Oh,
Right.
wait a minute. Don't say that. Don't say density. That's not good for you. But let's say
Why
we
not?
put mercury in there. What objects are going to go down in the mercury?
Things that are denser than the
Such
mercury,
as?
for sure. I don't know, like steel.
Nope,
What's denser than mercury?
not much.
Okay, but whatever's denser than mercury will fall in there.
Okay, you show me what that would be.
I don't know, but let's
So
see.
you don't have any example of anything that would go down in mercury. So if everything is going up, how come everything goes up in a pool
Well, they
of
say
mercury on the Earth?
it says here osmium and iridium.
Okay, so I'll tell you what let's do. Let's take iridium. Let's turn it into a liquid state. It's going to take a lot of energy to do that. We'll make a vat of iridium. Is anything going down in iridium?
I don't know what's denser than iridium, but maybe.
Apparently
But
nothing.
your point would be. I get where you're going with it. I get your point.
Uh-huh.
In that case, if we find the most dense liquid, then nothing's gonna yeah, it would fall in.
Correct. And let's do this. Let's go ahead and move from liquids to solids. Now,
Uh-huh.
is anything going down when it's in contact with a solid?
Assuming it's strong enough to hold whatever's like
Let's say
strong
solid
enough.
iridium. Is anything going down? Because iridium is pretty hard, platinum's pretty hard, cobalt's really hard.
What is the like? What do
So
you
there's
mean?
no
Like,
motion. There's no motion, right?
so
So if
you
we
place
have
something.
zero motion, it's at equilibrium, it's not going anywhere. What are we supposed to say? Nothing's going down. In fact, all the air around it is going freely and randomly in all directions. So this idea of gravity or things going down exclusively, that's all bunk.
So this video that's posted on, I don't know where you're going with this. I'm not sure, but
Well,
this
you
video
had
on the
this idea
side.
that things were going down. Now, what would down be in reference to? I'm just curious.
Reference to yourself, of course, and everything around you.
No, we don't describe down in reference to ourselves.
I mean, surely you do. You are upright,
Nope,
aren't you?
nope. It has nothing to do with me. Not at all.
Maybe if you listen to what he's saying to you, maybe you could rebuttal instead of trying to look for like a response. You seem
Are
like
you
you just,
referring to me?
yeah, you. It seems like you're trying to move forward to something else, like a video.
I don't understand what he's saying. Like it.
What
I
is
don't see what.
down in reference to?
I
Right.
just said reference to myself and everything around me.
No, that's not what down is in reference to.
You don't know what down is, bro?
Are you? Well, you're trying to say. Are you trying to have me reference the other directions? Down
Well,
it reference
most,
to up.
no. See, up and down, they're in the vertical plane. They are in reference to which other plane?
Okay, the horizontal plane.
There
There
you
you
go.
go.
Mm-hmm.
Now you
So
understand, dude.
Yeah.
there's no down on a ball.
Right, but you understand that on a curve, as you zoom into this curve, you're gonna get.
What
This is
curve? The
how
curve of the Earth?
calculus
Where's that at?
works.
Sorry, friend. The curve of the Earth, you're going to have to show that to me with measurement that I can verify.
Yeah, or else you're begging the question.
Yep.
I'm not saying that that it works because there's a curve. That's why it works. I'm just
Why'd you
saying
bring
that
curve up then?
because you're saying that there can't be a curve. I'm just saying if there were a curve, it would still work
Yeah.
though.
No, it
Because
wouldn't,
if I just
because
zoom
the
in,
only
it's
time
gonna
this
appear
would
flat.
work. No. You think that your world is like this pixelation where you can take a ball or a circle or whatever. You play too much Minecraft, right? So you think that the Earth
Oh,
is all of a sudden
Minecraft.
these massive amounts of pixels, and that somehow there is this angular relationship on the surface of this thing where you can determine whether it's up or down, left or right. No, spheres have no reference except for the center of them, and even then, you need to have a center of the sphere that you're talking about. So if you think that you're on a big sphere, and I don't give a fuck how big you think it is, how many pixels you think you're going to have to stitch around the outside of this thing, I need to see the measurement of the sphere that you're presupposing.
But you guys are.
I'm not saying there's a sphere. You
But
want
you.
to
You're
you want
not a
to
sphere then.
misrepresent. You want me to represent me like that because you have like the
Oh,
most rebuttals against it. I get it, but
I'm
I'm just
sorry.
saying, why do things
I
fall down?
apologize. Because the Earth is horizontal upon its
Yeah, I
surface.
said
That
As
that,
you
doesn't
dude.
described.
follow. That doesn't fucking follow. It
Yes, it's
Well,
doesn't.
because it's flat.
Yeah, but you saying it's not a sphere, it's flat. What?
okay. So you have a sphere. It's apparently hovering in the middle of space. We talked about this earlier. Space is hard to define, but it's out in the middle of nothingness. Can you give me the reference to what down is on that sphere?
Down is directions are subjective.
Oh,
So
so we're not even. So what is down then? If it's subjective, we don't even have to use the word down. What word do you want to use to describe whatever it is that you're trying to describe on a sphere?
like I'm saying, I'm gonna use myself as the subject in this case. So if I'm upright, then down is
Upright
whatever's
compared
going
to
down to
what?
me.
Upright compared to what? What
So
does upright
whatever,
even mean? Because you don't have a
yeah.
reference frame now. You don't have
Well,
horizontal or anything. So now what does upright mean? Could you
let's say
describe upright to me without any kind of reference?
no, but let's say I'm standing on.
No, there it is. You
Yeah, but
just answer the question and leave it that way. Since you have no frame of reference, upright and down and all the other things that you're about to use to describe to me will have no bearing because we don't have any reference system.
well,
Weird that you.
let me refine my sentence then, right? Uh, upright. Let's say I'm standing upright on a surface. Then
Upright, what does
down.
that mean? What surface and what does upright mean?
Upright
I
means
mean,
I'm standing on it.
like, why
What
are
do you
you
mean?
trying to?
My head is pointing away from this surface that I'm standing on.
Oh,
It's a
okay.
norm.
So,
Let's just call it a normal vector pointing directly up. Okay.
oh, you can't use up. Up is in reference to something. You were
Well, I
better
just
off
said
saying
in reference.
away.
I'm
You
just
should have
saying
said,
in
just
reference to
stick with
the.
away.
No, let's just say there is a surface.
Okay, there's a
It's the normal.
surface.
It's the normal of that surface. If you know linear
Okay,
algebra.
I mean,
there's a surface.
dude, stop it. You're not going to be able to get away with that.
Get away with what?
We'll let him do it because he's going to
I'm not
train
trying
wreck
to.
himself.
I'm not
It's
trying to
fine.
get away
So
from anything.
there is a surface. Now, describe what the orientation is on this surface.
Let's say it's a flat surface.
Okay, it's flat. That's fine.
Hopefully, the
Flat is
flat.
fine with me. So,
Mhm.
what about this flat surface? Can you tell me what about the orientation on this flat surface?
I don't know. I don't understand that question.
Well, this is your example. I'm just helping you out. What are we talking about? We have a surface and it's flat. What about it?
Well, then down would be the opposite of my normal vector, the negative of it.
What? Okay. What reference frame would you have? Because now you're using down. What reference frame are you going to use? And then what is down going to be in opposition to?
Say again?
You understand that flat and horizontal aren't synonymous?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because you could have a flat wall, right? And it could be perpendicular to horizontal, but you don't have any of these vectors. You don't have vertical or horizontal. All you have is flat. And now you're using the word down. What does down describe?
I just told you it's going to be the normal vector, the negative of the normal vector in relation to this flat surface I mentioned. And this flat surface can be, yeah, you're right. It can be, if on the globe, then it can be anywhere, right, on this
Whoa,
globe.
let's not go to globe. Let's just stick with your example. You have a flat surface.
But now you're
flat.
asking
What
me
is
what
down?
this surface.
What
You're
is?
asking me what this surface is in relation to. What is your question?
No, I'm asking you what is down in this
I just told
example.
you.
Which way is down?
I just told
Okay,
you.
which way is down? What is it?
It's
Apparently, I didn't hear it.
okay. So if there's a flat surface and me standing upright is the normal vector
Upright.
to this
Whoa,
surface.
what's upright? What is a normal vector? What? Help me out. I didn't take a lot of algebra. What's normal vector? What is that?
So in linear algebra, the normal vector is the perpendicular vector where the dot product. I'm not going to go in there. I'm not going to go that far. It's basically the perpendicular vector to this flat surface. And
90 degrees.
Yes, exactly. And the negative of this the negative of this vector is down, which is 90 degrees the other way.
So it would just be towards the surface.
Yes, exactly. Exactly 90 degrees.
So all you're describing is towards and away from a surface, but you haven't given me its orientation yet. You have towards and away, but I don't know the orientation of this surface.
Okay, so you are asking me how this surface relates to like whatever else, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're just going to say towards and away, but it's a flat surface, what do I know? As far as I'm concerned, what is the reference frame? So you can describe things like up and down. But if you're going to describe up and down, which is towards and away, when I have a vertical wall, towards and away would be horizontal, right?
It doesn't even if I were to say that this surface is a part of a globe, that's not a problem because the globe is so big that there can exist like a flat surface locally for us.
I fail to see how you think that the size of a sphere is going to have anything to do with orientation. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
No, I'm telling you that orientation doesn't matter because if it doesn't matter on your flat surface and it doesn't matter on the globe, assuming gravity. Yes, but
there it is. There it is. So we've assumed gravity. What's that?
Yeah, you don't have any of these things yet, bro.
But you just call it down.
Dude, you don't have any.
The Earth is flat.
Hold on. You don't have any of these things yet. You just invoking them. That's why it's a begging the question fallacy. He just asking you up and down, and you talking about the globe. You trying to invoke the gravity into this. He just asked you in up and down. You answered the question earlier, and you feel like it's some type of gotcha, and you want to invoke the globe.
It's not a gotcha. I'm just answering his question.
I don't actually know what you're trying to describe. You're trying to appeal to me that somehow the size of a sphere will all of a sudden determine somehow what is up and down, and that's incorrect.
Right, and it's a begging the question, bro. You don't have it yet. You pretended like this is some type of gotcha, acting like it is. But all he doing is just asking you a simple question, and you just don't want to answer it.
For the record, it's not a gotcha.
It's yes, the point.
So I'm not pretending that it is.
Okay, so what's gravity?
I don't know. I just know that things fall in a vacuum at 9.81 meters squared.
Dude,
yeah.
Oh, we already told you about that, and then you agreed. Well, that's an average. They do not fall at the same rate. It's an average.
Because we can't create a perfect vacuum, but assuming we can, then yeah.
Oh, there you go. So you can't measure it then. There you go. Wah, 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 wah.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. What about objects in the same vacuum?
Yeah, exactly. Objects in the same vacuum will fall at different rates because of you can't create a perfect vacuum, meaning there are air particles in there. There are some air particles in there.
He's just going to say it's not a perfect vacuum. So wah, wah, wah.
So one little air particle hits one of the objects and makes it fall a little slower. Is that what you're
Well,
trying to say?
not only that, one of those objects always attracts air particles towards it to make it slow down more than the others.
Okay, so the problem is in my example that I'm talking about, they dropped the vacuum chamber itself with the elements, objects separated by elements. So, for example, one object made of totally copper, one object made of lead, one object made of iron.
Yeah,
They
but
put them in a
there's no peer
vacuum chamber.
reviews of that experiment that you showed. That's like the
Okay.
only one. And it's
Yeah,
this like
let me explain it to you, friend. You know what happened? They blackballed him. They stopped letting him use the facility because he did a test that flew in the face of globe religious claims. Straight up cult behavior, brother. But yes, when a mainstream gets a counter result and then rather than repeatedly test it, they blackball the guy who got the result. I tend to believe what he did there because that's called religious zeal that they're treating him with. So why are they so scared of his results?
What was his name? Let me search him up.
His name? I don't remember off the top of my head. But he has a website and he explains everything. He also has his videos. See, the best part about science, brother, is you can reproduce it. You don't need peer review. You don't need a bunch of schmucks who believe the Earth is a globe to tell you whether you're right or wrong. You just need to repeat the test.
Yeah. So, what?
So let me be clear, friend. You have no test. You have no test that demonstrates things falling at the same rate. None. Zip, zilch. You have none. You could not give me one if your life depended on it within the next 20 minutes, dude.
Let me get back to you on that. I'm gonna find out how I can make a fucking vacuum chamber.
Okay, sure.
Wait
Just
a
to be
second.
clear, before we go on,
I have a vacuum chamber.
on,
I have one. What do you want to know about it? I have a vacuum chamber.
yeah, perfect. So
You guys have
could
awakened something in me, and I'm gonna fucking buy a vacuum
This
chamber.
is easy, dude. Here's what's easy about this, brother. Homie just told you he has a chamber. He could vacuum it for you. You could then carry it up to a high building. And see, when they did this test, they put the camera attached to the chamber. Now they had a rig which made the chamber stay straight up and down, so you may have to work on that. But you could do this, brother. You could do it.
I don't care if there's a variance in my. I just know that if it falls at like basically it falls at about the same rate. Okay.
Now it's about the same rate again. Now it's kind of the same thing.
But you keep.
I thought it was about mass. Hey, why would things fall at a different rate if they're different elements? I thought it was about mass. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't subscribe to that experiment, as I've said before. So you can bring it up, but I'm not gonna.
So you just deny that it happened then?
I'm saying there's a probability that it isn't correct because it's not peer reviewed. That's all I'm saying. There's a higher probability.
Hey, listen, dude, find me the peer-reviewed paper that proves that peer review is an arbiter of whether something is better or not. And then after you don't find that paper, go read the paper called The Peer Review Crisis, and then get back to us.
Okay, then if you don't, okay, so we just need this guy to repeat his experiment.
Let me ask you this question, dude. Why is peer review add to the credibility of anything? Do you know why?
Because humans are fallible and we work better as a team.
No, I don't care about that. You're just telling me a truism. Why is the peer review process make it more credible? What about peer review makes it more credible?
I just told you.
No, you didn't, dude.
Because humans are biased and bias.
Right, exactly. So girls cheat on guys. Therefore, if my friend tells me whether she's cheating, then it doesn't matter. Good grief, dude. We already know people do bad things, dude. What specifically about peer review eliminates the bad things that people do that makes it more credible?
I just told you. It doesn't.
No, you didn't. All as you did was just repeat multiple times the flaw you're attempting to correct but you didn't tell me the method that's going to correct that flaw.
We're all fallible, so we try our best to curb it.
Hey,
But
thanks for
I'm not
repeating
gonna
it
say.
again, dude. Thanks for repeating it for a fourth time, dude.
So do you
So
have an answer?
now the problem. Now that we all know the problem and you've repeated it 4 times, what's the solution, dude?
I told you my solution, but you're not happy with it. So
No,
what
you
is
said
your
peer
solution?
review. Peer review is just a title of a process. What about that process makes it more credible?
Because there's more people involved, and so bias is
Oh,
less
so
of a
more
factor.
people. So check this out. More flawed people involved equals a better result. How does that work?
Sounds like a
But how,
conspiracy.
but how does it work your way? If we're flawed,
Well,
it
that
doesn't.
sounds like it should be worse. That sounds like if you add the amount of flawed people, it'd be worse. So actually, sir, what happens is you have a method or a process that you follow. It's
Yes.
not just a bunch of people get together and just spontaneously agree or disagree. So what about the process? What specifically about the process makes it more credible? The correct answer is you have no freaking clue what you're talking about. That's the correct answer, friend.
If it's repeatable across, like, if it's repeatable by many people, it's better than.
Yes, okay, I agree with you. I agree with you that repetition is better for making it more credible. But let's be clear, friend. Peer review is not repeating the experiment. In case you didn't know that.
Well, ideally it is, right?
So listen, friend. We all know that you just got exposed. That you have no idea what you're talking about at all. None. Zilch. So why don't you go peer review your answer and come back and give us a better answer?
I was just exposed. Damn.
Yes.
That's what you're talking about, bro. You said peer review is because humans are fallible, so we're going to get more humans.
No. I said that humans are fallible, so if you have more people checking the work,
human.
Yeah, you get more fallible to verify the fallible. We get it.
but people are fallible at different degrees, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So look,
fallible.
if you get an electrician, right, and you say, "No, I don't want to hire an electrician. I'm just going to hire Bob," and then Bob doesn't know how to do electrical. And so to make it better, you hire
Get a
5
different Bob.
people that don't know. Listen, you hire 5 people that don't know how to do electrical, then maybe it'll come out right.
But that's the point. You look at the credentials of these people, right?
Yeah, that's the point, dude. The point is you don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Are you appealing to authority? I don't understand.
Bro.
No, you are. You are.
I'm not. I'm not.
The
Dude,
thing
I'm
is,
glad 50 people have to do it now. 50 scientists now have to go do it somewhere. You're appealing to authority.
You're a moron. Hey, and then he said he gave him the perfect example to understand what we were talking about. He said, "Oh well, we're gonna get this bad electrician named Bob, and then we're going to get 50 more bad electricians because Bob is not good enough." And he gonna say, "Yeah, that's right. That's how it's gonna go." Like, dude. You're not
So when the electrical inspector comes and fails you, you'd be like, dude, why did I fail? I had 5 bad electricians working on it.
It depends on the experiment, right? Some experiments can be done by the layman. Others, I mean, not so much, because if you don't understand like math,
So
it's
if
going to
I
be
have a
harder.
vacuum chamber, am I allowed to do it?
Sure. Yeah.
So why if my next door neighbor doesn't have a vacuum chamber, is he allowed to do it?
Okay. Oh, hey, Radwin, check this out. I think we all got to pause for a minute and just recognize something. This homie just said that if you reproduce it and scrutinize it through the reproduction process, right, that would be the best thing to do. Okay, great. So then ask yourself this question, Fred. Why did the people at the Bremen Drop Tower facility, why did they not work on his test more? Why did they stop it and tell him he could no longer use the facility? Why?
I don't know who this guy is.
Doesn't matter. His name could be Frankenstein. I'm just telling you what happened.
I mean, it kind of matters.
His last name was Hitler. Does it matter?
I mean, yeah, it matters because I want to learn about this guy. I want to know his story.
Why? What are you going to learn
happened.
about him? What are you going to learn in his backstory that's going to help you make him drop things in a tower?
I just want to because you guys are claiming that he got blackballed, right?
You should be focused on the experiment, not to him.
Yeah, so I'm gonna
That's
buy
kind
a
of
vacuum chamber. I don't know.
people than focusing on the actual thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, I'm gonna buy a vacuum
It's
chamber.
not a website. It tells the whole story, man. Can't give it to you now because I'm trying not to die in this snowy road.
What are you going to do with the vacuum chamber when you get one?
I'm gonna drop shit in it, and I'm gonna film it in slow motion. Number one, to see that things actually fall in a vacuum at the same rate. That's number one.
Interesting. So you have no idea what you're getting yourself into. That's funny shit.
Yeah, I think it would be more important. I would think it would be more important to have a step-by-step process that any person, even a layman, could reproduce the process. Right?
All right.
I think that's
I'll
more
write a
important
process.
than a peer review of a bunch of people with degrees saying, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah,
No,
that's
you
right."
know what?
Never did the experiment whatsoever.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. To peer review, like to submit a white paper, you have to you have to describe what it is you're trying to prove and how you did it.
Yeah, and then the person that peer reviews it, they say, "Oh, that sounds about right. I approve." That's what they do, dude.
I mean, yeah, sure. Some of them, I'm not denying that some of them do, but you can't
All
deny
of
that some of them
them.
don't,
Yeah,
right?
well,
All
dude,
of them.
all of our flat Earth papers have been peer reviewed, and we said, yeah, we agree with them. So now, what's wrong with them?
Exactly.
Okay. So you've done the experiments.
No, we
You've
agreed
went
with
to the Roman
them.
drop tower.
No, we peer reviewed it.
Yeah, we peer reviewed it and agreed with them because I own a vacuum chamber. I don't need to go do it because I already know how they work.
I just told you that that's not what a valid peer review is.
That's what a peer review is, man.
That's
they
what
read
you're
the paper.
saying.
They said, "Oh, that sounds about right," and then
Hey,
they agree with it.
Before I forget, when you go get your vacuum chamber, the first thing I want you to do with it is take like a shot glass, maybe a half a shot glass so it doesn't take you all day, full of water, and put that down in the bottom of your vacuum chamber and close it all up, and then pull the vacuum on it and see how long it takes for your vacuum chamber to dry out. Time it.
Sure, yeah. Once I get this fucking vacuum chamber, we can do whatever we want.
Oh, beautiful. So you haven't figured out what that means yet. Good.
I don't know. You're saying it's gonna freeze? What are you trying to say? Repeat it?
I said put the water in your vacuum chamber, pull the vacuum, and time how long to hit start. Hit a stopwatch and time how long it's going to take till your vacuum chamber is completely dry.
Okay. I let me think about that. So water in the vacuum chamber. What's gonna happen to the water? I don't know.
Well, since we're talking about this thing that you think is an experiment, let's talk about it for a second. Let's say you get yourself a vacuum. You got yourself a vacuum chamber, and you drop shit in it. Okay, great. What is that going to be proving? I'm just curious.
I just want to see if it falls at about the same rates, because I don't want to just believe what Google tells me, right? And since you don't believe the video I posted.
No. That's not what we're saying here. I'm just curious. This is not an experiment yet. You just made an observation. You observe. Let's even say that they all fall at the same rate, right? Let's say that for the moment. They all fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Mm-hmm.
What about it?
That this phenomenon exists, and we don't know why.
Okay, so we have a phenomenon.
The Earth is a ball?
Huh?
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything?
The Earth is a ball?
But that's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking. Like, this is a problem in your guys' like worldview or in your model, in your framework. Yeah, it kind of is.
No, it's not.
No. We only bring this up to show you that not everything falls at 9.8 meters per second per second. We hope that people will kind of acknowledge that this is not a phenomena that's observed. This is an average. But even if that does occur, what is it supposed to prove?
That things fall at 9.8 meters per second per second.
Yes.
Right, okay, that's great. Let him answer. You said that's a problem for flat Earth. What's the problem?
Because you guys don't believe in gravity, and you can't give a
So,
better model. You
oh
can't
my
give a
goodness,
better.
dude.
You can't give a better answer for
Okay,
for
when
what it
somebody
is.
says they don't, quote unquote believe in gravity, what do you think they mean when they say that?
I'm guessing you don't believe in the warping of space time, right?
So yeah,
You
no,
don't believe the
space-time
attraction
warping
of
shit
masses.
happens on a flat dude. Space-time warping shit happens on a flat Earth. That's why the Earth is flat, because of warping space-time. How do you like that?
Right, but
Generally,
Relativity
let's
works on a
parse
flat
it
Earth.
out. Yeah, that's great. Let's parse it out, friend. So, what you noticed that you had to separate the two. You had to separate the phenomenon that we all observe from the cause. Okay, everybody observes things falling or things rising depending on their relative density to the medium that they're in. Okay, things fall down,
Mhm.
things rise up. Everyone experiences that. Nobody's denying that.
I'm not denying
Nobody in
that.
their right mind would ever deny that except Globers. Let me explain.
What?
Globers actually do deny that. Yeah, I said let me explain. So let me explain. I'll explain. See, all of us experience things fall down and things rise up. A Glober comes along and says, no, that's not falling down. It's actually falling at a diagonal to another radial towards the center of a giant ball that I can't see. So we, the flat earthers, are actually congruent with up and down. You think everything is in and out to a giant ball. So you're the one who actually denies what we experience, not us. Go ahead.
No, let's say I don't believe on the globe, right? This is still a problem because this phenomenon, it doesn't follow in your framework, because your framework relies
How?
on buoyancy and
What?
what's the other one? And
No,
down, I
dude,
guess, right?
dude. Hey, listen. Yeah,
Buoyancy
fair
and
enough, dude.
difference
But
in density.
that's just what we observe, dude. That's just describing what we observe.
Yeah.
Right. So again, what we have is everybody agrees on the phenomenon, except Globers who lie to themselves and say they're observing something falling to the center of a giant ball, which they never see with their own eyes. So they've never seen that, they've never experienced that, and they're lying to themselves. Versus flat earthers who see things go up and down. So who's right? Who's more right?
So essentially, you're trying to say, even if this were the truth, yeah, I mean that's fair, right? But it does show that there's a hole in your understanding, right?
Oh, it
Of
doesn't at all.
how doesn't it? Even if you don't believe
Now
in the
listen,
globe,
listen, dude,
even if you don't believe in the globe,
I
at
could
least
create any mathematical matrix I want to explain a phenomenon.
no, like listen,
Okay?
even if you don't believe in the globe, like there are tons of simulations that show that if this phenomenon is true, that it does. Have you played any like galaxy game?
Who cares? Who cares, dude?
Well, you should, because math describes our world.
No, no, it doesn't, dude. Let me explain. It's very simple. I could disprove this so easy. So if I add $1 million and $1 million, that makes $2 million. But my bank account has a lot less than that in it. So I could make a statement: 1 million plus 1 million equals 2 million. Therefore, I have $2 million in my bank account. But the material fact that it's in my account isn't correct. So just because you have accurate mathematics doesn't mean you have reality, my friend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
I mean, yeah, you can argue that, but it's better to have
No, no,
coherent
no. It's
math
not
than
about
not.
arguing it, dude. That is a fact. Just because you have accurate mathematics does not mean that that is the case, that it
Yeah,
corresponds with
I
reality.
agree with
It
you.
doesn't mean that you can create realities out of nothing. So, for example, I went to the bank to get a house, and they said you need $50,000 down payment. I said, well, I have $25,000, but I also have $25,000 of dark money. Now I have $50,000, and my math checks out. They said, well, dark money, that's retarded. I said, yeah, just like dark matter. You just make it up with math, brother.
I mean, sure, but if you plug in the numbers right based on what you observe, then your simulation is going to be close to what you observe. That's all I'm saying.
What?
If
Okay,
you
that's
plug,
great and all. Let's say you have a simulation of a planet forming due to gravitational accretion. Let's say that's true, which it isn't. When they do a simulation trying to get a planet through gravitational accretion, they don't get a planet. In fact, they have to add extra math. They have to add extra numbers and fudge the numbers to get it to work. So nice try. Too bad. So sad. So they can't even model this dude. It's a joke. Not only is it not modeled, it's not witnessed. Nobody's ever witnessed it happen in the history of mankind.
I think I think there's a lot that isn't out there yet, right? I mean, because the government.
Oh, really? So it's not out yet. So that means nobody has the
No,
evidence.
that's not
So
what
you're
I'm
just
saying.
admitting there's no evidence for it.
I don't know if there's evidence for it because I don't know what you're talking about. But I'm just saying, like,
What you're
we
talking
know.
about is planets forming from gravitational accretion. So gravity causing planets to form. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody's witnessed it, and you can't model it.
Gravitational excretion. Like it's
Oh my
excreting
goodness.
gravity. What are you saying?
No, it's called oh my dude. Do you want me to use dumber language? I thought you were like a peer-reviewed journal reader.
No, I'm not. So yeah,
Yeah,
that
that's what
helps.
we all.
Why are you asking for peer-reviewed shit and asking for all this shit if you're not into it?
I know, bro.
What? How does like reading a peer review paper make me a scholar or not?
You don't even know what you're going to be reading.
Yeah, but it's a starting point.
Yeah, but how about you start with just going and looking and see if water is flat?
Yeah, so to Radwin's point there, my friend, what he's trying to explain to you is that you don't possess the acumen, the ability, the skill, or the knowledge to be able to judge whether the critiques within a peer-reviewed paper are valid or not. So you wouldn't know what you're reading. It'd be Greek and Spanish to you, and you just trust whatever the doctor with a name doctor on the end of his name said. That's what he's trying to tell you, friend.
No, yeah, I might not have the acumen to do it, but I can at least like try to reproduce it if I can read, so if the instructions
Here,
are
check
clear
this
enough.
out. When you go and buy that vacuum chamber and you put the water in it, you're going to prove that gravity is not holding water down in the shot glass, that it's actually air pressure. And when you remove the air pressure from around the water, it turns into a gas and also leaves your vacuum chamber. So that debunks your globe with air around it in outer space vacuum. So good luck when you buy that.
Well, not if you have gravity, right? That's the whole point.
You do have gravity. It's right underneath the vacuum chamber, and it didn't hold the water down. Bum, 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 bum.
I'll look into that. Yeah.
Does gravity make the Earth a ball?
I think
Or can you have gravity exist with any surface?
I think they're interlocked, right? When this is according to, like, I don't know, like, this is what I saw. When the Earth formed, it was like very liquidy, and then it started to converge into this center of mass.
Whoa, bro. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, not a religious channel. Now, there is a religious channel in the server. You can go talk about your creation story from your religion all you want, okay?
Oh no, I meant like when like an asteroid or whatever it was that hit our Earth.
Prove it.
Yeah, bro, I just said stop talking about religion, dude. We don't want to hear your creation story. Otherwise, we just start talking about the Christian creation story, okay?
All right. Oh, wait, hold on. You said unless it's about the Christian?
No, I said if you're going to talk about your creation story, I'm going to talk about mine. Okay?
So you're
because you're just talking about things that allegedly happened in the past that nobody's witnessed and nobody can reproduce, and you have to take it on faith. It's part of your religious creation mythos. Okay, sorry to break it to you. It's not science.
That's fair, but it is a valid simulation that gives an answer.
That's a valid simulation once of what my life would be like if I was married to Scarlett Johansson. Therefore, I am married to her. Wow, see how stupid that is?
A valid simulation of what? You don't have anything to simulate yet.
Exactly. You don't have a natural observed phenomenon of something happening. Like you're basically just doing science fiction. Like you might as well be
You don't
making
have
the
anything.
Starship Enterprise.
You don't have anything to compare your simulation to make sure it's correct.
True.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's correct.
So
I'm saying that
when we simulate, well, I don't anymore. Our team is so big now. It's funny. I don't actually have to do anything now. It's just weird. It's weird feeling at work. Anyway,
you probably
so
should.
when we simulate a machine, we clone a machine or we make its digital twin, it's called, and we simulate that thing making a part. It actually, when we make the part, will make the exact same thing. You know why? Because we programmed our digital twin to be exactly the same with measurements and numbers and everything else. So we had to model it to be exactly the same. And it works because it's exactly the same. But you don't have anything to model.
So in other words, you have direct validated process, right? The end result is the validation.
Yeah, but you can't do that in math, right? That's how equations work. You can start with variables and an answer.
You can have all the math you want, but when your robot goes through a machine door and it's $150,000 to repair it, you're going to be like, "Oh, that was the math's fault."
Hey, Radwin, you're not getting it, Radwin. I'm sorry, but you're about to be so rich. What you're going to do is you're going to walk into your boss's room and you say, "Listen, bro, we don't even need the robots. All we need to do is do the math, and then the result will come."
No, we just have to make the digital twin and just run that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we already proved if you make a digital twin of the actual machine, and then you start making parts on the digital twin, the machine will also be able to make those parts. So just throw out the machine and we'll just put digital twins everywhere and we'll make digital parts.
That's
Yeah, so
actually what
somebody
they're trying to
orders
do,
like
yeah.
this somebody orders like this pneumatic actuator cogwheel, and it's like 57 pounds normally. Then they get this box in the mail and it's super light. They're like, "What's this?" And they take it out. It's a USB stick. Just plug this in.
No, it's just
It's
one of those really thin manila envelopes, padded though. And then you pull out the card, and on the card it says what it is.
Yeah.
So you work with CAD, huh?
Yeah, a long time ago. I don't have to do that anymore. AutoCAD, SolidWorks. I have SolidWorks installed on this and AutoCAD installed on this computer.
Now, don't get me wrong.
I'll
We're busting your
back.
chops, bro.
Huh?
We're busting your chops, bro. We're busting your chops, but we're doing it in good fun because what you're being told here is that a
I'm
lot of
having
the
fun.
things you think you know. Yeah, I know. I could tell. But I'm just saying, a lot of things you think you know that you were told are correct. They're just based on fantasy. There's
I'm
no
not
real
saying
world application or proof.
I'm not saying to just believe it, right? I'm just saying that there's a reason that it's the consensus, and I don't know. It points to. I'm not saying it points to the truth, but it points to a better likelihood of the truth because more eyes have looked at it. Just like you guys here, there's an echo
Yeah,
chamber
that's
here.
great. That's
and
great. I would agree with you. So are you a Christian?
Nope.
Or a Hindu or Muslim? One of those? Are you one of those religions?
No, I'm just agnostic.
Why not? Why aren't you one of those? Because there's billions of people in those religions, dude. So how could they all be wrong? So many people, dude. They agree on the same thing. How could they be wrong? And if you add Christians and Muslims together because they allegedly have the same monotheistic root, now you have the majority of people on the earth believe the same religion. Why don't you?
So that's a good question, and yeah, and let me think about that. It's probably it probably has to do with the human condition. I'm gonna give you like an answer here. Like I'm gonna think about this. It probably has to do with the human condition. For we want meaning, and being agnostic does not give you meaning. Humans
So you
crave
don't
meaning.
want me. So you don't want meaning. Then you came in here because you don't want meaning. You're agnostic.
Am I gonna get shat on for being agnostic?
That's
No.
awesome, dude. You came in here because you don't want to know anything. I love it. You're just punching yourself in the face over and over again. It's wonderful.
It's the way I cope. We all cope though.
No, dude, people don't punch themselves in the face live on the air over and over.
Hi, Mom.
We're clipping it and sending it to her. It's gonna play on her car when she starts it.
Oh, she's gonna be so. I don't know. Might be disappointed.
So is your stance that because there is a large amount of people adopting an idea that because of that there must be some kind of merit to the claim?
It depends. It depends. If you're claiming something that no one has ever saw or has ever seen, then it's less likely. And if it has to do with like religion, then it's I'm not gonna put the same weight on it. But if you're talking about like
Well,
physical
brother,
things, like
let me help you
empirical
out.
things. Hmm.
I'm glad what you just said, so let me help you out, dude. How many people in the history of mankind have seen the Earth as a globe with their own eyes? Do you think?
Probably not a lot.
Less than 30. Okay, less than 30 people claim to have seen the globe with their own eyes. How many people claim to have seen Jesus Christ with their own eyes? Hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds. Same
Yeah,
with Bigfoot, by the way.
I
There's
think
more people that saw Bigfoot with their own eyes than saw the Earth as a globe, brother.
See, the thing about that is all we know is we found some books that were that we dug up from the ground. And as far as I'm concerned, that's just proof that the book was written, not that any of it's true.
What?
The only thing
I
that
don't we're not trying to divert away
Dude, so
to
then,
religious texts at this point, but what would be, numerically, so you admitted this. So very few people, in fact, fewer people have seen the Earth as a globe, allegedly, than people that have seen Bigfoot or Jesus Christ in the flesh. So according to the consensus, your standard, by the way, what is the likelihood that the Earth is a globe?
based on the sheer number of countries that okay, maybe
No,
not the
no,
sheer number.
people. You said people.
Yeah, but politics matters, right? And
No, it doesn't. We're talking about seeing the Earth as a globe with your own eyes. We're not going to divert from that. That was your standard.
wait, okay.
What is
So
more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
do we have footage of Bigfoot?
Holy cow, it doesn't matter. Just by the allegations, right?
I have footage of the Loch Ness monster.
Do you?
I've got an image of Elvis and Bigfoot riding the Loch Ness monster.
Holy fuck. Yeah, that's got me.
But we're not going to divert. What is the likelihood, because of the eyewitness, the alleged eyewitness testimony,
Yeah,
whatever?
I'm not saying, but you're misrepresenting me. I'm not saying
You
that.
said earlier it's because that there's a reason for this many people, this consensus, which, as far as the Western nations are concerned, most of them, in fact, probably most of the world, is under the impression that they live on a sphere. You think that there's a reason for that, right?
Yes, there isn't a
Okay,
consensus on Bigfoot. Yeah, there is, that he doesn't exist.
fine. We're talking about the globe now. So who has seen the globe in its totality? Less than 30.
Mhm.
So what is more likely, Bigfoot or the globe?
That's just you're just like strawmanning what I said. That's not what I said.
Okay, so fine, I'm fine. So you don't actually care about the consensus or the reason for the consensus. We should just be sticking to empiricism then, right? I agree. So if there's no curvature to the Earth, gravity is not an independent variable in any experiment. There is no detectable motion measurably with any method that we can find, even according to Einstein, optically, that the Earth is in motion. Then we'll just go empiricism based, right? So everybody's empirical judgment call here is that the Earth is flat, stationary, and enclosed.
You know what, Sasu, what I just realized?
What's that?
It's actually logically possible, statistically, that there are more people who believe in the Abrahamic God than believe in the globe. Because there's 4.5 to 5 billion Abrahamic religion adherents. That's greater than half of the entire world's population. And keep in mind, the whole world's population includes elderly, young people, people in all kinds of third world countries, right?
Yep.
So I could actually make an argument that the Abrahamic God is more believed in than the globe.
I think you might have something there. Yeah.
Yeah, it points to definitely points to something.
So what are you going to do with that? I mean, if you don't have any evidence and the consensus apparently is no good, like that's a straw man or something, right? I've misrepresented your position. You don't think consensus has anything to do with it. According to the measurements and what we can actually experience, the globe is a silly proposition.
No, I think I said the consensus does point to something. It points to a higher likelihood of it being the truth because more people have had the opportunity to test it for themselves.
So that doesn't.
Wow.
That's not what consensus means, brother.
No, I know it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying that to have a consensus means that the majority agrees on it. Now, whether or not the majority have tested this individually, I don't know, but it does mean that they now have the knowledge to do it, right? And that means something to me. It may not mean anything to you, but it does to me. It's better than like only
Is it possible? So is it possible that the consensus, you think it means something? I agree with you. I think it means that most people have heard the same rhetoric and believe the same rhetoric without ever having tested it on their own. In fact, without testing it and even their experience defying what they've been told. That's what I think.
Yeah, but it facilitates this defiance better than if no one has heard of it.
Facilitates. Hold on a second. What facilitates the defiance? Their experience?
No, I'm saying that the more number of people there are that are involved, the higher likelihood that if there were something to defy, that it would happen, right? It's a higher likelihood.
Involved with what? You're going to have to be a little bit more specific. Involved with what?
In whatever we're talking about, and whatever the consensus is.
Well, we're just talking about people. So most people believe a thing. That's what we're talking about. The consensus believes an idea. That means that they've all been given the same idea to believe in. It doesn't have anything to do with the evidence.
Sure, but within this population, there's going to be people who test it for themselves, like I am about to.
Who would they be?
Vacuum chamber.
Right. Well, who would they be? Because you don't actually know of anybody that's tested this for themselves, other than the people that you're talking to, by the way.
Yeah, but I can say that about anything.
So when you prove that it's air pressure that's holding that water down in the cup, what are you going to say?
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that one. That's a good question. I don't know yet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
So more people believe it. You don't know anybody of this group that believes it has tested it. You don't know their names. You don't know what they did. You hope that they exist. But the people that you are talking to right now have challenged all of the claims made, And we were the people that you're talking to, by the way, at one time were part of that consensus. And we have then now changed our minds because what we have tested has shown that the claim is false.
I mean, I don't know, maybe. I have to test it for myself.
But yes, you will. I mean, that's the ultimate, goal here is for not for you to take our word for it, but for you to go ahead and test it. See what happens with the moisture inside that vacuum chamber. See if you can find any measurable curvature. And between those two things, I mean, the stationary Earth thing is basically a given. But
where did you do your laser test for curvature?
Oh, I didn't do a laser test. I did a long distance observation.
Let me ask you something, Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
So, if you go out and do an observation with a form of measurement, right, over long distances, and you discover that the Earth is flat, what does that mean that gravity is? When you say gravity is something falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, if the Earth is no longer a ball, what does that mean gravity is?
I don't know. It means, yeah, I don't know. Because if it doesn't tell me the shape of, or your question is, if I found that the world was flat, what does that say about gravity? Yeah?
Yeah, we still see things in a vacuum falling at an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, right? We're not denying that.
Could mean a few things.
What now is in contention is that R value that they like to throw into those math equations.
It could mean a few things. Either the radius of the Earth isn't correct, which I doubt, but
it can't be that. You want to know why?
Why?
Because if that's wrong, the distance to the moon is wrong, the size of the moon is wrong, the distance to the sun is wrong, the size of the sun is wrong, the orbits are wrong, everything's wrong if the radius value is not what they say it is.
No, I know. That's why that's like not likely.
Satellites are no longer orbiting Earth.
The thing is,
you get what I'm saying?
When I go to the Great Salt Lake this year, I'm going to do the laser test and see it for myself. I'll give it to you. It's sus. I don't know why we don't see a curvature at that distance. But I'm not just gonna trust this guy. I'm gonna go do it. So if I really see this fucking laser from that point to the other point, I don't know, man.
What does that mean about gravity then? What does that mean about gravity?
It doesn't say much about gravity. No, it doesn't say much.
Does it mean that gravity makes the Earth a ball, or does it just mean that things
no, it means gravity pulls light around the ball. That's why he sees it.
No, I don't think that at this distance it's going to be. I'm not sure.
At what distance does gravity pull light around the ball?
And that's a good question. Let me not just spout bullshit. Maybe it does mean that. But I know that I've seen videos of like horizontal, like they were filming it horizontally and the light seemed straight.
Like
have fun with your vacuum chamber.
I mean, you should be encouraging them that he's going to go do a test.
I said have fun with your vacuum chamber. Like,
that
when
test?
when you do that one, you're gonna figure out you can do all kinds of fun shit with that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I hope when you go out there and you do that laser test over Great Salt Lake, that you come back in here after you prove the Earth is flat.
I will, bro. If okay, like I said, it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat because it's very uncontrolled. It's not a controlled experiment, right? There's like I know we can't say refraction.
Yeah, but you can control it by timing the time where you go make the observation so that the ground and air temperature are the same. That's how you can control it. And that's usually like right before the sun rises, or it'll be like right after sunset, like within an hour. It means the air will be mixed together so that there won't be like a gradient of temperature, because the gradient of temperature is the problem. So you want the air like well mixed.
I have to, but that's just another point of contention, right? It's going to be like, oh, how can I be sure? How can I trust the sensors? How can I trust the data? You
What
know,
are you
how do I?
talking about?
It's such a vast distance of this
Dude, you need
medium.
the temperatures to be the same. You just do it in the morning or you do it in the evening. That's it. That's all you have to know.
You got to remember,
Yeah,
refraction like is in.
Are you
the,
saying that the temperature
because
gradient is only vertical? I don't think that's true.
no, it's not only vertical, but this is the thing. You're shooting a laser through a single medium. Differences in the refractive index are in the 5th decimal place. You understand?
Sure.
Like the difference
No, I get
between say 30 degrees Celsius air and 31 degrees Celsius air is like 0.00000024. It's such a minuscule difference.
What's the farthest distance you've tested? Like
30
since
miles.
you're 30 miles, where?
Boston Harbor, Revere Beach. I did one recently, but it ain't in 30 miles. Yeah, so what I did was I got an app. It's called marinetraffic.com. It shows where the ships are. I sat there, I picked out a big ass ship and just watched it for 3.5 hours and tracked it on their tracking app. And the max distance away was 30 miles. And I could see it the entire time.
Wait, so how did you do it? You had two people
I
doing
filmed it with
this?
an iPhone.
No, I know, but like
An iPhone at 30 miles, I could see this shit.
so you went 30 miles away and you placed the laser.
I was on the beach and the ship went 30 miles away from me.
Oh,
There's an
okay.
app called marinetraffic.com which will tell you the position of a ship.
Right.
And these ships are tracked by marine radar out of a radar station that's in Gloucester.
On a system that they pay for that's very accurate because I looked it up.
Yeah, it's very accurate. Marine radar is accurate to 5 meters maybe.
Yeah, so you don't run into other ships. That's why it's so accurate. So at night you don't run into people. And there you go.
You were exactly sea level.
I was 15 feet above sea level. They got tide markers. So at that distance from that height, the globe prediction is that the ship is 5 feet, blocked by the Earth curve.
Oh, that's a 40-story building.
Yeah, and the tallest ship in the world is like 280 feet tall or something. So it wasn't that. It wasn't just a really tall boat.
Does the sea have to be flat? Do we know that for a fact?
What do you mean? I don't understand. Does the sea have to be
Let's
flat?
say there is some
The ocean
fucking
is flat.
spooky fucking magic, right? Let's say there is
Not
some spooky
spooky.
magic that's making it look flat.
You're
Okay,
weird, dude.
I'm just saying.
No, you're being
let's
weird
say there
because
is.
you think
How do we know?
looking flat is the spooky magic, but imagining it's a ball is not the spooky magic.
No.
Yeah,
I'm saying
imagining that it's not flat is normal.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Doing.
No, I'm just saying. How do we know? Okay, so basically, yeah, that's just something we can't measure, right? It's just okay.
I'll tell
It
you one
looks
thing.
flat.
One
It
way we
looks
can know.
flat to me.
Okay, you have you heard of the Bolivian salt flats?
No.
Okay, the Bolivian salt flats are like a 40,000 square mile salt flat. That's salt, like Great Salt Lake, right? It's bigger than that though. It's the largest salt flat in the world. Unlike Salt Lake, this first of all, it's like white salt. So it fills up with rainwater every once in a while, like 3 to 4 inches, 2 to 3, 4 inches, whatever. And it forms a gigantic mirror. Gigantic. Like the mirror goes all the way to the horizon. So it's called the world's largest mirror. Okay. The reflection of the sky. So the sky and the reflection of the sky in the water are perfectly symmetrical as if it's reflecting off of a flat mirror. Now, if the Earth was curved, that would be a convex mirror, right? And it would be distorted relative to what you're looking at. So if you're looking at the clouds in the sky, the reflection of the clouds would be distorted if they're being reflected off of a curved surface. And Earth is too big that that actually doesn't work for this because of the divergence amplifies the visible curvature. So like if the sun was setting and you were at like 6 feet above the surface of the water, the sun in the reflection of the sun would be 10% smaller than the actual sun that you're looking at. They would be squished. And in fact, if you can do the calculation, if you go up to 75 meters and watch the sunset, you would see the sunset, but you would actually never see the reflection of the sun in the water because of it's beyond that curve, right? The light that would reflect off of it would be on the other side of the horizon, and it would never be able to reflect to your eye. You'd never see it. So you would see a sunset as if it was a mountain, even though you're looking at a perfectly reflecting surface. That's what would happen if it was a ball, but that's not what we see. We see a perfect reflection of the sky that's symmetrical.
Just play devil's advocate with me for 1 second, okay?
Yeah, I hear you, man. Let's forget empirical observations of the natural world and watch TV more. Let's just do that.
What if the Earth is 100 times bigger than what it is?
No,
then maybe yes, but we only got the numbers they told us, right? That's all we can do is test what they said. You can't test every fucking iteration. Every possible freaking imagined Earth. Yeah, did you see what AI Overlord posted in the chat? Did you see the image there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's just one sample image. Remember I was telling you about the sun? That the sun would look 10% smaller at the horizon? Now these calculations, and I actually have a globe earther actually made a simulator. In a simulator, and it's to scale, it's a 2-scale simulator. The simulator also shows that the reflections are not symmetrical. It's a simulator of the globe. It was made by a globe earther, not a flat earther. And I'll post that in the chat. So the thing is, if you had a curved surface, right? If this surface was curving down, then it would be shortened relative to your viewpoint, and everything as you get as like the reflection got close to the horizon would appear compressed. Okay, so everything toward the horizon should get squished and squished and squished and more squished. But I actually have another image which shows the exact opposite of that. It's actually stretched.
Who is the flat earther and who is the round earther?
Joe Mama.
Well,
You're the flat earther, and the ground earther is the other guy with the beard.
Okay.
Yeah, because the guy with the beard is gonna. Yeah, because you're gonna teach him about the globe because he don't know shit.
Oh God, yeah. Here we go again. I've been doing this all day, as a matter of fact, on frickin' X. Okay, come on, globe earthers, debate me so I can do your globe lesson. Fuck, dude, I'm getting sick of that.
Are you from Texas? No.
No, all my exes are from Texas, but I'm not.
Then I really don't.
Yeehaw, ride 'em, cowboy.
No, wait.
Why are you deflecting, though? We were having a conversation with Sauce here, and you're changing the topic.
Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Thank you.
I'm done. There's nothing else to say here. I just gotta go.
Okay, so Sauce, don't believe a fucking word we're saying. Consider us all a bunch of liars. Consider everybody in here liars, and everybody on TV liars, and on the internet, everybody's liars. And the only truth you can find in knowledge, absolute knowledge, it comes from you. Now do what you said. Go to the salt flats and do the test. Like, we're not afraid of the tests. We want people to do the tests. The only people that are going to stop you from trying to do tests are globe earthers. Isn't that strange?
one's gonna fucking like okay.
They'll
If
tell
the
you why
police,
your test is not good enough. That's what they'll say. That's all they'll do is poo-poo whatever you're doing to tell you whatever you're doing is not good enough. Whatever your result is, if it disproves a globe, you did it wrong.
yeah, well, we're gonna have to see.
Yep. I mean, there's a flat earther named Dell, and he made a video a long time ago, and it holds true as it did then. He said, "How do you prove something to somebody? Another human being. How do you prove it to them? You
Have them
demonstrate it.
repeat it. Yeah.
Yes, a
do it.
practical demonstration of the claims. And if you can't show it by practical demonstration, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about." I'm paraphrasing what he said. He said it a little worse than that, probably. But
yeah, if you can't make a layman do it, if a layman can't do it with your instructions, then you don't know what you're talking about. Just like India said.
Yep.
we're actually, Sauce, you're here at a good time because we're actually, I'm actually doing, well, anybody else can jump on the bandwagon. It's called the Year of the Observation. This year, it's cold right now, but we're going to frickin' just explode the internet with all sorts of long distance observations coming from everywhere, every direction. These so-called globe impossible observations, we're just going to flood the internet with them so that people can't keep their head buried in the sand.
They're just gonna say atmospheric refraction or whatever this is, this mirage, whatever, and that's that. And
Yeah,
then we're gonna have to
they
shift the
have to,
goalposts.
Sauce, but then they have to claim that the entire world's an optical illusion.
And not only that,
You want to go with that? You want that your
I don't-
position to be? I know what reality is. It's an optical illusion. How do you know? Because I know the Earth's the globe. Because someone
evidence for the
stuck
all
sticks
I
in the
know,
ground 2,000 years ago. So
all I know is
everything,
my fucking my eyes are fallible. That's all I know.
your
no, the
mind is
And my
evidence for the
brain
fallible.
is
globe,
fallible.
the
Sauce, but your
evidence for the
mind,
globe is the Earth is flat.
yeah, that's it. That's the globe evidence that the Earth is flat. No, listen, your eyes are fallible, but so is your mind.
Yeah, my brain fucking without my brain, my eyes do jack shit.
But
My
your eye, no. There's people in permanent vegetative states that freaking have sensory responses, even though they have no brain freaking waves, dude. The senses act independently of the mind.
yeah, but to receive wait, what?
No, the senses act independently of the mind. We know this because people that have had brain injuries where they have no brain function still have the reflexes of somebody that can see, taste, touch, hear.
Yeah, but are you saying this person is processing said
He
sense
can't
states?
tell you what they're experiencing because
I'm just saying I'm
he
talking about
has
the
no
processing.
mind, but they
Yeah.
are taking sensory input, meaning their freaking nerve endings are firing, their photoreceptors are firing. There's no brain activity that you can really measure, but you can measure electrical impulses on the optical nerve, right? They're still seeing, but
You
they have
can make
no
a
mind.
vegetative person flinch.
Yeah, you can make them cry, and they're legally brain dead
How do you know this?
because
I
people
worked
have
in the,
done it.
I worked in the emergency room.
Sick people, dude. What the fuck?
It's called a permanently vegetative state. It's like a coma.
Indio, I missed you, man. I missed your warmth.
Yeah, thanks, brother. Go eat it at fucking Caesar's Pizza. So people who are in the permanently vegetative state can have sensory perceptions. Okay, the senses that you have are more reliable than your mind. Okay, this is like a silly thing that you guys do for I don't know whatever reason that you try to repudiate your senses when that's the only way you even know the external world.
Yeah, but for instance, I can't see in the dark.
Yeah, but
Right.
yes, you can. That's
Yeah,
why you have
and
rods, dude.
okay, you're trying to let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
Sure, but yeah, but maybe you need to be more precise, right? All I'm saying is at those distances, we know that our eyes can't see that far.
Yeah.
So
Well,
now
I've
the
seen
question
30
is,
miles. I don't know about you. I've seen that far.
Just because it looks hazy doesn't mean you can't see it.
Look, can I read you something about a Navy test? Well, I can just
No,
tell
you
you what
can't.
they did. Thanks, Dad. Anyway, fuck, dude.
Go ahead.
So really simple. The Navy did a test, right? So the test was, it's called the
Yeah, that's
Horizon.
just not true.
Who said that? You might as well just
Caesar
leave
did.
now, because I'm gonna figure out who you are. I'm gonna kick you out.
Just go look back at the stream. You'll see.
I'll just mute you instead. So really simple, okay? The Navy did a test called the Horizon Early Detection System, right? So what the idea was is for the Navy to make an infrared camera system that would pick up missiles or whatever at the horizon as early as possible. So when they tested the distance that the furthest distance that they could pick up their test missiles, because they took a missile and they put a big thermal freaking light on it, basically a flare that emits a lot of infrared, and then they flew it, basically a cruise missile, and they tried and measured the distance at which they picked up the missile, and tried to correlate the distance of the missile with distance and atmospheric transmission, meaning how hazy the air was, right? They found that the distance had nothing to do with how far away they could pick something up, and the only thing that mattered was how transparent the air was. But according to the Globe, distance does matter because these missiles are only 30 feet off the ground and they're picking them up 20 kilometers away. They should have been behind the curve of the earth. But the only reason they didn't pick some up was because of how opaque the air was. Because they measured that. They measured the transmission window of the air. So this is just another data point. We can't see things because of haze, because of fog, because of all sorts of things that are in the air. It has nothing to do with Earth curve. So now I'm going to look for the smart app.
Hi.
What's up, Rockman?
What's up, G?
What's up, guys? I'm sorry, my English is not really good.
Okay, just listen then. So, one thing I want to add to everything I said, a lot of globe earthers, they have this prejudice, or people, they think of flat Earth that we don't have evidence. We have tons of evidence. More evidence than you can shake a stick at. You can go on our main server, discord.gg/flat earth, and you can look through the information channels, long distance observations, laser tests, salt flats, all you name it, radio transmissions, microwave transmissions, infrared transmissions, all impossible on a globe at distances are way impossible. 800-mile radio transmissions to sea level, 870-mile NATO communication, microwave communication system, 10,000-mile radio communication between the UK and Australia, 6,000-mile radio communication between Washington, D.C. and a plane in
yeah, but
the
there's
U.S. Secretary
satellites.
of State's plane over the. This is before satellites, buddy. Good try.
When was
Before
this?
satellites. Before satellites existed.
What? Okay, what?
They
I
didn't
mean,
exist yet.
that you know of. The government's not gonna fucking tell you.
I don't think they existed in 1918. Do you think they existed in 1918? At the end of World War One?
No, but there's also other technologies like repeaters.
There was radio was brand new. There was no repeaters. You think there was repeaters between Cornwall, UK, and Australia?
There must have been if
There must have been.
How far was
Why
that
must
distance?
there have been?
No, I
How
said
many repeaters would be needed from those two locations?
How did
I
you
don't
get?
know.
How did you float them in the Indian Ocean?
I'm gonna retract that statement. I don't know if there must have been, but like, how do you know that it doesn't? Is it just impossible because in the flat or globe Earth, 100%, you know that for a fact.
Well, it's 10,000 miles. So if the globe has a circumference of 25,000 miles, that's half the distance, right? So this is almost like being on the North Pole and talking to the South Pole. There's a big ball in the way. How are you doing that? The radio waves don't go through the ball.
Let me add this to the list. You said
So Marconi, 1918, and a guy named Arthur Fisk. It was Cornwall, United Kingdom to Sydney, Australia in 1918.
Okay, Australia.
I can post the plaque, dude. Post a picture of the plaque because there's a memorial plaque, and I can post links to it.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah, it's very interesting because the way they discovered it was an amateur radio operator. He started hearing radio transmissions in German. And he was like, well, we're in Australia. There ain't no Germans here. And they were picking up radio broadcasts from Berlin in Australia. So they're like, oh, I got an idea. Why don't we try to do that on purpose? And they did.
Okay.
That's
So
a
the way
geometry of what the radio. I just posted in a chat a diagram of the geometry of what the radio transmission would have been.
they're saying they utilize ionospheric reflection, which is like something in the atmosphere or some shit.
Okay. That's a cool story. There's no evidence for any of that, dude. Do you know that they didn't that hypothesis didn't even exist when they did the transmission, right? So do you know how that went? That's an ex post facto claim, meaning they did the transmission, said, oh, how's that possible? Earth's a globe. Well, it must have bounced off the freaking ionosphere. We'll just make some shit up on how it worked on a globe. And it couldn't work on a globe like that anyway, because when you have an inner circle and an outer circle, because of the law of reflection, the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. The angle that the radio bounces off the outer circle, which would be the ionosphere.
Can we talk about something interesting?
In the inner circle, which would be the Earth. I am talking about something interesting. The transmission would flatten out and it would never get there. Because you have the angle would keep tipping down, and you probably need like 300 fucking bounces to even bounce that far. And here's the other problem: is that long range transmission only happens at night. It doesn't happen during the daytime. They did these transmissions during the daytime. During the daytime, skywave ionospheric scattering only works for 500 to 700 miles. We've gone through all the objections. We've heard it all.
I gotta. I'll
Look, we've been doing this for quite a long time. Just to tell you, just to be honest with you, we've heard all the objections. Like that's why I can sit here. I just call and we talk to you because I know there's literally nothing you could bring up. You could Google forever. We've already heard it all. We've already dealt with it all. We've already refuted it all. There's nothing. And the amazing thing is, every time, and is like the longer I'm in this topic, the more I'm convinced the Earth is flat, not less. Because every once in a while, a globe earther will bring something new that we've never heard before. And on on the surface, it seems like
Purpose.
it on the surface, it seems like it proves a globe, but then when you drill down into the details, it's not the case. Every time.
Well, I mean, I think you should adopt a different mindset. I mean, sure, you could be pretty sure about it, but don't fucking like be so sure that you can't.
Don't tell anybody.
No, that's not what I'm saying. It just sounds like nothing I say will change your minds, and that's not.
No, nothing you say
Yeah.
will make the earth bend.
Okay, yes, things you say could change my mind, but the only thing you can say that would change my mind is some proof that is globe exclusive, meaning it would be something that could only indicate the Earth is a globe. And there's only one thing that can do that. Want to know what that is? Measuring the surface to be curving. That's it. That's the only thing that is available. Everything else is theory-laden, fanciful imaginations about how they think the Earth might work if it was a globe. But we can also concoct some freaking bullshit imaginations, just those stories about how that same phenomenon could work on a flat Earth.
There is one way, but you guys are just gonna say like that's impossible to do. But I think it's
What?
the most
Go to
feasible.
space?
No, it's more feasible than that.
Oh, okay.
You stay in our atmosphere or like in the air, and you just fly in one direction and see if you land in the same spot.
Okay. How would you do that, dude?
I know but it's more feasible. Maybe going to space is more feasible. I'll take that back. Build a fucking rocket, go to space, film this shit, and yeah,
Yeah, that's it.
it has
Look
to be
at it.
done.
So the thing that you're on, you have access to. You could measure it right when you're there. Instead, you're going to go far away and look at it.
Yeah, that's because, like I
How does that
said,
make any sense?
because, like I
Never
said,
hire. I hope
even
no one
in
ever
math,
hires you to build a house, because you'd be right at the 2x4 and
Settle
you'd have
down,
your
India.
tape measure and you'd be like, let me walk across the street and look at it.
even in math, right? We sometimes feel that we're at the global maxima, but you could just be in the local maxima. All I'm saying is, get a bird's
What are you
eye view.
talking
He
about,
just said
dude?
that even in math we feel. What are you talking about?
I'm saying
Yeah, can you adjust what I
there's a
said
problem.
about you going to the other side of the
I'm
street to
giving
tell how
you
long a board is?
I'm giving you like some perspective. So locally, you can see something.
I didn't
Like
say
even
see, I said measure. See, this is where you guys get fucked up. You think we're looking at it. We're measuring it, dude.
Settle down, India.
I am settled down. You guys conflate calculation and looking at things with measuring what it is. You can know directly what something is by measuring it directly. I can know if you were here and I took a tape measure and measured your height, can anything change that? Any theory, any hypothesis, anybody being far away from you and looking at you, will that change the what the reading was on the tape measure? The answer is no. Okay. That's why we say measure it, because it's a definitive proof. Not
okay,
because
so
we like
basically,
it, because it's an absolute proof.
if I fly you to space, and you see, and we go,
Didn't you just make the argument against your own senses? You literally observe the Earth flat every day and you reject it, but you're saying you should go to space and look at the ball and accept it.
so even if you were in a
So you're in a
space
contradiction,
capsule,
bro.
well, let me just ask you
Yeah,
this:
you better go. You better go buy that vacuum chamber. You won't be talking about space anymore.
if you were in this, if you did a round, like you went around the Earth one time, you still wouldn't believe it. You would rather believe your calculations locally, like 30
We mean
30
they're
miles.
not calculations, they're measurements.
Okay, your measurements, your local measurements, a 30-mile. You
Well,
would take
does
that
water
over.
conform into a sphere because of gravity?
I mean, if you actually see it, if you see
No.
that's the
Yeah.
case, you wouldn't believe it.
Okay, so the most of the surface of the Earth is water, right?
He's saying your standards are like, damn, bro.
Look, it's a logical progression. Most of the surface of the earth is water. Whatever's water doing, the earth is doing. So if the water is not curbing, then the earth is not a ball. It's simple logic. All those things are logical necessities of the previous premise. Right? You can't have a 75% flat ball. So if the water's flat, the earth is flat. It's just really simple. If the water's curved, the earth is curved. And if we went to space and saw the earth as a ball, we should be able to come down here and measure it as a ball. It's odd that you guys are like these dual earth theorists, man, that you guys think there's two earths. One flat earth that you're on and another one when you go to space.
And it changes somewhere while you're going high. It's always flat, and then poof, it turns into a ball somewhere.
Yeah, and then there's fucking machines flying around and comets and spacemen and aliens and all this magical shit. Look, you asked me, said I can't change your mind. You could if you had an actual logically sound and valid argument for the earth being a ball. And since a ball is a claim about its geometry, you need geometric evidence. Okay? Looking at something can tell you about the geometry, but it's not the true geometry because of perspective. Railroad tracks appear to converge in the distance. That's not what they're actually doing. So, because of this, we use tools to directly measure things so that we actually know exactly what they are. Things like tape measures. So, using these instruments, we can tell whether the earth is a ball or not, or whether it's curving or not, and then infer from that curvature and the theory of gravity of forming things into balls that if the earth's not curving, then it's not a ball. And that theory's crap. It's wrong.
Like if I
because they're just gonna say
Sauce, if I told you a hill where if I place you in a position on Earth and I said in that direction, you see that hill over there? You say, yeah, I see that hill over there. That hill is 6 miles away. How do we know that that hill is 6 miles away?
rangefinder.
Rangefinder. You can like walk it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you basically go out and you make a measurement to the hill, right? To verify that it's 6 miles away, right?
Yep.
Right. So what we're doing is we're saying, hey, that object in the water is such and such miles away.
No, I get that. I'm just saying, like, even if I were to, they're just gonna say, yeah, it's the bending of the light, or it's.
You're going to have to prove that.
Yeah, that's
we
fine,
can
but there's
we
no
can demonstrate
justification for that.
We can demonstrate refraction on a flat surface. Can you demonstrate refraction on a curved surface?
Yeah, that's the crux of the problem. If you ask them, Sauce, what's the evidence for globe refraction? What's the actual evidence for it? Want to know what their evidence is? A flat-looking Earth.
I don't know about that.
Well, I mean, what else is it? They say the Earth looks flat. It's got to be refraction. What else is their evidence?
Let me look into that.
How do you know it's a globe?
And it gets even worse. I mean, it gets even worse than that because what causes this refraction? The gradient, the density gradient, right? Well, what causes the density gradient? Gravity. Well, what else does gravity do? Forms the Earth into a ball. So gravity conspires to make a ball that compresses the air in such a way that when a human being looks at it, it looks flat. It's the fucking stupidest idea in human history.
Bro, there's a lot of things that are stupid, right? Like fucking
Well, this is the pinnacle because you have to
platypuses are
believe that
fucking
you're
stupid
living in
if
an
they exist.
optical fucking illusion, in that you can't trust your senses, and that nothing is real, basically.
Before I was ever a flat earther, I used to fly. I would fly some more still. Just don't have the funds for it right now. But the 30 or so times that I flew prior to being a flat earther, every time I was in the air, I would say, "Oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks flat. Still, can't believe how big the Earth is. I can't see curvature." Every single time.
I flew to
You know
Chicago
you've
a
never
couple
seen.
times, man, and the Great Lakes are flat as fuck, bro.
You know you've never seen curvature. You've never seen it, except in a picture, in a book somewhere, or on video on TV or your computer screen.
No, yeah, for sure. That's your best point, right? That's the best case for flat earthers. 100%.
You know it's flat.
No, there is no best case. It's only flat. That's the only case.
I mean, I don't know. There's like you guys have trouble explaining satellites and
No, I don't.
So
They
you
don't
want us to
weather
exist.
explain the
balloons.
TV
There you
show?
go.
But
Yeah, they don't exist.
You're asking us to explain the TV show, which you said was our best point, that you don't actually know any of that.
How does GPS work?
Not with a globe. It doesn't even use globe math. Did
No,
you know
it's like
that?
a bunch of
Ground
like a bunch
positioning
of balloons.
work. It positions. It finds your position on the ground. It's ground positioning system.
Okay, so GPS doesn't use a globe.
No,
You
but
on
it
your
relies on
phone,
satellites.
look, brother. When you look at your phone, it shows you latitude and longitude, and you go, "Hey, man, it's doing that on a globe." But the actual GPS receiver, the message it gets, it's called a Rhinex message. It comes down in 3 coordinates, not latitude and longitude. The X, Y, Z on a plane. That's what the math that the receiver actually does. This isn't a conspiracy theory. You can type in Rhinex message data, and you can look at the fucking message data yourself. Every
Okay,
receiver
so
does
you're
this.
saying
And hold on, to get a latitude, longitude, it does a coordinate transformation and converts the coordinates into spherical coordinates. But it's not natively in that.
but why do we need spherical coordinates if it's just if it's flat? We don't
Because
need
our
them.
coordinate system is stars.
Okay, so you're not saying
Because
that
you
it's
look,
just
this
a
goes
bunch
back
of
to your other point about traveling in a straight line. Why you can't actually do that is because you need a spatial reference, right? That you see or you
yeah.
can detect
You can just
from
have
all the
fucking
points
towers.
on your from all the points on your route to know if you're going straight. Because we can't see a mountain from far away because of lots of reasons, mainly because of the air, but because we can't see a mountain from 400 miles away, we use the stars. We use the stars to navigate, and we created an entire coordinate system based upon the stars. They're not based upon a globe ground. You can't even find your latitude and longitude without using the sun and the stars. Longitude is a solar coordinate. Latitude is a celestial equator coordinate,
Bro, you
meaning,
guys don't even believe in the stars.
what are you talking about?
What are you talking about, dude?
We don't believe in the story of what they say they are. We see stars. Listen, just
How do you guys
because
not have
we
fucking
don't
screen up
believe
there?
the story that they say associated with stars doesn't mean we don't believe in stars or that we think stars are fake. Stars are real. We can see them, but they're not made of fucking big balls of fucking gas in a vacuum burning at 1,000,000 fucking degrees. Okay? That's what they aren't.
What's the medium between us?
And the stars, we don't know.
The absolute medium, it's a variation.
Hey, Saucy, I put in the side chat a GIF
I
of
mean,
a
I've heard one
satellite.
hypothesis of liquid helium-4.
That's a pretty cool. That was a pretty cool one too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like really testable, but it's possible. It's feasible within the paradigm of physics. It could be helium-4.
Hey, Sauce.
Yeah.
I put a video in the side chat of satellite. Satellites are real, bro.
So that, yeah, exactly. Balloons, right?
Hey, Biden shot it down, bro. It's real.
That's not
Here,
the only one.
I posted one talking to another one and I'm making an alignment with it, keeping it always in view, basically.
And as I just told you, we were doing 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918. Satellites were never necessary to exist because there's never been a ball in the way between radio transmissions.
I look up in the sky, man. I can find Regulus. I can find Polaris. I can find, the constellations. I understand those things, right? I can see Jupiter. I can see Mars. I can see Saturn. I can find them, those three personally, with the naked eye. And in certain days when Venus is in the sky, I can find that too when it's on the horizon. That doesn't make the Earth a ball, and that doesn't mean that you know what the planets or the stars are. You can see them in the sky, but what they're made out of, you have no fucking idea.
And the way celestial navigation works is you estimate how long it's going to take you to get to where you want to go. And then you read which star is going to be over that spot at that time. So
I'll give you an example of how you don't know.
Yeah, if you know that Orion's going to be over freaking wherever, Egypt, in 30 fucking days, and it takes you 30 days to hypothetically travel that far, all you have to do is follow fucking Orion, and you're going to end up in Egypt. You know that 30 days later, if the Orion's directly over your head, you're in Egypt. You know how we know that? Because that's the coordinate system we made. That's how we designated all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
They say Polaris is 432 light years away. How do they know that?
That's changed so many times, man.
I know. Do you know how far a light year is,
How many times
Sauce?
has that changed?
Yeah.
At least 3 times that I know. No, how far away? How many miles?
I don't know. I can do the calculations real quick.
5.8 trillion miles. I'll save you the math.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. So imagine 432 times 5.8.
No, I know.
How do
I
they
know.
know that?
I know space is stupid big according to.
How do they know that?
That's a good question. Let me see.
Yeah, so that's the question we ask. They make claims, right? And we ask, how do they know it, right? And we never get an answer, even when we talk to astronomers, astrophysicists, regular physicists, mathematical, like you name it, we've talked to them. And when we ask them how they know what they're saying, I mean, I had a mathematical physicist tell me he can't prove anything exists, and that like he might not have any hands and we all might be brains in a jar. That's where he had to go because he couldn't actually back up that the Earth was a globe. This is a academic man that was teaching physics at university. When pressed to prove the globe, had to say, "We can't prove anything. We could all be brains in a jar." The people that I believe you're relying on when you think that the Earth is a globe, these are the people that the average person comes and relies on. They say, what about the scientists? What about the academics? What about these people? They know the Earth is a globe. Well, we've talked to them, and they don't. They don't know anything more than you. They just heard this story in high school and just accepted it. They've never done any tests. They've never done any experiments. They've never done any measurements. They've never done anything.
Yeah, could be. It's tough.
Maybe the guy in here that he wrote his PhD dissertation on direct and indirect detection of dark matter. He fucking You didn't know anything. He's an
Well,
astrophysicist.
for me, if I go to space and I see it,
Yeah.
that's it, man. It's like there's without a doubt, like doing the calculations here on Earth. That's
Don't
like
you
pretty
understand
convincing.
how contradictory your? How do you know it's actually a ball, man? You saw the Earth is flat and you didn't believe it. How come you're gonna believe it when you see it as a ball?
Let me finish. I have to make I have to orbit around this fucker.
Oh, okay. I mean, that's fair.
Space is fake, dude. You're gonna find out when you get your vacuum chamber. You're not gonna orbit anything.
Do you think an orbit has ever been actually observed by anybody?
30 people apparently.
They saw something orbit? From where?
Like those people in the ISS right now, right?
They only see 3% of the Earth.
What do you mean?
From
They
the
orbit around the
ISS's
Earth.
altitude, you would only see 3% of the Earth.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. They're still traveling around the Earth.
How do you know? It's like being in an airplane, dude. It's like being in an airplane.
Yeah. They're just looking out the window, man. They can't tell if they're going around anything. They could be just going in a big circle, which would be the same thing. It's just a difference of the circle. So one circle flips upside down, one just goes left or right, right? So they could just be going in a circle. They can't tell from where they are. See, fundamental problem, I keep bringing up things that you go over have in common, is when you think about the world, you think about it from a third person point of view and don't think about it from what people actually experience by looking out their eyes. Okay, from the viewpoint of someone on the ISS, they're only going to see 3% of the Earth, and they're going to have no fucking idea they're going in a circle, they're doing a loop-de-loop, or anything. Especially if they're in free fall. They can't feel which way the spaceship's going, right? They have no idea where they're going. And there's no way to tell visually. So
Here's my question to you, Saucy.
Yeah.
So if you're waiting to go to space to prove the Earth is a globe, then why aren't you thinking the Earth is flat until proven otherwise?
Because I can't prove that it's not refraction or fucking whatever else they say.
You can't prove that it is refraction.
You can't demonstrate that refraction could even do that in the first place.
So we can just get rid of refraction now, so you don't even have to worry about it. So what's your next one?
Okay, let me ask him this.
Hang on. Why is he giving? I just wanted to know why he's giving the globe the benefit of the doubt observation of reality.
Because consensus means something to me. I know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, got it.
Right.
Thanks, religious.
Slurp. So, listen, what if they said electromagnetism made it look flat and not refraction? What if they just said some other physical law? Wouldn't they have to justify that in some way?
So, what would that look like to you for them to show you that it is refraction? What would that look like?
Measurements.
Okay.
Like measurements, but the measurements that have been done show that refraction of that type is not possible. That's the rub. See, this is why I'm asking you very simple questions, right? Because because what they like to do, the people that the Goldbergers that debate this topic, they want to bring up refraction. So you go down the rabbit hole of nonsense instead of tackling the fundamental premise in the first place. Is refraction even capable of doing what they say, making a curved surface look flat? Is it capable of doing that?
Right.
But also there's a caveat to this. The caveat is, and that has to be the only visual phenomenon that you see, meaning other effects associated with refraction, such as dispersion, vignetting, right? Magnification, shrinking, things looking smaller, things looking larger, things looking distorted. Those
You know
can't
why?
hold on. Those things can't be there.
I know.
Only that
You're
one
right.
thing of a flattened globe. That's
No, like I said,
nonsense.
from my point of view right now, this is definitely the best case for it, right? 100%. I'm just saying, for me to accept this one anomaly, if I can call it that, for a glober, everything else falls apart to me.
What anomaly? Which anomaly are you talking
Okay, I'm
about?
not gonna call it I'm not gonna call it an anomaly.
I'm
I'm just
not.
saying, if I were
I
to
don't know
accept that it is,
exactly what you're talking about. I
if
don't
it's a
know.
flat, if it's a flat Earth, then I'm gonna have to like fucking contend with the idea that okay, somewhere around here there might be a fucking edge and water's just flowing into whatever or flowing down something.
Why
right?
would that happen?
I don't know
What?
because if it's, are you saying that it's an infinite expanse?
Okay,
You
What?
don't know that, right?
well, first of all, water. If you thought that there was the edge and water is going off into the vacuum, water
No.
evaporates in
You don't
vacuum.
believe it. You don't believe in the
No,
vacuum,
hold on.
remember?
But that's what you're saying. That means water would evaporate as soon
No,
as it hit
I'm
the
not saying.
vacuum.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it's
But why
flat,
would you
unless
think
it's
that
an
there's an
infinite
edge with water
expanse.
falling off of it?
Okay, fuck the water. I'm just saying there's
Falling
got to
to
be
where?
an edge. There's got to be an edge, right?
Why?
Okay, so it's infinite to you.
No, that's a false dichotomy, dude. Infinite is the act of counting. So this is a bad idea that people have, that infinite is something, dude. Infinite is the act of counting.
You'll
So
walk
when
in a circle before you find anything relevant.
so so
Why is
when you
that?
can always count the number afterwards, that's said to be infinite, right? So an infinite set, an infinite series, an infinite enumeration. There's always something that comes after it. Okay?
Yeah, okay, fuck
Why
infinity.
would we
You know what I
but
mean. You know what I mean.
finite? Well, no, this is very important because the choices here are finite or infinite, but those are actually not opposite things. They're used opposite in modern language, but they're actually not opposite things. So we're talking about spatial properties. So anything logically that is an object must be inside a greater space, right? So you have a beach ball is in a swimming pool, right? And the swimming pool's in the yard. And the yard's in the town. And the town's in the country. And the country's on the continent. And the continent's, surrounded by water, inside the water. And then the water's inside the earth, right?
You know what's surrounding
And
the
then the
Earth?
earth's inside the solar. I'm just doing the globe one. The earth's inside the solar system, and the solar system's inside the galaxy, and the galaxy's inside the great fucking void, and the great void's inside the universe. What's the universe inside?
Yeah, we haven't observed that. Yeah.
Well, if it was inside anything that you could say exists, by definition is inside the universe and can't be outside it. Because the universe means everything.
All I'm asking you is, what do you
Yeah,
think
no
is at the edge?
no running away, dude. Don't run away. This was your
I'm not
question.
right.
He already answered the question, Joe. He said
he did it.
when Indio asked you the question, what was outside the universe? You said, "I don't know. We haven't observed it yet."
Yes.
Okay,
That's
now
the
you want
answer.
that's the
That's your
answer.
answer. Okay.
That's
Okay.
the answer about flat Earth. There's no evidence that there isn't outside. There is no evidence you can go outside. There's no evidence that there's some freaking limit or wall or boundary or edge or anything like that. There's no evidence of any of that stuff.
Yeah, which says something to me.
Yeah, that the Earth is the universe.
No.
Just because you can imagine you can go outside the Earth doesn't mean you actually can. It doesn't even mean that there is something outside the Earth. Can you go outside of your body?
Wish.
If you wish, probably not. You probably don't wish that wants to happen. But
You don't want to astral project, brother?
well, I mean, that's what the globe Earth is. It's just literally, it's in the word, astral projection.
Dude,
You're
why do you got to
imagining that
do
you've
all
left
this
the Earth
weird
and you're
shit?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, it's exactly. The globe Earth is just a crazy occult religion, dude. If you want to boil it down,
So you guys always want to float, you want to fly, you want to astral project, you want to go to space. What is wrong with you people?
What's wrong with that?
they want to. The chains of gravity are like slavery, holding us down. Swing low, sweet chariot.
I think
Break
that if
free
you
from
actually,
gravity.
if it was possible to live where there was no gravity and you just like floated around, they think that that would be fun. After about an hour of that, you would want to just be like, put me back down because this is not going to work out for me.
How about when you get like 90 years old and can't control your bladder and like piss is like flying everywhere in little balls?
No, all you have to do is just get seasick and start puking. That's it. It just takes one day, and now you got 9 people puking all at the same time.
Yeah,
Go clean that up with a mop.
Yeah, fucking lo mein floating around everywhere. Gross.
All up in the corners of the air vents and shit, getting sucked in. Gonna make myself throw up thinking about it.
All I'm saying is we don't have evidence of an edge, right?
That's right.
Why would we think there's an edge?
We don't have evidence of outer space making people float. You're going to find out with your vacuum chamber that water doesn't exist in a vacuum. So you can't have a ball Earth full of water floating in a vacuum.
I wondered how the thought would have finished. We don't find an edge, but we still measure the surface as flat. What was you going to say?
I'm just saying that's just another point on the graph. Yeah, I said already that it is pretty sus how we don't see a curve. It is pretty sus.
We don't
But
measure one either.
it's also
The
pretty sus
important
that we
part
can't
is we
find an
don't
edge.
measure one. That's the important part, is we don't measure one. Seeing is not dispositive, dude. Seeing is a subjective activity. Now, seeing a no curve is a good starting point, but that doesn't mean it's not proof. It's just evidence. The proof is the measurement. You understand?
The active, I know what you
look
mean.
at railroad tracks and they appear to converge, how do I prove they're parallel? By looking at them. You understand? Seeing is the projection of the 3D world onto a 2D surface. Okay?
Sure.
So seeing has a fundamental flaw. You're missing a dimension. And it's only true from your fucking perspective. But from other perspectives, it's different. That's why we have this orthographic shit. Okay, we have
We're not
blueprint
really
drawings and all those things, right?
Our vision is not orthographic, but I see your point.
I know.
Our depth perception is flawed and may vary from person to person. I get what you're saying.
No, it just gives us a different. It's not that it's flawed. It's that we can say different things about the world than orthographically. So, but with vision, we can look at something and get the angular size, visual size of something angularly. You can't get that orthographically unless you take a third point that's not part of the orthographic diagram and project part of the orthographic diagram out of it onto a point. Then you can get the angles of, say, the angular size of an object. But
no, I get what you're
it's
saying,
just
yeah.
different. It's just different information. That's all it is. It's different information. It's not right or wrong. It's just different information. You're not getting the whole thing. You're getting part of it.
I know our vision is flawed. We have to measure it.
It's not flawed.
It is.
It's incomplete. What would perfect vision look like? Where you have like a 3D hologram in your brain of what the world is?
Superman vision.
Probably, yeah. Like, you know how in like video games you can just fucking you have like a
Video
fucking
games, man.
graph. You have like
third
yeah,
person.
Turn the video games off, dude.
Are you in a third person shooter or a first person shooter right now?
all I'm saying is if you had
Duke
if you knew
Nukem.
where everything
Yeah,
is in XYZ, that would be perfect, right? I'm not even saying that's possible. I'm just saying you asked me what would perfect be. I'm telling you that is perfect. I could know something where it is in space relative to the origin with precise well up to 32 bits or 64 bits. But yeah.
Okay. But you know what? If you had orthographic vision and I gave you a gun, you would never be able to shoot anything. Because you'd have no perspective. You'd have no idea what the angle of the object is out there in 3D space.
Let me think about that. No,
You don't
that
have
wouldn't
angles.
be right. That wouldn't be right because you would direction is still going to be the same, but you're just not
Direction out
going
of
to
what?
you just can't you just don't have depth perception. That's what orthographic is. You
No,
lose the depth perception.
But it terminates at like your gun is a point, right? It has to terminate at that point, the barrel of your gun.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
The sights through the gun.
The sights of the gun, right? That's
Uh-huh.
where the bullet goes.
Sure, I'm saying you're still pointing in that direction. You just don't know how far it is because you're now orthographically projecting, right? You don't have depth perception.
Yeah, but okay. I mean,
You're
this
still
is
going to
a
be
tough
shooting in that direction.
Okay, but if you saw the world in an orthographic view, when you took your little gun and went to shoot for somebody, you'd miss.
Not true. That's literally what I'm saying. You just don't know how far he is.
No, you don't know the direction.
Not true.
Yes, true. Okay, I'll tell you why it's true because
Bro, in my video game right now, my video game right now, I can have raycasts from my camera down to a point on the plane.
Still in
even with
perspective.
Yeah, that's great, right? That's
That's in
all
orthographic.
fantastic. So
That's so
orthographic is like a blueprint.
Have you ever played a video game like back in the day where everything looks like
Dude, I played Pong, okay? Like,
Sorry.
don't ask me if
You
I
played
played a video
Pong?
game back in the day. I played Pong when it came out.
Okay, well that's in 2D. It doesn't
Are we
work.
speaking past each other? Do you know what orthographic is?
All your games are 2D too. They're just drawn like 3D.
You
No, they're
understand?
simulated in 3D. Yeah, that's a fair point. But
Can you give an example of an orthographic projected view? I don't
Okay.
think you what's being said.
No, I do. An orthographic projection is where your camera, the frustum is it's a cube, right? Or it's a rectangle, or not? Yeah, it's a cube. It's not. They're parallel. These the borders. So everything appears to you like it's the same distance, right? It's not. It's what he said. It doesn't go to a point because you need.
That's right.
Yeah.
But you're the point.
But directions are still the same. The direction that you're pointing at is
Not
still
from your
gonna be
viewpoint, though.
Yes, it is.
Okay, look, you would have a bunch of parallel lines. You're going to be aligned with one of those parallel lines. That will only be your only, like, you don't have a point of view. There is no such thing as a point of view. That's why it's not perspective. Perspective has a point of view, meaning there's a point which the whole 3D image is projected on, which converges.
Not true. Not true, because you can say.
Where
let's
does
say
an orthographic projection converge?
there is no convergence, but you can say I want to shoot a ray. I want to shoot a ray from this XY, right, and then go straight.
Yeah, go straight to where?
Straight to
What do
whatever
you see?
whatever
A
it hits.
square?
Yes, in that I mean, in that case, you're just gonna hit whatever.
I mean, I think I know what the problem here is. Do you know what what the hell is it called? A telecentric lens is?
No.
Okay, so it's a lens that they use in manufacturing that they'll like when they need to precisely measure the part.
Sure.
Okay. There's no perspective. It's an orthographic image with a camera lens. And the reason it works is because the camera lens is the size of the part. So it's a 5mm part. You have a 5mm lens, and it's a parallel projection because the lens is big enough. There is no point projection. or near point, even near point projection. Like you said, frustrum. Say you had a 10 millimeter part and a 5 millimeter lens, you would have a frustrum with a back plane, front plane, right? Where the front plane would be the camera lens of 5 millimeters and the back plane would be the part of 10 millimeters. Now, you could do a calculation and do some, computer-aided fucking correction, but you can just get the telecentric lens and just make it the size of the part and not do any of that. Now, there's some videos on YouTube where people, they make a giant telecentric lens that's like, it's about, 10-inch diameter lens. And they run a train at it on train tracks, and it doesn't even look like it's coming at the camera, even though it is coming right at the camera, because it doesn't have a direction from the observer's point of view. There's no direction that goes to the observer. Everything doesn't converge at the observer.
Sure, that's if your constraint is you can only shoot the ray from the middle or somewhere, but that's obviously not what I'm saying. I'm saying you can choose an XY. You can choose an XY on this square and go forward. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you're saying you can only shoot from fucking 0, let's say that's the middle of the screen, then yeah, you're never gonna hit. You're only gonna
And
be
dude, you
able to hit
can't do
the middle.
any of that on a ball. You can only do all of that in a flat game.
Anyway, this is all whiskey past the graveyard. We don't live in an orthographic. Well, hold on, dude, just one sec. I'm only gonna say this. We don't live in an orthographic world, though. We live in a world of perspective. That's what we see. When we model the sun, moon, earth, all these objects, right, that we see, right, they're supposed to be objects. The mathematics is an observer-centric perspective, all of it. They don't use a globe. They assume that you're a point at the origin of coordinates in astronomy and all these places. All these models are actually observer-centric models. And the only reason they use a sphere is because it's easier to calculate if they assume that you're just a point at the center of the sphere. Anyway, whoever had something to say, go ahead. Okay, then. Have a nice day. Be sure to tip your waitress. So, Radwin, what was the vacuum test he's going to do?
I'm going to drop two things.
He's gonna you first you're gonna, before you ruin your vacuum chamber, first you're gonna put a half a shot glass of water in there, and you're gonna time how long it's gonna be till your vacuum chamber is completely dry. I was gonna say it's about an hour is my guess.
How do I it's like I need a humidity fucking sensor?
No, you'll see. Believe me, you'll see it. You'll see it all over the inside of the vacuum chamber. As soon as it hits a certain point, it goes poof and turns into a cloud. Because when there's no pressure, the water turns into gas. So that's why you can't have gas balls in a vacuum and water balls in a vacuum.
Yeah, it evaporates. So basically, it's gonna condensate.
Yeah,
right,
so
on the side.
Earth can't be a water ball in a vacuum. That's correct.
It's actually sublimation. The water sublimates out of the air that's dissolved in.
Can hear the gears turning in his head.
So, Sauce, if you pay attention to this topic, what you often see is there's two classes of argumentation. There's descriptions of what's actually happening, like what's actually observed, and then there's explanations. Okay? A lot of times people try to pass off the explanation as the description. For instance, solar eclipse. I saw the moon go in front of the sun. That's the explanation. but that's not an accurate description of what was actually seen, because you can't see the sun during the moon during a solar eclipse because it's a new moon. So they never saw the moon at all. This is something you'll see if you're engaged in this topic over and over again. Colberters they'll say they're empiricists, and you'll ask them for evidence, and you'll ask them for data, you'll ask them for experiments, like the one Rabnin just said, gas balls in a vacuum. And all you'll get is an explanation. You'll just get a story. You'll never get the actual data, the actual experiment to back up any of the claims. This happens repeatedly over and over and over and over and over ad nauseum. But science, as you should know, is based upon empirical meaning from experience, observation, or experiment. Technically, just pure observation is not science, but let's just put it under the broad term of science. Okay? Observation and experience, period. That's it.
Hold on. So explain to me why if I see like water droplets on the side of my vacuum chamber, why does that disprove gravity or whatever you're saying?
How come it was held down before you put it in there and remove the air pressure? It was held down by gravity then, but when you remove the air pressure, gravity gave up on it. So is it the air pressure holding it down, or is it gravity holding it down? You decide.
I don't see how that follows. Like because if the water turns into gas, that's what we see even in non like
Yeah, so
in a non-vacuum.
gases are not pulled down by gravity, are they?
Okay, so if I had, let's say, if I
That hurt
had
your
like
brain, didn't it?
Yeah,
not
gears turn again.
not really, but if I had
No,
like
no
a
gears are
color,
turning yet. Okay.
if the water
Well,
is like blue or something, right, and I can see the gas, let's say, what you're saying the gas is gonna what's gonna happen to the gas? You're saying it's gonna
yeah,
rise
let your
or
vacuum
it's gonna fall?
chamber run until it's dry. Yeah, you let it run until it's dry. You don't just turn it on for a second and say, "Oh, I pulled a vacuum." You let that thing go for about an hour.
Mhm.
It'll be bone dry. If
But
not, let it go a couple more minutes. It'll dry up.
Yeah, but there isn't an atmosphere around the container or inside of the container, but surrounding the gas. It doesn't follow.
What the hell does that mean, dude?
Is the
As in there is
atmosphere the container?
Are you telling me
for globally, yeah.
the air turns into some kind of solid container that holds water around a ball then?
Are you saying the gas contains the gas?
I'm
Because
not
the
sure what I'm
atmosphere is
saying.
the gas.
Let me search
I
this
know
up.
you're not sure what you're saying. Yeah, so you're trying to just make up anything. It's like you're panicking now.
No, I'm just trying to follow a train of thought and see where that leads me. Let's see, like
Okay, just
what.
go by the second law of thermodynamics. Gases have infinite degrees of freedom and try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium within their environment. If they're inside a vacuum and there's a barrier and you open the barrier, the gas will expand to fill the available volume and trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium. Gravity has no effect on this process and is nowhere in the kinetic theory of gases or any gas laws. There's just no gravity in any of the formulas because it has no effect on gases. You would need to have gravity in the phase diagrams for the transitions of matter from phases. That gravity would create pressure, which would change, and temperature, which means it would be able to do work. It's like this. The gravity thing is like outside all the physics, dude. It's just its own special category of physics that somehow is immune to all the other physical laws we have.
Just remembered we needed the container for the vacuum.
And remember, do that first before you throw your vacuum chamber out your window and prove nothing by doing that, except you can prove that you're going to break shit.
Bro, I'm not gonna drop a bowling ball. I'll drop like maybe a feather or something else.
He thinks he's going to drop them inside his vacuum chamber, and that's going to prove if they fall at the same time somehow.
Okay, but that's not all elements, is it?
Relevant in the sense that there is something making it fall.
No,
at,
he
like,
said
the
it's
same
not
rates.
all elements that
Oh,
do
not
that.
all. Okay,
So
but yeah,
some
I
of these,
don't, I don't
well,
buy
these,
that video.
well, I mean, you don't buy into the video? What
The
video?
video that you guys showed, right? The Bremen
Drop tower. He
Yeah.
saw that and panicked. He saw that elements don't drop at the same rate in a vacuum. Now he's going to go buy a vacuum chamber and drop his vacuum chamber.
Oh, what I saw was one video.
Yeah, they
that's
kicked him out.
They wouldn't let him do anymore.
Yeah, what is his name? I want to search him up.
In the video, description is a link to his website. He's a German guy.
Well,
there's English translations on the website of everything. He has research papers, all that stuff is on there. He's not the only one that's done this, you know, or something like this. There's another guy who's currently doing it. His name is Sky Darnos, but he's done a different type of setup. So because of air resistance and you have different elements, your elements would have different shapes. What his way around this was to take the elements and stick them inside a basically like a ping pong ball, but it's just a plastic ball with hemispherical cells that snap together. So now you have unified air resistance. The air resistance is the same for every single one. So he takes 1 gram of each element and measures what the rate of free fall is, and it's not the same. It varies by element, and from what he's deduced, that the more neutrons that are in the element, the faster the rate of fall. Now, he has a whole theory behind this, but this is he's a physicist, PhD, all the math, all the crap. He's written 2 books on it. So the equivalence principle was never proven.
Sounds like neutrons are pretty heavy shooting for ground like that.
Like, you can't just have one video and say, "Oh, here."
I just gave you a YouTube channel. He posts his experiments.
But you said that
that
it's
he
not the
does.
exact same. Like, we were talking about repeatable.
It is no.
experiments,
They,
right?
listen. He takes an element, like say a gram of lead, and a gram of iron, and a gram of calcium. Because of their densities are different, they're not going to be identical shapes. So you can't just drop them the way they are as a gram, because they'll have different air resistance. So he solved this by taking them and putting them each in a ball. Now, because they're in the identical kind of ball, they have identical air resistances and identical weights.
This is very dependent on a state of matter. Solid, liquid, gas. Are we dropping gases in
He
vacuums?
controlled all the variables except for the element is what he varied, the element that's inside. Weight is the same, geometric form is the same, air resistance is the same. So everything's the same.
Somehow that okay. All right, let me think about this. You have a container that is the same.
Yes, a
and
ball.
it contains whatever it contains, whether
Contains an
liquid,
element that weighs 1
yeah,
gram.
Right. It doesn't matter if it's solid or whatever because you have this outer shell anyways.
Yes. And he drops it, and he times how fast it takes to fall.
Okay, where is this video?
It's a bunch of videos, so I'll post a link in the side chat to his channel. Tons of videos. He also got talks that he's given at conferences, and you can watch them if you want.
Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard to find that.
His theory is that inertia and gravity are not the same, right? So you had the equivalence principle where inertial mass and gravitational mass are identical. He's saying that that's not true. That the so-called gravitational mass is based upon the number of neutrons inside of an element. Technically, not the number of neutrons. It's a little more sophisticated than that. But the neutron count is the easiest way to tell what it is. But but it's an interaction between the neutrons and the protons. It's not specifically their binding energy, but it's like that.
Is it the neutron count, or isn't it the proton count? I don't want to. I'm not gonna get
Well,
too technical,
according to
but I
him,
think
it's
it
the
is.
neutron count.
All right, let's see this shit.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of experiments in there. Good luck. But I can give you interviews that he's given explaining the principle and his experiments.
Which one's the video? The latest one?
There's a bunch of videos of him doing, dude, they're experiments.
I know, but you're citing him, so I trust you to
want
give
to
me the best one.
every single. Look, I'm citing him. You can watch them at your leisure. I describe them. Okay. All my only point is that the equivalence principle has never been demonstrated experimentally. Remember, I was just saying that we're gonna keep busting up against explanations versus actual descriptions of reality. The experiment is the description of reality. You do an experiment, you measure the metrics or whatever it is you're observing, and you just describe what's happening. That's it. But then there's the explanation of why it happened or how it happened, the story we tell to make it sound better, or whatever reason we do it. Here, let me find a drop test for you.
Forgive me for asking, but what conclusion are we trying to get to or reach?
I don't even know. If you click the videos tab, it's like him just freaking doing experiment after experiment after experiment, man. And some interviews, apparently. Rubber zinc freefall comparison. Lead zinc trials using the same vending machine ball. Rubber zinc trials. I mean,
Yeah, I'll look at them. I'm gonna look at
freefall
this.
experiments, lead versus steel.
Hey,
0.3
what's
millisecond
this
time difference.
experiment going to do for you, dude? What's it going to do for you when you find out that things fall at different rates? What is that going to mean then?
It ain't gonna prove a globe, and it ain't gonna disprove a globe. It isn't gonna do anything. It might be an intellectual curiosity.
I just wanted him to tell me what this actually means.
If they don't fall at the same rate, that means everything. That means gravity is false.
What?
Ugh.
It means that it can't be a globe.
It means you can't pull a perfect vacuum.
It wouldn't mean it can't be a globe.
It does.
In your mind, maybe, but really, no. Things going up and down, really. You think that's going to prove a globe?
No, I need to see like vastly different rates, right? If we're talking about if it falls
0.3
if they
milliseconds
fall,
in like 6 feet.
It's 0.3 milliseconds, the difference?
Yeah, I'll post that one in the chat. I just read it to you.
Wait, let me see. 0.3 milliseconds.
Here, I'll post it in the chat. Hold on. He's not dropping this for stories either. But this, you still didn't tell us how this would, like, you know, I can't even believe I have to defend the freaking globe. This
I don't
wouldn't
think
disprove
0.3 milliseconds is so tiny.
What?
The difference.
Okay,
It would
get on your
mean
computer
we
and give
can't
yourself
create
0.3 give yourself 0.3 milliseconds lag. You tell me.
Bro.
You'll be in here fucking crying, dude.
What are you talking
Dude,
about?
I'm laughing.
We play video games at 30 milliseconds, brother. At 50.
Dude, I played at 900 milliseconds.
No, you didn't.
Over.
How long is a millisecond, Sauce?
A millisecond is a thousandth of a second.
Okay. So when we used to be on dial-up, yes, I used to play at 900 milliseconds. Thank you very much.
Brother, I'm telling you, that's
They
impossible.
wrote way better netcode back then than they do now. Now they write trash.
900 milliseconds? That's almost a second difference.
I know that.
You'd be shooting at shadows, my guy. You'd be shooting at ghosts.
You have to have great anticipation. I could pick people out of the air with the fucking rocket launcher, bro.
0.3 milliseconds? That's the fastest fucking internet connection I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, no.
If you had 0.3 milliseconds,
if you're on
bro.
fiber, you can get down. You can get like less than 1 millisecond.
Yeah, if the fucking server is right next to you.
But listen, it's not a far drop, and that's a huge. If they dropped it from 1,000 feet, it would be like a fucking second difference. So it doesn't matter anyway because it wouldn't prove or disprove the existence of Earth being a ball or not. It doesn't have.
It would mean that it falls within the parameters, the margin of error, because we cannot create.
What's the margin of error? How did they figure out what the margin of error is?
Whatever it is, it's good enough for me because this is such.
How do you know? Well, how do you know? Since you don't know what it is, how do you know that it's good enough for you?
Oh God!
All I'm saying is it's not an open and shut case because literally we cannot create a perfect vacuum. And
do you know
that
if you listen to yourself right now, you're just trying to talk fast and say anything at this point?
No, I'm saying that we cannot create a perfect vacuum, and that gives me like some sort of out, right?
So what are you going to prove? Yeah, what are you going to prove by buying a vacuum chamber then?
You need a container for gas.
I still want to see it for myself, you know.
What? You said you can't create a perfect vacuum, so what are you going to witness?
It would be cool to see fucking feathers fall like without any air resistance.
Feathers
That's one.
fall. No, there's air in there, remember? Plus, feathers are heavier than nothing. So,
Radman, should we really ruin this freaking day of space travel?
Yeah, he needs it done. You go ahead.
You know what happens? Like, you know what it takes to create an ultra high vacuum on Earth?
No.
You need double vacuum chambers, and every time you turn the vacuum on and raise it to that high vacuum, and you open the door again, you need to change the seal. A metal seal. They can't use rubber seals. They have to use metal seals because when they close the door, they bolt it shut, and the metal is soft and it deforms in what do they call it? Cold welds to the other metal, right? So it's basically molecularly sealed at the molecular level. So when they open the door, they got to scrape that shit off, put a new seal on. How do they open and close the door on the ISS, which is a vacuum, which is like 10 to the 11 torr, And the highest Earth vacuum is 10 to the -7 or something. Why aren't they changing these seals? And where is the giant frickin' copper seal that's like 3 feet in diameter that they have in the ISS that they have to replace every time
And I
you
want to
open
know
and
where
shut
they
the
keep
door?
all the spares, and where do they keep all the
That's what I'm
spares
wondering.
all clean and safe?
Do they have them in those little fucking surgical fucking paper things that they keep Band-Aids
No,
in?
they must have it in their MRO room, like up against one of the fences, is all my guess. Hanging.
Well, they can't keep it outside because there's like seaweed and barnacles out there.
Hold on. So
Yeah, so
you're asking what how do they get out of the ISS, right?
no, we're asking how do
When
you
you
open and close the door more than once on there?
Okay, let me see.
how do you just open the door and never close it again?
Hold on, Indio. He's gonna ask AI.
Oh God. I know what the AI is gonna say. NASA is really good at engineering seals.
Well, it's NASA. What do you think? I mean, does he know that NASA is a spy agency now?
Oh shit. Did you tell him?
No. I thought
Someone
somebody else would have told him by now. You know that, dude. NASA is now a spy agency, right?
Officially.
Officially, on paper.
Yeah, that's what.
What?
Do you think we're joking? No, there's an executive order. You can go read it on whitehouse.gov.
So now, when you say you believe what NASA says, that means you believe in what the KGB tells you, basically.
Remember Airplane when he like the Russian dude is reading the freaking news? There's like a gun off the screen, like pointed at his head. You see like an arm certain up the side of the screen, force him to read whatever on the news.
Yeah.
Could you repeat your assertion? What was the problem?
Changing the
Where-
seals.
Changing the seals.
Yeah, when you change the seals on a vacuum chamber, so you have a reverse vacuum chamber. The vacuum's on the outside, the air's on the inside, as opposed to the air on the outside and vacuum on the inside. So it's just the reverse of the problem. You have the same problem. So ultra high vacuum, we know from manufacturing what it takes to create one and what it takes to use one in industrial enterprise. So we know that if you want to open it up, you need to replace the seal every single time it's opened.
Why?
Because because when you close it, there's a metal seal. It's metal, like copper. And when you close it, it deforms. Okay? And cold welds to one side and deforms on the other side. When you open it up, you can't get it to redeform the same way. It's a one use only. You can't use rubber because the rubber outgasses and decays in vacuum. So they have to use, and it also don't make as good a seal. So have to use metal.
So what they're saying is there's
I
actually
can show you a
not that
video from a
much.
vacuum manufacturer. I mean,
They're saying there's not
in my
much
opinion.
pressure on the ISS. They're saying there's not as much pressure on the door. It's only about about 1 atmosphere, which is basically like on Earth. So
Well, yeah, but yeah, if it's 1 atmosphere on Earth, why don't they just use the same seal that they use on the ISS on Earth to make their vacuum chamber?
It's the same pressure values. It's the same problem.
No,
I don't
it's in
understand.
space, so it's way different,
You're
dude.
are
Don't
you
you know
not
that?
are you not saying that because the pressure is so high that the material gets deformed? Is that not what you're saying?
No,
No,
so
it gets deformed when they close the door.
Yeah.
The steel does. But when you reopen the door, now that steel is no good and you need to replace it.
But what? But
Where are the
it'll only get
replacement seals? You would need 3-foot diameter replacement seals because the fucking hole is 3 feet in diameter.
But
wouldn't this also apply to the doors on the Apollo landers?
Yes. It would apply to any fucking thing that's in vacuum that you have a door that you have to shut and open. And there's cold welding problems. In a vacuum, when you touch 2 metals together, they'll cold weld together and you'll never get them apart again. This is a known phenomenon, man. This isn't like new shit, man.
Okay, what is this phenomenon called?
Cold welding.
Cold welding. All right, thank you. You're saying this happens on the ISS? Yes or no?
No, it should happen on the ISS, but the ISS is fake, so no, it doesn't happen on the ISS.
Okay, so it should. Okay, listen.
you've got, in both situations, you've got a door that separates 1 atmospheric pressure from an ultra high vacuum. Whether it's on Earth or up in the sky, inside or outside, the door is still separating the 2 things: the ultra high vacuum from the 1 standard atmospheric pressure. Now,
I hear you.
Cool. Talking a lot about containers, but you figure out that door problem.
No, I know what you're saying. You're basically, he was saying that you put a vacuum chamber in a vacuum, or I mean, you put whatever in a vacuum chamber, and it should, yeah. You put a shuttle in a vacuum chamber, it should cold weld, or that's what you're saying. We observe here on Earth, right?
I'm saying when they touch metals.
Yeah.
Together,
It should
when you're
cold
doing on a
weld.
little spacewalk or when the ships touch each other, they should cold weld together. Okay, there's a video of ultra high vacuum, and what they say, you can listen to the lady. This is a ultra high vacuum manufacturer saying what needs to be done. They're one-time use, the seals. You open the little hatch, you can never use it again. That means you got to have seals on hand to replace every time you open the door. Open the door, go outside. Oh shit, we need to replace the seal right now before we can even shut the fucking door.
Will this happen in my vacuum, or must this be like a super vacuum?
No, it has to be like ultra high vacuum. That's like 10 to the -5, 10 to the -6 torr in that vicinity. But the ISS is something like 10 to the 11 or something. 10 to the 9.
So like in between then.
We can't even make the vacuum of where that thing operates. We can't make that vacuum on Earth.
Hold on, you said 10 to the what for an ultra
10
vacuum?
to the 9 or 10 to the 11, somewhere in
But
there.
the ISS in outer space, you're saying
the
it's
10
like
to the
more.
9. That's the 10 to the 9, 10 to the 11 torr. On Earth, the largest vacuum we can pull a 10 to the -9 for a very brief period of time for like making microprocessors, but it's for a very brief period of time, on the order of fucking like 2 or 3 minutes. But the typical ultra high vacuum that can be maintained is like 10 to the -6.
Deep space is supposed to be
NASA.
Look, there's this thing called outgassing. So when you manufacture things on Earth, right? There's gases, right? We got the air and air pressure. Say we make a piece of metal and we forge it. Inside that metal are dissolved gases. When you pull a vacuum with that thing inside it, those dissolved gases, they come out of the metal and they cause it's called spillation. And you'll have a bunch of fucking holes in it. Well, that ain't no good if you want something structurally sound in outer space so you don't fly apart from the ultra high vacuum. So you have to pre-treat all this stuff before you can even expose it to vacuum. But how do you pre-treat it before you even get it into the vacuum? There's a big question. How did I pre-treat the entire ISS with an ultra high vacuum at high or in a vacuum at high heat to get rid of all the dissolved gases, and then stopping that process and then going to space? Did I fucking saran wrap it? Did I put them in big Ziploc bags? Like, did I vacuum seal? Like, what did I do? How did you even do this?
Oh, that's a massive problem for all space travel. You start talking about moon buggies with rubber on the moon. You want to talk about Tesla and his car and his showpiece of throwing his Tesla's car into space. The amount of outgassing that all of these things would take place. Yeah, good point, India.
Yeah, the fucking Tesla would have exploded, dude. You would have just saw fucking seat foam flying everywhere. It wouldn't even be seat foam anymore. It would just be freaking a raggy piece of freaking polyurethane. So, Sauce, foam is dissolved bubbles inside of like polyurethane or polyvinyl or PVC even. Right? It's just it's bubbles that are dissolved in there, but they're dissolved in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Each bubble, each little teeny microscopic bubble is in there at 15 pounds of pressure per square inch. Thousands and thousands and thousands of them. You fly your Tesla into space. Now that fucking seat with the polyurethane foam, all those bubbles want to expand into the available fucking vacuum. The fucking goddamn seats would have exploded. Never mind the plastic fucking, because also the plastic has dissolved gases. All this stuff has dissolved gases in it, and they would all explode. In ultra high vacuum, the vacuum they say it is.
Yeah, but that's assuming you're not protected from the vacuum.
Well, I mean, the Tesla that Musk says he launched into space was not protected from the vacuum.
He just rolled it out of the parking lot. That's
He
what
said they didn't do anything to it.
Yeah, that was the claim, wasn't it? Didn't do anything, just took it out of the warehouse and chucked it into space.
You have to look at this foam you're talking about then.
Foam? You've never seen foam, like for a seat?
Well, I have to search up the material. You said
Okay,
poly something?
It could be polyurethane foam. Like, just open like closed cell foam, man.
I mean, look, we got to get specific, right?
You never seen like polyester foam?
I don't own a fucking Tesla.
You own a pillow. Do you have a rock for a pillow or something?
If you want to get specific, just understand that what outgassing is. We can be specific about that. And then we're just going to have to look at all of the things that are apparently said to be thrown into the vacuum of space. Now, a little bit of discernment will help you understand that things like rubber, foam aren't going to do very well in vacuums just because of the phenomenon of outgassing. They're not going to be very good for, well, let's put it like this. If your life depends on it, now fuck up. So back to the door.
I just posted an image, dude. This is foam for upholstery. That's what's in a car seat.
Yeah, you're saying that in a vacuum, it's all just gonna expand outwards, right?
That foam is just bubbles.
Yeah.
Okay, Source.
If you take one of these and stick them in a vacuum chamber, they'll freaking expand. Same way as a marshmallow. You can actually probably look at that on YouTube, right? Put marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
I'm gonna search up this Tesla video.
Not the one that's real, because it looks so fake.
What's up, Matrix? Sorry to cut you off like that.
Well, actually, you said exactly what I was going to say. Go and stick a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah. Dude, I want to try that though. I bet you I'd eat the fucking marshmallow.
It's a shame they don't stay big. Put them in the vacuum chamber, expand them
that's
out.
right. They shrink.
That'd be
Lame.
freaking mint, wouldn't it?
Well, I guess you can be like that astronaut, like be in the vacuum chamber with the marshmallow and try to eat it before you pass out.
Best of
You can
luck.
be like, my tongue, the water was boiling up his tongue. Is that what he said? He could
Yeah,
feel
in
his
that
tongue
article.
sizzling or something, he said.
Yeah, in the article where they stuck him, the actonaut in the vacuum chamber, they claimed that he could feel it before he passed out. It was one of the last sensations he could feel was the moisture coming off of his tongue.
Yeah, it's a convertible, and the seat doesn't appear. Everything seems to be fine. It's a car.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
of
the
course.
problem.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just stating that is what I'm observing here.
Do you remember the event? Probably about 10, 15 years ago now, right?
Really? Wow. Nah, dude. What are you doing?
I think it was 7 years ago, maybe.
Oh wow.
We're
Yeah,
not that
okay.
old, dude. Please don't
Yeah,
put us in
time
the
is
grave
going
yet.
fast, man. Yeah, that's true.
There's your proof for time dilation.
Proof of time dilation is marshmallows in a vacuum chamber?
What?
I don't know. I just heard there's your proof of time dilation.
Well, that's me dilating 7 years into 10 to 15.
Oh, that was the time dilation? Isn't
Yeah,
that
yeah,
time?
yeah.
Well, I mean,
As you get older, time goes faster.
I was just giving him shit, bro.
time is just an illusion, man. Want to buy some grass?
All right, it was nice chatting. I'm gonna take everything into consideration. I'll be back. I'll fucking yeah.
All
I'll
right.
be back. Peace.
Space is fake. Bye.
Yeah, I'm going to take everything into consideration. I'm going to do a hard reset, and I'm going to come back with the same stupid questions tomorrow. Peace, guys.
But after he cries himself to sleep.
He cries himself and doesn't get any sleep.
Which will be before he wakes up tomorrow morning and Googles everything. Yeah.
Well, I mean, he was a good sport. Even though I don't think, I think he was half, not paying attention as they always do because they always do.
I got far too many Australians in the chat. I see Timbo's joined us as well. What the fuck's going on, man? It's good to see you.
Timbo.
Nah, might not be near his mic.
Well, that's fine. What's up, Timbo? Good to see you. Glad you're around. Heard you, I don't know, a couple weeks ago. So, yeah.
There you go, inside chat. He's in a noisy area.
Oh, that's fine. I just want to say what up. You don't have to say anything.
No, don't be like that. Stuff him. Get on the microphone, you big girl's blouse. You start typing. Shut up, Suit.
I like Josh's new name. That's quite cool. 150 space oil salesman. I can't speak this morning.
Come on, man. Your snake oil. It's got to be 201 proof. It has to be a proof that doesn't exist.
He just changed it from 150 to 666. That's kind of funny.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Nirab Roy, welcome.
How's it going?
Yeah, try taking that thing off your face, and then you'll be able to talk properly.
So what's going on, T-Dub? We're ever so patiently waiting for Roland his Globetard to post something stupid.
Oh, I see. Why isn't he in the site? Why isn't he in the VC?
I don't know. Every now and then you'll see the little typing thing pop up, and it's been going on for. When did I first see it? Going back.
Mm-hmm.
54 past the hour is when he first started typing. He hasn't actually posted anything yet. Hey, King.
Hello.
I know you can hear me. Yeah, hi. We can
Yeah,
hear you.
I can hear you.
Fancy that.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. What do you think we live on? Is it planar with topography, also known as
Oh, let's
flat,
start with
or
that, brother.
is it a ball tard?
God knows. Yeah.
You don't know.
Who knows? I'd love to listen to some arguments. I would hate to be a part of it.
Why would you hate to be a part of it?
Too much arguing.
You don't have to argue. You just have to ask questions.
Well, that's how it should be, right? Ideally, that's right.
So, which one do you think you
But
live on,
that's
mate?
not. Yeah, but I'll still away from it. I'd lovely listen to someone. But
Yeah, we are. We're listening to you.
it's all right. I'd be a spectator. I'll see
Well,
if
there's not
it's
much to
interesting.
spectate. You can answer the questions and be straight in. Front row seat.
Yeah. Well, I'll wait for someone.
You are that someone. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, maybe one day. Who knows? So much
Well,
hate
how
around
about
there.
we? Not much hate.
No, I'm not saying
Yeah.
about you. Just saying.
So outside of your mobile phone, your television, and your computer,
Mhm.
have you ever seen the curvature?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry.
Aside from your mobile phone, your television, and your computer, have you ever seen the curvature?
Oh no, maybe I have. I don't really think about that.
Maybe you have.
Yeah, maybe I have. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe it wasn't a curvature. But yeah. I'd say no. But
So
what
you
does that
haven't.
mean? Yeah.
Well, it's just to give you something
Yeah.
to think about.
Yeah, let's assume that it's no, right? So
Well, we don't want to do any assumptions. We're just, straightforward here.
let's see. All right. So you really want me to be the part of it? I don't have the chance to spectate.
Well, you're in here. You might as well enjoy yourself.
Well, yeah. I'll try to.
So,
That's where I'll
you
hear.
haven't seen the curvature. Isn't that interesting? How you haven't seen any curvature away from all those digital devices. Very interesting,
Right,
that, isn't it?
right. Yeah. Well,
Why
I
do you think
haven't
that
seen a
is?
hippo in my
It's
life.
supposed to be a ball, so it's supposed to be a oblate spheroid, but yet away from those devices, no one's ever seen the curvature.
I don't know if no one has seen it, but I can speak for myself. I hate generalization. I haven't seen the curvature.
Well, all the ones I've asked so far haven't seen it.
Well, maybe. I'm not the one to judge.
See that question that I've just asked you? We've had people flip out when I ask them that question.
So it's hard for me to flip out. You might not like my opinion. It's alright. I love you, dude. It's okay.
Well, it's subjective. Your
It is
opinion's your
subjective,
opinion.
right.
It will be
Exactly.
different from other people's due
But
to
it's
where you were brought up from, religious reasons, where you work. Everyone's got their own opinions on specific subject matter.
exactly.
But
you
there's no
see,
reason to
not
have a
many
meltdown over
people.
such a simple question. And
Not
not
many
you, but
people.
other people have.
Yeah. I don't worry. I get it. I've been in those VCs. I've been in veganism and stuff, and they ask provocative questions, and well, it's alright if it happens here. I don't blame no one. It's okay. I'm just saying, not many people understand what's subjective and what's objective, and it's quite a problem out here. But it's okay.
So why is it you think they push the ball agenda?
No idea. Why would they do that?
Well, that's what you learned at school, same as me.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no measured curvature. No one sees the curvature. But yet we're all told it's curving. Like, that's some crazy ass shit there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But why do they do that, in your opinion?
That's
Who's
what I'm asking
benefiting?
you.
I have
Why
no
do they
idea.
do that?
No idea. I don't know who's benefiting from this. If it is a lie, then why would they benefit from it? Who's benefiting from it? Do you have any assumption, any idea?
Well, depending on the person pushing the information. So let's grab your second class school teacher. They told you it was a ball tard. Do you really think some random school teacher is going to benefit from this shit? No. Maybe they get to keep their job because they're pushing the curriculum, because they're just doing what they were told to do. But outside of that, I don't really think your school teacher is going to get much out of it. But then there's companies like NASA, for example,
Mm-hmm.
who are making probably $60+ million a day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be a pretty tidy incentive to keep the story going.
Mm-hmm. So you think that's like they're taking a financial
Mate, I'll be honest
advantage?
with you. If you wanted to pay me $68 million a day, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, I'm probably going to retire after day 1.5 because I'm going to get bored. But, yeah.
Well, NASA has thousands of employees, and do you think all of them are just getting paid to push the fake agenda, in your opinion?
Do you think all of NASA's employees know everything about the entirety of the operation and functioning of all of NASA? For example, the guy that's at the top, number one, the boss, do you think he knows where the shithouse rolls get stacked? No. And on the flip side, do you think the janitor that stacks the shithouse rolls knows what the boss is doing? No. It's very compartmentalized. So everyone has their own specific job. There's people there that just do spreadsheets all day. There's people there that drill holes into little triangle shapes, and then they pass them on to the guys that drill holes into the square shapes, who pass them on to the guys that fit them together. Everyone's got their own specific jobs, and I'm probably very comfortable in betting that they don't know what the next guy's doing.
Well, yeah, this idea works everywhere, though, kind of. I mean, not everywhere, of course, but most of the enterprises. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
I get it. Okay. $260 this is going. God Lord.
That's only short, that one.
That's like nearly 11 days. God damn it. Okay. Probably because of the bots, dude. Okay.
No, they get moved
all right.
to other channels.
What was it?
The bots get moved.
Oh, I see. Yeah. I thought those are like ones you have here.
Yeah, we
But,
have them here.
They're
and
not
we
all.
have them
They're
in
not
other
always
spots.
in here.
I see. Yeah, I get that now. Yeah. Is there a map though, like a flat Earth map? Any? There are probably lots of versions of it. But is there the one you agree with, or?
Well, being that I'm not into cartography, as long as it gets me down the street to buy my fish and chips, I'm quite happy with that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean every map, right, is flat, and an Earth map or a segment of Earth, right? So every map is a flat Earth map.
Well, yeah, it's a map. You can't put a globe on the map. It's kind of distorted, right?
Yeah, barely anybody claims to even use a globe projection map for doing anything apart from like projecting like populations or weather patterns on it or things like that. But I mean, like they're not using it to for hey, I'm lost. I better look at this globe projection. Nobody's doing that. They're all local cartography made maps that people use for like getting to places.
Yeah, but is there the one you agree with? Nothing like that.
The issue with maps. All right, I'm about to go. The issue with maps is every single map has its own specific purpose. If you have a look in the side chat, I just posted up a page there with a whole pile of maps on it. I think there's 200 and something, maybe. I don't know. There's a heap on there. They all have a very specific function. If you use a map outside of that correct function, don't be surprised if you get lost. So, yeah, asking me, do I have a map? Yes, I have lots of maps. As long as they're used for their intended purpose, then they're all good. There's no, this one is better than the next one, because the next one has a different purpose. And just as a quick example, where is map? Where's the magnetic field one? Get on here. Right. Just to show you a different style of map.
Mm-hmm.
The one that I've just posted now is all based off magnetic fields. And look how it distorts all the countries. See? Using the wrong tool for the wrong job, not a good idea. But most of the maps will suffice for what we do. Anyways, gents, I'm going to go to squash. Have yourselves a great afternoon, and I'll be back later.
See you.
No worries, Matrix. Good luck. Squash. Yeah, look, man, look. It's not what we're claiming anyway. Like, we're not claiming, like, hey, look, this is what Earth looks like. We've mapped it all out and everything. Like, this is how everything works. Yeah, no, we're not claiming that anyway. So what we're saying is that we're told that the Earth is a sphere with a radius value of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers, and that would necessitate the surface of large bodies of water to be curving at a particular rate, around about 8 inches per mile squared, and that would also you'd have a horizon distance of 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But when we go out to test the surface of water, it doesn't have that. That doesn't have those qualities. It just So the measurements just come back as the surface of water being planar, flat. So that's all we're saying. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not claiming to know everything about the Earth. Its length, width, depth, height, how high you can go, any of that. It's not cosmology. We're not saying it's an outer space pizza planet disk, floating in the universe. We're not saying that either. That's not what we claim. So
is your claim that the Earth is flat, or is it that the Earth is not round, spherical?
turbulent with waves, right, and ripples and waves. And then there's land, there's topography, right? So you've got hills and valleys and mountains. There's rough terrain, but overall, that's all spread out horizontally.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, we are saying essentially the same. It's flat. Yeah.
Okay.
We're saying both. It's not a globe, and the measurements show us our experience, our measurements, and our practical use of the surface of the Earth all indicate that, is evidence of, proof of the fact that it's planar, not curving. It's not a ball. It's also not spinning and moving until you can tell us, show us a measurement of its motion or some sort of other empirical, data.
All right.
So yeah, the reason that the Earth seems flat is because it is flat. And the reason it seems like it's not moving is because it's not moving.
I guess I'll join later. See you guys. Good luck.
Okay, mate. Catch you later.
Oh, yawa man siguro.
Hello. Hello, anybody there? Hello. Why are you silent, man? Hello. Is anybody there?
round 2. Hello? I. Oh shit, this is your coach. Have you managed to develop this? I'm also ringing. Learn about your contract end date. It's May. Oh, holy shit.
Welcome. Welcome. Oh, he ran away. Hey, Alex, let's go, man. Hello to our new person. Who's got the Moonlight? Click on your microphone, Moonlight. You can talk to us. You have no mic. What happened? Did someone steal it? No, I mean, I'm not using mic right now. All right. How are you going to practice your English if you're not using your mic? So, Moonlight, do you believe in a spherical Earth? Or are you a flat earther? Do you believe that the Earth is a sphere? Or do you believe the Earth is flat? Oh. Why do you believe it's a sphere? What happens in your life that says, yep, I know it's a sphere because of, well, you have to drive your car a certain way, or what is the reason you believe it's a sphere? So you think you live on a sphere because of gravity? Okay, that's interesting. Maybe for the next question, what is gravity? You think gravity keeps planets in orbit? Right. So, on one hand, gravity makes us stick to stuff, and on the other hand, gravity makes us stay away from stuff. I don't think that's right. Hey, King. Welcome back.
Hello, mate. Yeah, sorry, had to leave.
Oh, that's all right. We don't expect everyone to be strapped in front of their computer every day, all day.
Yeah, dude. That's a good point.
You wouldn't believe this.
Can't believe it.
Contrary to popular beliefs, some flat earthers actually have jobs and shit that we've got to go
No
to.
way.
I
Must be
know, it's
shitting
out there,
me.
isn't it? I thought you'd like that.
Earth is a globe.
Here we go. Oh, did he just dump and run? He's
That's
a
a hit
coward.
and run, dude. That's a hit
It
and
was
run. That's
Mansky. He's a known
little
offender.
drive-by.
Yeah.
What does boosting a server do? What's this, dude? What's server booster? What does it do?
If you buy a boost for the server, you get so many boosts, and it allows the server to do different things depending what their level is. So I think it's the first one where they can actually do something is about 7 or 8. So once you get about 7 or 8 people that donate a boost, all of a sudden then you can unlock things, features like your ability to upload more information. So on a non-boosted server, you might have a 200 meg cap. On a boosted server, it might go up to 500. I'm not sure what the numbers are, but it jumps up a fair bit. You get at higher levels, you get games and stuff. There's a whole heap of just handy little things that it helps out with.
Oh, I see. More events, more activities and stuff, right? Okay. So literally boosting.
Yeah, and an ability to share larger files.
Oh, I see. All right. No, that's one. Okay.
That's why a lot of servers will have a special role for those that have boosted that server, so others know that you're a decent person.
I see. So that's why. Okay. I thought it's just cosmetical, but I see now. There is a purpose.
Yeah, I suppose Discord's going to try and make money somehow.
Oh yeah. People love gifting nitros, dude.
How's it going anyway, guys? Hey, Jedi. Hey, Matrix, how'd your squash go?
I didn't actually play tonight. I just refereed, which was good. So, yeah, nice. Casual.
Oh, cool.
Wednesday nights is casual squash, so, yeah. So go down, have a laugh, take the piss out of each other. I get called fat because I'm not running. I call them lazy because they don't run. Yeah, it's all good.
Referee. What do you referee?
Squash.
Squash.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with that. Let me Google that.
It's like racquetball, I guess.
Yep.
Ah, I see.
Racquetball with a smaller ball that doesn't want to bounce.
Who had that idea, dude? Whose idea was that? Oh, okay. Oh, it's against the wall, right? Or something. What's this? It's against the wall.
Yes, against the wall. Yeah, it's fast paced. Yeah, it's a good game, but you got to be energetic.
Yeah. So it's 1v1. Is it competitive like 1v1 or is this teams?
You can have doubles, can't you, Matrix?
Yep. There's actually the doubles courts are slightly bigger, but when you play doubles on a normal court, it's good fun. Make sure you got your safety glasses on.
Oh yeah, I can feel someone getting smashed with a racket. Is it popular out there, this sport?
It used to be very popular in the late 70s, early 80s, and it sort of died off in the mid 90s. In Australia, it died off pretty much overnight. There was an advertisement on TV about people keeping fit and heart attacks and things like that, and they happened to mention squash in it. And a lot of people used to drink and smoke and do all sorts of bad things and still play squash. And basically overnight the numbers halved when that advertisement came out, and that was in the early 90s. And then what sealed the deal was in 96. Squash was in the running to be put into the Olympics, and we lost to beach volleyball. So naturally, I don't like beach volleyball. It's a great spectator sport, but sucks as a sport. So yeah, and I think they're finally getting it happening now. So we're only quite a few years too late.
They have to put in one new sport every time the Olympics goes round. I'm sure there's room enough for sports. I used to play squash. Used to really enjoy it.
Yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah, man.
If your eyes are good and you've got a really good reaction time, then yeah, get in there. If your eyes are shit and you can't see, best of luck to you.
Yeah, that was definitely a game that I could only play when I was younger. I'm not playing that shit now. Fucking hell. That's hot.
The funny part is where I live, the number one player in the town where I live is actually 51, 52.
Wow.
Crazy.
I hate him already.
I thought you'd like that too.
All right then. I have what 30 years to master it. I'll get there.
Well, I hope you started playing when you were about 6-year-old.
Oh yeah, I missed that part.
I started when I was what, 11 and a half, 12.
Like 20. What's the difference? Whatever.
She used to play a lot of sports when you're younger, Matrix.
Yeah, used to play soccer or football. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's fine.
It all depends on where you are. Everyone's got their own name for it. Used to do little athletics. Played soccer for years, and played what were we A grade from under 11s, 12s, 13s, 14s, 15s, 16s.
Did you play cricket?
No, I never got into cricket.
Okay.
So yeah, played soccer for a while, then switched over to squash. Mainly because on sports day you could pick what sports you wanted to do, and the squash courts weren't far from my house. So we'd catch the bus from school to squash, and then I could just walk home. So it was a pretty good convenience thing. And then the oldies got sick of driving me to soccer because they had to take turns and take other kids, and it was just shit. So they sort of went, you know what, you can just play squash. That'd be great. And so yeah, I've sort of played that. Worked out cheaper for them. So and the first racket I got, I won. Won it in a bloody raffle. So used to use mum and dad's old little lollipop rackets. I grab hold of those things now, and you need to put your shoulder out of shit. They're so heavy compared to the 110 gram or 115 gram thing I've got now.
Have you ever heard of a game called pickleball?
Yes.
Yeah, that seems to have gained a lot of popularity over the last maybe 10 years or so. It's been really popular in, say, Germany and Scandinavian countries for ages, but it seems to have broadened out recently. It's a really good game. I really like it.
Very good social sport, that one.
Yeah.
But a few of the squash boys are talking about taking it up just so we can go down and smack the crap out of a few wannabes. With what we're used to speed-wise. And then playing that, yeah, one of the lads said he's given it a go, and he said he just dominated the court. He said the other guys had no chance.
I saw a variation of squash the other day. They didn't. They weren't using squash rackets. They were like using these. I don't know. You don't want to look
Sawn-off squash rackets, stumpy little ones.
No, they were like long tubes, like a little bit like lacrosse rackets. Where you had where the net wasn't taut, it wasn't tight or anything, so you kind of caught it and then relaunched it. It's the same type of thing, but the room that it was in was like maybe 2-3 times larger than a squash court, but the ball's slightly bigger as well. But yeah, the thing that they were launching or kind of launching the ball with, it wasn't like a standard racket, man. It looked like a piece of like plastic guttering or tubing or something. It's weird.
Right.
But yeah, same type of thing as squash, just the racket was different and the room was bigger.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I didn't catch the name of it, dude. I wish I had now.
Very good.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how
I'll
did you
just
go?
go on.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just going to ask King how we went earlier, having a chat to T-Dog.
Yeah.
Well, you came back, so he didn't scare you too much.
Oh yeah, I wasn't really available at the time, and I did give him a bit of a spiel, and then I guess he didn't really have any more questions, and it was a bit quiet. So he said, he said goodbye, and he'll come back later, and here he is.
Ah, well, that's all right then.
Yeah, dude. True to my word. Yeah, just Dean's office called me. I need to do something. That's why I kind of left so quick.
I was wondering if Moonlight's there. Do you understand what I mean by that, Moonlight? Never mind. It's all good.
Yeah, it's probably a no.
Hey, are we discussing flat Earth here?
Yes.
Yes.
And sports we used to do as children, but mainly flat Earth.
Oh man, I was just talking to my son about this play on the basketball court with a tennis ball. We had all of these rules made up, points for a one-hand catch. Like we had teams on either side. We throw this tennis ball, but you'd have to aim for the board or the hoop, right? There was points for hitting the board, hitting the little square in the middle, getting it through the hoop, but you'd catch it off. Like if you caught it before it hit the board, one-handed, was 100 points. Both hands, 50 points. If you caught it after it hit the board, it was so many points. Like this was a complex game. It was like incorporated cricket and tennis and basketball all in one, man. It was so much. Right, like I want to be able to like get it in the history books as being an activity, like a sport. Like it can't be forgotten, bro. It can't die. Like kids should be playing it today.
The only one sport I thought was hardcore years ago was when I was in Scouts. Our Scout hall was about the size of a netball court or basketball court. So at each end was a hoop. The only rules were to score a point, ball must go into hoop. And it didn't matter a shit how it got there. You could just pick it up and launch it, or you could pick someone else up and carry them and throw them through the hoop. No one gave a shit as long as that ball went through the hoop. Oh man, it was rough. People busted heads and all sorts of shit, eh?
It's like basketball and football in one.
Well, it was called Basket Brawl.
Basket Brawl. I like it.
But yeah, we're mainly talking about flat Earth. Did you have any questions about the subject?
Me?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't catch your name. What was it?
Jersey.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
Earth flat?
Yes, it is. It's measured that way.
So it's like a plate. If we walk off that plate, we're gonna fall.
No. I just said it was flat. I didn't tell you what shape it was. I didn't make a claim to the edge of reality and what would happen there or not. I just said it was measured flat. All of the known world, the waters on it specifically, is measured to lay horizontal upon the surface. So therefore, the known world that we know about is measured flat. The world that we're told is sphere. It's not that. I don't know about any edge, dude.
Okay.
Anything else?
No. I wanna know, what do you feel like when people call you stupid for that?
I laugh. I've been doing this for over 10 years now, dude. Short conversation, I realise that's mainly projection. Most people come into this conversation not knowing what they're talking about. Then they come and speak to flat earthers, and then firstly they get educated about their own position because we used to hold the same position as they did too. And then we have to explain logic to them. But yeah, it's like water off a duck's back, dude. Why?
Hello.
It's my
Based
first
of
time talking to a
opinion
flat
you
earther.
Oh,
based
hello.
opinion of you.
Pardon?
Do you know about Vsauce?
Visas.
Vsauce.
Oh, Vsauce.
Vsauce.
Mutual, but I thought he was talking about visas, the things you need to get from country to country. No, Vsauce from YouTube. Yeah, we know all about him. Yeah.
I think he also believes in Earth being flat, right?
Vsauce. Really? Are you sure?
No, I don't think so.
Why would you say that?
Who discovered this fact that Earth was flat?
Discovered it. It's an ancient known fact. Right? We've always understood, from our understanding of the world around us, that it appears flat and stationary. So we
Was it
discovered.
Vasco da Gama?
What's that about karma?
Vasco da Gama. He was a Portuguese mariner, explorer, nobleman.
Yeah. Also the name of a team in South America. But yeah, okay. What about him? He discovered what?
He discovered that Earth was a sphere.
How?
He made a journey
Did
around the
he
Earth.
did he come back to where he started from?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. How do you come back to where you started from, do you think? If you, for example, were standing at the front door of your house and you walked around your house to your front door, you'd have travelled in a circle, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Cool. So he discovered the Earth was a sphere because he travelled in a circle?
You have a point.
Hmm. Please feel free to ask any questions you have.
Yes, I'm trying to connect the dots.
We start with the surface of the Earth and how it's measured. Water is measured to lay horizontal over the distances that we can measure, and that should show curvature. Right? We're trying to measure for the curvature where it is, and we don't. That's the basic claim, right? The Earth's a sphere. It should be curved upon the surface. It isn't, so therefore it can't be a sphere. We demonstrate that fact by measuring the surface of the Earth. Water takes up 70% of the surface of the Earth, so we're told. So if water lays horizontally upon the surface and it's 70% of the surface of the Earth, it can't be a sphere. So if we want to start, we start with the surface of the Earth.
Okay, let me ask my overlord. His name is ChatGPT.
And peace be upon him. Yeah.
I like our Overlord better. His logic is far superior to ChatGPT.
Yeah, but that's because he's from the future, dude. So it's kind of cheating.
Yeah, true. But still.
Alright, guys, I'll migrate through VCs a bit. See you guys.
Welcome back anytime, man. See you soon.
Who introduced you to the fact that Earth is flat?
It's not like it was one individual person. It was a progression over time of slowly, and I didn't even realize at the time, asking the question about what we all think is a foregone conclusion, right? That the Earth is a planet in the solar system, blah, blah, blah. I never thought that this could be questioned until I came across knowledge that showed that this could be questioned. It wasn't an individual person. But it primarily starts off with questioning the narrative about the Earth being a sphere and questioning your own experiences upon the Earth. For example, how far you can see. Now, we're told, for example, and we should understand this logically, that if you're standing on a curved surface, eventually over the distance of a curved surface, you're not going to be able to observe an object, say a distant mountain, because the curved surface will be in the way. Now, this is kind of where I started with long distance observations, because the long distance observations show that we see, first of all, well beyond that physical limitation of a supposed curvature of the Earth, and two, we never actually see any curvature of the Earth, that being the horizon. So it wasn't one individual, it was kind of just opening my mind to I was going to say a new way of thinking, but no, it's more of rethinking about foregone conclusions. Primarily, what's going through your mind right now.
Mhm.
Would you mind if I asked you something?
Go ahead.
How do you know the Earth is a sphere, a planet? How do you know that personally yourself?
My teacher told me when I was 7, I guess.
Yeah. So you were told, right? You were told the Earth is a planet and it does this, that, and the other. I'll ask you
Yes.
the question again. How do you know through your personal first-hand experience, without anybody turning around and telling you that it's a planet, that the Earth is a planet, a sphere? How do you personally know?
I mean, I believe the story where Vasco da Gama went around the earth and came back to that same place where he started from.
Yeah, so that's somebody else. I'm asking you. What
Well,
what
I don't
personal
have any personal experiences.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point, right? So all of everybody's experience is that the Earth is flat and that it is stationary. We need somebody else to come along, an authority, for example, to tell us what the actual truth is, right? That the Earth is a planet, even though it's outside of our experience. So the next thing comes across as, okay, so if they're telling me, for example, your teacher told you that the Earth was a planet, how did they prove that to you? So what proof was given to you that the Earth was a planet? Now, you've already given me, well, Vasco da Gama, he sailed around the world. And up until a few moments ago, that you thought that sailing around, you could only do that on a sphere. Obviously, understanding that a circle is a two-dimensional shape and you can travel in circles and end up where you started. So, what other information or proof do you think that you were given that the Earth was a planet?
I don't think there is any besides that, but I was introduced to when I
What
was
are you
a
talking
child.
about?
But there must be more proofs as well, right? What do you think of the pictures of Earth we get from outside the Earth, from maybe space station? If someone captures a picture, it does look like a sphere, right?
Yeah, I'll give you this. If we just take an image at good faith, it shows the Earth to be a sphere. That means that over the surface of the Earth, I or you or anybody, if we had the right tools, should be able to measure the curvature of the planet. That's how we would verify that image. Like I said, we could take it as good faith, but that's just the claim that the Earth is a planet. The consequence of that claim is the curvature of the Earth. We should be able to measure it, and we don't.
Guys, what are you talking about?
The Earth not being a planet.
The Earth.
Yeah, the Earth, where we live, the planet Earth. It's not a planet. It's not a sphere like a ball.
Who tell you?
Is it necessary for a planet to be called planet? It has to be a sphere.
Yeah. So the word planet comes from the Greek planetes, which means wandering star. So it's definitely got to move, and those wandering stars are described as orbs or spheres. So to fit in the category of planet, the Earth must be a sphere that moves. The Earth can't fit into the identity of a planet because it's not a sphere and it doesn't move.
Okay.
I think if you are coming from physics background. Some of you, yeah, not all of, but some of. Can I ask you a question?
Yep, of course you can.
Why are we here on this planet? What is the purpose? Can you tell me?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Why we are here means why we are here on this planet. All human beings.
Oh, you're asking me personally because God created it that way. You're asking me a question about your existence, our existence, while we're here, what the purpose of life is. That's the theological question. That'll be God.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah, I know.
We are here to test.
Okay.
We can talk about here. I'm basically new here. I just joined now this group. And how long have you been joining there?
How long I've been joining here? I can't remember. Maybe about 8 months, maybe a year.
8 months?
Yeah,
Where
I
are you
can't
from?
remember. Where am I from? I'm from England.
England. English, is it not English country?
Yes, England is an English country. I come from another server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. We've been invited to come to this channel by a few of the moderators and so on, VTech, I think. Yeah.
You are
So,
already fluent in English. So why are
yes,
you using it?
because like I was saying, we were invited to this server from our own Discord server. So primarily everybody from the Discord server 24/7 is English or speaks English, either from Great Britain, America, Australia, Canada. And we've been invited here to speak English to you and speak about scientific subjects and the Earth specifically, the Earth being a planet or not. So we were invited here.
What you will get from spending your time here?
So
Can you tell me?
yeah, maybe your microphone isn't too clearly, or maybe it's my connection. Sorry.
I ask you that what you will get from this from here.
We get to meet
The time is
interesting people like yourself.
what do you do?
At the moment, we're trying to have a conversation about the Earth and it being a planet with a couple of people on the planet on the panel. So we're going to try and stick to that subject, my friend. But I appreciate you being new here and welcome to the channel. If you want to listen and you want to take part in the
Thank
conversation,
you. I didn't know the policy, and now I have understood. The
no,
title was the Flat Earth Discourse. I understand now.
no problem.
Whatever we discuss is about Earth, yeah. Don't you think that one day this Earth will be destroyed completely?
Maybe.
Maybe, but I am certain.
Okay. What? Okay. The subject is about what the Earth is now, not what's going to happen to it in the future.
Okay, what is Earth? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Future.
If you are going to be typing in the background, would it be okay if you muted yourself? We are live streaming on YouTube. We do run a 24/7 live stream as well. So any background noise is going to cause disturbance. So if you could kindly mute yourself if you're not speaking. Charles, you've been relatively quiet. I appreciate you probably thinking, mate. Did you have any other questions you want to ask?
Yeah,
No, I'm
what is
going
the
through
shape
some
of
videos on
the
YouTube.
sun?
Pardon, Charles, say that again.
Yes, I was going through some videos regarding this topic. Maybe I will have questions in a few minutes.
Okay, no problem at all, my friend. Thank you. Now, did somebody ask about the shape of the Earth?
Hey, can I ask the question?
You can indeed, sir, yes.
Why is Earth called the blue planet?
Because primarily the surface of it is water. And when we look at water, it's blue, even though water's transparent, right? So it's blue. The other parts of the land would say they were green. So
covered by
yeah, so the magic takes place in your mind where they tell you that the Earth is a blue-green planet, like Mars is a red planet, for example. So it's a bit of magic. It's not true.
How old is the Earth?
How what? Sorry, pardon me.
How old is the Earth?
I have no idea.
But from Google, I can see that approximately 4.54 billion years old.
Okay.
Who tells it? I
Okay.
think it's just scientific calculation.
Okay. Do you want to ask Google who created the Earth and ask if it was God? Now, you said that you know that God created, right? You said that you fully understood that. Now, Google's not going to agree with you, right? So what do you do when Google doesn't agree with you? Do you accept what Google says?
No, never.
Okay. So in this instance,
Everything blindly.
yeah, we should always, we should always test what a computer says to us, right?
Yeah.
Good. So I don't know how old the Earth is. Google's just repeating a narrative that man told it about the Earth being a planet that exploded into existence a few billion years after the creation of the universe called the Big Bang. So Google's just going to repeat that story to you and give the current time frame. Now, is that true? No.
The who is the first man on this earth was
Okay, it's probably time for me to make some breakfast.
but from a Islamic perspective, it was Adam.
That's excellent.
What does it do with the topic?
So obviously you haven't put two and two together, young fellow, and worked out that. How do you verify this stuff? Do you have a time machine in your garage?
No, but it is
Excellent.
from a
So
book.
you can't verify it. I can't verify it. So that's excellent. So anything that you claim
Research.
about who the
You
first
can
person was, or even who the second person was, or actually, just to be quite blunt about it, anyone up previously to you being born.
Brother, but you can definitely be certain about things when you hear it from
That's great.
Truth. You know about Quran.
Do you know about the Quran? Because it
Uh-oh.
seems like you don't. Because last I read, the Quran says shit like the earth was laid out like a carpet. And if I ever gave you a piece of fabric and said, spread this out like a carpet, you're going to spread it out flat. I would never expect to see you take the fabric and make a ball out of it whenever I tell you to spread it out.
That would be wrapping. The opposite of spreading out.
Right. So what it sounds like is you'll ignore the Quran whenever it says the earth is oriented this way, but you'll accept the Quran whenever it says Adam was the first man. Which is it? It's giving you the truth or it's not?
It's 100%
Do you
true.
accept
There
it
is
or
no
you
doubt.
don't?
You know that the second chapter of the Quran, you will hear that this is the perfect book. There is no doubt. There is no single book can say this, that this is the perfect book. There is no doubt.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, then why do you
Master
think the earth is a sphere?
can definitely.
You don't experience the earth as a sphere. Your book says it's perfect. There's no doubt about it. And it says that the earth is flat.
No, it's. I think you should hear a lecture from Dr. Jakinov. He can definitely tell you, and you'll be convinced.
So let's get this straight. You're telling us that we should read the good book, and now you're telling us about a lecturer. So which one is it? Should we be following the book, or should we be following the lecturer?
Definitely the book, but to understand the book,
Well,
you need
the book says flat.
I think I shouldn't talk about this since I haven't mastered it by myself, but I know it, so I hear a lot of things about it from a scholar. Dr. Jakinak, he is a master of all the language, all the religions. You can just hear it, just watch her video. It's not the
You
truth,
can be
but
a master too. You just
he
got to
gives
go
you
and try and
truth
learn them.
in the truth.
But the religions are not the topic. If you wanted to talk about what each religion said about the earth, that would be this room. Go. Which do you think he chooses?
Well, the panel is filling up this morning. That's always good. Lots of names jumping in and out. Lots of names that I don't recognise. Plenty of names that I do. So there's obviously lots of flat earthers in the room. For anybody new that's joined the chat, please be mindful that we are live streaming on YouTube. We do this 24/7, and incidentally, that's where we get our server name from. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's the channel that we're from. We're the guys that say that the Earth is flat. So if anybody wants to have a chat about that, and I didn't mean to make that rhyme, but it did. But if anybody wants to speak about the Earth and what it is, any of the new people that have joined, please don't be shy. Unmute yourselves. Tell us what your name is. Some of your names are generally quite difficult to pronounce, and I don't want to ruin it. So if you introduce yourself and tell us what your name is and bring forth your point for discussion. Maybe you want to defend the idea that the Earth is a planet and you've got some evidence that you want to bring forth, then please feel free to do so. If you've got some genuine questions that you want to ask some real, genuine flat earthers, then, like I said, please unmute yourself, say hello, and bring forth your question. But it's always good to see lots of new people jumping in and out of the chat, so it's good to see you all, wherever you are across this beautiful Earth. So yeah, let's see if we can get a conversation going. Good morning, everybody. Flat earthers are so awkward and shy, it's crazy. We spend most of our time in here on mute, not speaking to each other. But yeah, hi everybody, hope you're all doing well.
I'm good, Jedi. Glad I can still hear your voice.
Yeah, it's good to see you as well, Jim. Right, so we've got Moonlight at the bottom. Nice little presentation. It's one of the reasons why I reminded everybody to live streaming on YouTube. So thank you, Moonlight, for reminding me to do that. We're joined also by, is that Zark? Good to see you, Zark. Yaga Bruno is in the house. T-Dub all the way from Australia. Reg Joe's in the house. Good to see you. Rayleigh Criterion is here. Quite good to see you. This is a long name. Mum said, don't speak to strangers, and then they just jumped out of the room. Or did they? Yes, they did. Okay, well, bye. Matrix is here all the way from Australia. Laura has joined us. Good to see you. Good. Jim's here. Jedi's here. That's me, by the way. Ganja Rambo. What's up, Ganja Rambo? Good to see you. We've also got YouTube bot in the house. Doves has joined us. Good to see you, Doves. Crit is here. Therese. I was waiting for the Don DeMarco bit at the end, but yep, cool. Nice. Nice. Charlie is still here, maybe watching some videos, and we'll come back with some questions in a moment. We've got Anthony Burrows, we've got 20 Cups, and right at the top, we've got a live stream YouTuber. So, yeah, like I said, lots of people that I don't recognise, and some that I do. I think that's as much as I can muster, Matrix.
Yeah, get another coffee, mate.
Yeah, I might have to, dude.
Well, obviously made it clear that the Earth is not a disk in outer space. So if you've come here thinking that the Earth is a disk, the third frisbee from the sun, that's not us. That's internet propaganda. So since you can't get our opinion from the internet, you'll have to ask us questions.
Ba-dun, ba-dun.
Quets, it's good to see you again, bud.
Someone has a fan. Jimmy, you got a fan.
Oh, I don't even have to do anything.
Oh.
say hello?
I don't think he does.
Oh, I thought I heard someone come in real faint saying hello. It's like, hello, hello, hello.
Don't think you're too
No, that's
special,
me.
Jimmy.
I was wondering,
I got a
like,
fan too. Blows air into my bedroom.
I used to be the guy with all the fans. And now other people have fans too. People come in, where the fuck is Crit?
They show up, interrupt conversation just to ask you what's up.
Yeah.
Cat got your tongue, stranger? What's up, Dark? Later. What's up, Verum? You have questions about the room? All right. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
We got to try harder. Do you think? Do you think the Earth is a sphere? You silly idiot. We got to try and provoke him, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. They don't seem to be biting. Lots of people in the chat. Lots of people jumping in. It's 2026, and we say the Earth is. Now, you got anything to say to us about that? Do you think we're silly for saying that? Do you think we're cultists? Do you think we're religious nuts? I don't mind what it is. You've probably got some misconceptions about what flat earth say anyway, because of
Let us have it. Let us have
it. You're feeling the vibe, T-Bub. I appreciate that. I don't mind what it is. Hit us with your best shot. Oh, I need some music.
I got a meme for this.
It gets to moments like this in my life where I just know the repeating line of one song or one line in one song, and at the moment it's hit me with a shot. I now have to go away to YouTube and find the whole song to scratch this fucking earworm. So give me a minute, I'll be back. Fucking hell.
Pretty much majority of that song, only thing I can remember is her saying one line, but just emphasizing the words differently.
Did she have any other songs? Because I don't recognise this woman's name at all.
Pat Benatar.
Oh, yeah, what? Pat Benatar, that's the one. Yeah. What else was there? Matrix?
Hold on, I'll look up my list.
Oh, God, I can't remember now. Couple of ballads.
Maybe after Pat Benatar.
Wasn't it something of the heart?
Total Eclipse of the Heart. Was that Pat Benatar? No, not sure.
No, I think that was Bonnie Tyler.
Yes.
Yeah, that was Bonnie Tyler.
Pat Benatar. Let's have a look here. Loading. I've got way too much shit. What do we got? You better run. Hit me with your best shot. Treat me right. Anxiety. Look for a stranger. Love is a battlefield.
There you go. Yeah,
we belong. Invincible. Sex is a weapon. One love.
We
Somebody's
belong.
baby.
That's a good.
Yep.
That's what I'm thinking.
Heartbreaker.
Heartache to heartache, we stand.
All fired up.
No promise. No democracy.
Yeah, all fired up. Love is a battlefield. We
All
belong.
fired up. Yeah, good song. I believe there comes a time when everything just falls in. We
Yep,
live
that
and
one.
learn from our mistakes. The deepest cuts are healed by faith. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, thanks for jogging my memory. Yeah, good song. Good band.
I remember now, literally the theme tune to pretty much every 80s film I could ever remember. Yep. Maybe we should have an event. And at the beginning of the event, we should have Pat Benatar singing that song. Hit us with your best shot. That's this idea that I've got in my head at the moment. I just think it fits very well. Any Globers out there who think that the Earth is a sphere, just hit us with your best shot, whatever it is. At this stage, I really don't care. As long as it's something new, or you, the person, are entertaining. But try and bring us something, please. Sometimes it's a little bit of weak sauce around here. We just get a lot of AI searches and people just parroting a badly understood narrative. But yeah, if you want to come in here, you want to speak to us about your position and defend the sphere, then I beg you, please hit us with your best shot. At least make it entertaining. If not for me, then for everybody else in the panel and watching on YouTube. We're here 24/7. We don't mind what it is, but at least make it entertaining. Hit us with your best shot.
Fire away.
I can see my day is going to be filled with 1980. I've got to go find Toteweb Clips of the Heart. I have to.
Do you want me just to copy a Duran Duran album and send it to you now, just to get that shit over and done with, or what?
Duran Duran, Pet Shop Boys, Bonnie Tyler. Here we go. Be 99 Red Balloons in a minute.
Yeah, Nina. Yeah.
I was trying to tell my children the other day. My son's started to learn to play the guitar. I say started. He's been doing it for about a year, and he's actually phenomenally good at it. It's taken me absolutely by surprise how he's taken to it. But anyway, because he started getting in an interest in music, it's trying to explain what music was like when we were children and how it's different now, and it's not all of these electronic music, which is why I'm so happy that he's got into playing an actual instrument. But taking Oliver through like 1970s and 1980s different types of like guitar music, whether that's rock or not, him getting used to the chords and stuff, it's been so much fun, man, really has.
Let me introduce you to my friend Mr. Knopfler. He plays guitar. He is your new friend. If you can play like this, you will make money.
Oh yeah, Dire Straits. Dang. I was just listening to Carl Chisel in the car on the radio. I was thinking, geez, Ian Moss, geez, he was good. He went into this lead break, and I was, whoa, man! Like I can actually hear, he could have influenced some, later bands with his style. Like can just hear a little bit of that early '90s rock in there, like, yeah, really good guitarist.
Yeah, I've got to get off YouTube, man. It's now, what is it? Tiffany and I think we're alone now. Shit.
Oh my god.
I'm just waiting for it. You can ring my bell. You can ring my. Sorry.
No, you're fine, man. I'm turning 50 this year, and it's just fucking hell, man. We're 40 years ago when I was.
Oh shit.
It's fucking getting old, man.
Please just don't start playing Bros.
Ew.
Oh god, there was a moment for about 6 hours on a field trip to, I think it was the Museum of TV and Radio in London. On the way up there and on the way back, all it was Bros. And I by the end of it, I was singing.
Oh my god!
But yeah, for 6 hours. One day, not even a day.
My condolences.
Fucking hell.
The one song that got absolutely thrashed when I was younger, Jedi. Remember Bon Jovi, Blaze of Glory?
Yep.
That came out when I was in year 6, and our year 6 camp, Newcastle to Mount Seaview, up near Warhope, for a couple of hours straight, that song got played and played and played. And I still like it.
It was living on a prayer for me. Yeah, living on a prayer. Fucking hell.
I love both of those songs.
Yeah, man. I remember fucking Bon Jovi, dude. I remember one day my parents were out or something, and it was Def Leppard. Pour Some Sugar on Me. Played it. I think it was the first thing I ever played at full volume in the house by myself.
Oh man, man, that album. That's one of my favorite all time. Rock albums, man. Hysterical.
When my minions were little, they loved listening to Bon Jovi.
Yeah, man. I could kind of understand that. I did as well. And then it was Guns N' Roses.
I despise Guns N' Roses only because when I was in the army, the guy who lived on the other side of the wall in the barracks would get slithered all weekend listening to Guns N' Roses on repeat.
That's going to go off after a while, isn't it?
My grandmother actually bought me Appetite for Destruction on cassette tape, and she just heard that I'd like them and just thought it was a nice gift. Oh yes, that's the one. I'll get him that one for Christmas. whatever. Like, and then she was watching the American Music Awards or something, and they did a spot, right? Played some song, and they were shit. Like, I watched it too, and just like hung my head, like better in the studio than live. Like, I don't know what was wrong. They just did not have a good night. They just played like crap. And my nan got to see it, and she was like, next time she saw me, that's that band you like. They're terrible. Like,
So since you're old Jedi, like a lot of other people, and Tito, same question's going to go to you. Same question's going to go to you. First ever cassette tape you bought with your own money.
Oh, yeah, I know this one. So now that's what I call Hits Volume 2. So it was a double cassette. It was out just before Christmas. Yeah, and I think I bought it with my first like paper round money that I saved up. So yeah, so this is going back fucking hell, maybe 1985, something like that. So maybe about.
you know what? I'm struggling to even remember, man. It might have been Dire Straits. Money for Nothing.
So I used to be quite lucky in some regards when I was young. On a Saturday, I used to get taken out because my dad was working. It was a one-parent family. My dad was always working on a Saturday. So I'd get taken out by my aunt and uncle, and I'd always end up with a comic, a bag of sweets, and a single. Like, do you remember what fucking singles are? Of course you do.
Yes.
You're older. Yeah, so I always just come back with a single. So I had a massive collection of fucking little singles, dude. Loads of them.
Oh, tape or LPs?
Discs, like LPs.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, for me, saved up all my pocket money for ages, went down the music shop, and I bought 2 tapes on the same day, Hit Picks 88 and Bananarama.
Bananarama. Ooh-wee.
Oh, I can only laugh now.
What?
I'll tell you one band I did used to like, and you guys will appreciate this, was In Excess. You know those guys, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I used to really like In Excess. And there was another band as well. Oh,
yeah, man.
I don't think they were Australian, but a band called Faith No More. I thought they were awesome when I was.
Oh, yeah.
They got a
epic.
They're thrashing over here.
Yeah, man.
Like, that song is epic. They named that. That was like such an appropriate name for that song.
Yeah, it is epic, man. I fucking love it.
Yeah, I remember seeing them on Rage. Like, so over the weekend at night, our ABC, TV, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, they just play this program called Rage all night, like from like 9 p.m. to like 6 in the morning or something. Just went through the whole. So if you're a young teen, you sit up and just watch that. And yeah, I remember seeing Faith No More and seeing Guns N' Roses like a year popular in Australia. Just so many bands I became familiar with watching that show. Yeah.
Sorry, T-Dub, when was this? What years?
88 roundabouts, 87, 88.
You lucky bastards. What I would have given for like a few hours of music, television and whatnot. All we had was fucking.
It used to kick in about midnight, and it finish like 8 o'clock in the morning or something.
Was it midnight?
Great.
That's right. It was. Yeah.
Like if you were crazy enough, if you're up late, it was just shit tunes late. But a lot of the time, they used to run some kind of music special. So they'd pick a band and they'd just have all their stuff. Every now and then you'd get a good one, but most of the time it was just shit. And then they'd do the, was it top 50 or top 100 or whatever it was, and count backwards. And get up in the morning, go and have brekkie, and catch the end of Rage. But when that there was some songs that were just a freaking nightmare. like that. Nothing
There was
compares
some
to
weird
you.
ones.
Sinead O'Connor. That shit
Yeah.
stayed on the fucking #1 for months and months and months, and it done my head in.
Right. What about like Bjorn and I couldn't stand it. And what's that weird band? They push the little daisies and make him come up. Push the little daisies and make him come up. What the heck was that?
Must have been called something else. What was it? If you're into the pub rock stuff, Jedi, it's a wonder you weren't listening to the Screaming Jets.
Oh, good band, good band.
I've seen them live a couple of times. Friggin' awesome. What I love about them is they sound the same live as they do on their CDs.
Yeah.
No.
That's right.
Yeah, when I was an apprentice, one of the lads that was also doing his apprenticeship same time as me, rings up one day. This is when we had the landlines only. Rings up. Go into Fanny's tonight. Fanny's was one of the nightclubs in town. Go into Fanny's tonight. You got to trust me. All right, what's going on here? So I get all dressed up, go into town, and him, his missus, and a couple of other lads are in there. All right, what's going on? There's only like 20 people in the club. Normally there's like 200. This joint's normally packed out solid. And we're sitting there, and he goes, just trust me, check this out. Next thing, Gliso walks out, Simo walks out, they all start loading the stage up, and just start cutting sick. And it's like, what the fuck? That's the Screaming Jets. And he goes, yeah, didn't you know? They just every now and then they'll do surprise concerts. And the place went from basically dead empty with about 20 of us in there to holy shit, you couldn't breathe. We're all squeezed in there like sardines type crazy. And here's us, where there was the like little stage, a dance floor, and we had the table sitting square on the edge of the dance floor, front and center. It was brilliant. Living End went to Newcastle Workers Club. I've seen them.
You know, maybe you was just too close to hear any of the errors.
Nah.
It's right, guys. I've progressed from the 80s into the 90s now. It's all good. I don't feel so old now. We're on to Sabotage.
90s. Let's see what he's got here.
I think that was really the era of one-hit grunge wonders.
Yeah.
The 90s. Early 90s.
Yeah.
Quite a few bands.
Yeah, early to mid.
Yeah.
I mean, they were still pumping out some pretty good music around, the late 90s. I just loved the contemporary acoustic rock, you know, that came out in that era.
Yeah,
good stuff. Like the song, the lyrics, the songwriting, the singing was good. It was good.
Don't feel bad, Jedi. Foreigner was still cracking songs out in the 90s.
Oh, thank fuck for that. But T-Dub's right, man. And I grew up in England as a grunger, got very influenced by what was going on in America, like Seattle and so on. It's like I was saying earlier, it was like Def Leppard and Guns N' Roses and all of. I was under a lot of influence, even things like Bob Marley and U2, an eclectic music thing.
Yeah.
But when I was like at school and dressing and like under that kind of alternative influence around my friends, it was grunge, and it was Nirvana, and it was groups like Soundgarden and a load of other like really underground acoustic rock groups as well. So I used to go around to a lot of like bars and clubs and pubs around Kent, and maybe 1 or 2 times to London and so on. Went once down to Brighton, just rocking out to university students, just trying to emulate this grunge music that was going on. So it was a lot of it.
That's where a lot of them came from. That's where they started. I mean, like they did Slide and Shine, and I can't remember their name, but they were famous, grunge band. They were uni students. They got together in uni. That's how they got started. Well, look at Offspring, man. That guy's got like bachelor's degrees fucking galore behind him.
Who did Shine? There's a whole heap of them. Collective Soul.
Collective Soul, that's the ones. Yeah. See, uni students. That's a lot of them were. That's where they started. Like, I don't know about if they were a uni band, but Live, man, Live just came out of nowhere and just blew the world away. Like, they were so good. Like, that's just one of those albums, Throwing Copper. I just put the whole thing. I can enjoy every song.
Did you guys ever hear of a band called The Wonders?
The what? Sorry,
The Wonder Stuff.
Yes,
The Wonder Stuff. I think I do remember that name.
So yeah, early 90s band. Same kind of vibe, not necessarily grungy, but around that kind of acoustic, like folky type of mix as well. But yeah, they were massive in the early 90s, especially in the UK. I'm not too sure how well they spread around the world, but I remember it being devastating when the band split up around like the music community in England and whatnot. It was absolutely devastating. Yeah, like when Take That split up, that type of shit. God, fucking hell. Just remembering all of the bands. Just some of the fucking names were exceptional. You don't hear like really good group or band names anymore. One of my favourite bands was a group called Carter the Unstoppable Sex Machine. I just thought it was a brilliant name for a fucking band. I thought it was awesome.
تكلم عادي يلا. Hey,
I need to
my colleagues, I want to tell you a story.
Okay.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Okay.
In a race between a lion and a deer, many times the deer wins. Do you know why? because the lion runs for food, but the deer run for life. The moral of the story is this: purpose is more powerful than need. When you are as
Okay.
strong as you need, when you are as strong as you need, nothing can outrun your will. Do you understand me?
No.
No.
Yes. Do you guys still believe that Earth is flat?
Yes.
Oh man, it's
I
2026.
believe
I know it's crazy.
I know it's great, just like I know how tall I am and what size shoe I wear. I don't believe it.
Oh,
So, Fang, just out
yeah.
of curiosity, aside from your television, your computer, and your mobile phone, have you ever seen the curvature?
Oh,
Oh
myself
dear.
never. Yeah, I've never seen curvature myself. Like, if I go to a high place,
So, why do you
and
believe in it then?
oh, because the scientists say so.
Fair.
Because scientists said so.
Yeah,
Which
people say
one?
that.
Which one? Which one? Who's your favorite scientist that
Not
says
any.
that?
I don't have any favorite scientist. That's what they taught us in textbooks.
Ah,
Yeah,
You ever tested to see if it was true?
I mean, that's how I know most things in my life.
Well, they used to say that blood was originally blue inside the body and turns red, right? But then people started figuring out that yeah, that's not true. So then they stopped saying it. So maybe it's the case that they told you the Earth is a sphere, but it's not actually true.
Could be. I have to say it for myself.
You see it for yourself every
Yeah,
day.
every day.
well, put it this way: if you don't see the, then what do you think it looks like?
What do I think it looks like? What?
If you
Earth?
don't see curvature of the Earth, if you're looking at the Earth and
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it's curving, then
yeah.
what does that mean it looks like?
It could be flat.
It looks flat, exactly.
It's exactly as you experience.
I have a question. Does
Yeah.
the horizon have a limit? Like how
Does,
far you can see?
does the horizon have a limit?
Yeah.
Yeah, the horizon is the limit of how far you can see across the surface. Right now, that's going to change depends on the optic that you use compared to the human eye or a telescope. Why are you talking? Or high-powered zoom camera. So the horizon is just optical. It will change its distance depending on how high you are above the surface or the meteorological conditions of the day and the technology that you use. It's just the limit of the surface. You can see things that are beyond the horizon if they occupy a large enough angular size, like a distant mountain that is tall vertically. You can probably see that beyond the horizon, understanding that the horizon is the optical limit that you can perceive of the surface at distance.
Okay, I was going through the videos and I came across this idea of people who believe that the earth is flat, that we should be observing things ourselves. We shouldn't be using scientific equipment, or basically we should do it ourselves, simplified, do it ourselves.
Okay, but do what specifically?
Observe that
Okay,
Earth is how it is. Observe it yourself. Do
yeah,
not complicate it.
well, this is where we start, right? By making observations. Now, we can use tools to make those observations. Those would be the cameras and the telescopes and so on that I was speaking about earlier. We can use other tools to clarify the observations. If we're making a claim that it looks flat, we can then use tools to measure to see if it's flat. Those tools would be surveying tools like lasers, theodolite, and other such equipment. So I understand sometimes where people don't want to overcomplicate things, but if we want to make observations and we want to make measurements, then there are tools available for us to use.
Okay.
Okay, back to 1980s and 1990s pop music, I guess.
Oh, we got an Iceman.
An Iceman?
Yeah,
What,
Iceman.
like Spider-Man, Firestar, and Iceman?
Dunno.
That's not cool.
I think I know that guy.
Iceman, does T-Dub know you?
Look, I've got the money. I swear. Next week.
The check's in the mail.
Not quite sure where my head's at today. I woke up and I was wondering about. Yeah, it's probably best you talk. I should probably keep my mouth shut. What was that, mate?
I said, hopefully it's on your shoulders.
Do you remember the song Spaceman? I don't know if that was late 90s.
Spaceman.
Yes. I got that album.
Oh, dearie me. I remember watching that on the Top of the Pops. I think I remember the guy who sang had these incredibly ice blue eyes. Yeah, I remember my mum speaking about him. Oh, isn't he got lovely eyes? Yeah, that was funny.
Yeah, Babylon Zoo. Yeah.
Right. But what is with those lyrics? I always wanted you to go to space, man. Like, what? They're just wishing someone would disappear, or
I mean, dude, the lyrics that came out in the 19. Does anybody remember? I don't even know what the lyrics were, but I'll say it like this: I'm blue, Aberdeen and Dubai, Aberdeen and I don't even get me. I don't know. Still don't even know what.
How's this, Jedi? When I was a correctional officer, the inmates used to call that the officer song. And the reason for it is because it sounds like, I'm blue, if I was green, I would die.
If I'm green, green. Yep, I get it.
Because all the inmates wear green and officers wearing all blue. Oh, it's funny. When they first told me that, I cracked up laughing. Oh, it's the officer song. What the fuck are you talking about, man?
and then of course there was the band Space Hog.
Space Hog. All right. Well, this is where I sometimes I'm really bad with band names. What did they? You hum it, mate. I'll sing it. What did they play?
How's it go? In the end, we shall achieve in time the thing they call divine. You know, remember that? How's the rest of the words go? We love the all. The lands are green and skies.
It's not ringing any bells, dude.
No.
No.
In the meantime, that song was called.
Was it Space Hog?
Yeah. Yeah, Space Hog. Yeah.
They were Australian.
That was a really good song. I'm not sure if they were British or.
There was an old movie called
American?
Malcolm, and that was the intro song for that. You hear the
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. They used the part of that Space Hog for that. That came out in like mid-80s.
Did they? Because that song was 90s. In the meantime.
Oh, it might have been 96. I thought it was 86. But they Malcolm.
Yeah, no, that song.
Yeah. Might not have
You're
been. They might have stolen it from something else.
The one where they robbed the bank with the remote control car.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that might be a different song, yeah. Because In the Meantime came out in the 80s for sure.
Yeah, I've got it here. It's 96.
Yeah. Yeah. Good song. But the rest of their songs are pretty how you going and a bit weird. Like, not too bad, but that was their one-hit wonder, and it's brilliant. I love it.
I found it, man. As soon as it started playing on you, instantly. I'd never heard the band's name, Space Hog. And I think you're right as well. Everything else, I'd never heard of anything else that they'd done. But yeah, I remember this one for sure. Fucking hell. Crazy stuff, man. But more people are entering.
Yeah, welcome in, guys. Welcome in. Feel free to open up your mic, say hi, ask questions, incite some questions, some curiosity. You're wondering why we're saying Earth is flat. For sure. So don't be shy.
It's probably best you ask your questions, or me, T-Dub and Matrix are going to badly recite 1980s pop lyrics to you. Good way to learn English, though.
What's the electric buzz you've got every now and then, Jedi? Have you got earpiece plugged in and you're walking or something?
Probably a different setting on my microphone. Sometimes I have it on like loudspeaker. The usual complaint is that the buzzing is when I'm on loudspeaker. Are you hearing the buzzing now?
No, not when you're talking. Just every now and then it just sort of cuts in the background. It's like as if you're
really?
plugging or unplugging your earpiece. That's that kind of electrical. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I haven't got it on charge. I haven't had it on charge for an hour or so, so I don't think it's that, mate. But yeah, I don't know what it is.
And it stopped doing it now. I thought you might have been moving or something. Yeah. Oh. All good.
Right, mate.
All right, T-Dub, what else am I looking up from the 80s? 90s.
Hootie and the Blowfish.
Yeah, I know that one for sure.
Billy Ocean.
Yeah, I got him.
When the going gets tough, tough get rough. Hey, 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 yeah.
I'll tell you who I actually really do appreciate is as a songwriter, man, brilliant songwriter.
Who? I didn't hear who you said, dude. Sorry.
Lionel Richie.
Lionel Richie. Hello. I just got to let you know.
Yeah, so seen a comedian. He's like, I went to a Lionel Richie concert. I tried to get as up the front row as I could. I wanted to yell at him that I hate you, you suck, right? And then like the first song, actually, I don't mind that song, but the next song I'm gonna yell at her. And he's like, next song he's like, but that's pretty good too, right? Just enjoying the whole concert.
Gonna sound really old in a minute, but they don't make. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm old, but they don't make music like that anymore. And I'm pretty sure that my parents used to say the fucking same to me as well, right? And this is 30, 40 years ago. Don't make music, so just sounding old.
I know, but I just can't see like how anybody, in 20 years' time or 30 years' time can, like, that's a child now listening to some of this pop stuff that comes out on the radio now, looking back and going, oh, I love that song. It made me feel so good inside. Like, really?
Yeah, it just sounded like the next one you probably forgot about 2 minutes later.
Right.
We have the case study for that already, though, in fairness, right? Because I'm of an age where it was all, it was like Spice Girls and all that kind of shit. When I was a kid, that was the pop music of the time. Nobody my age now, but nobody my age now with a straight face is trying to suggest that Scary Spice was the Whitney Houston of their time.
That's a good point.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Nobody's saying nobody's trying to compare fucking Ronan Keating to Freddie Mercury, because they know it was shit. They liked it at the time because it was force fed to them by the machine, but they know now it was shit. They're not trying. Oh yeah, Whitney Houston and Mel B, right? They're on a par. Said no one ever.
I think I think the human voice is a beautiful musical instrument, and I don't think that's changed from, say, decade to decade. I think there's people back then who could hit the notes that people or singers can hit today. I just think it's the content of the music that's different. But there's definitely still people today that can bang out a good tune because they've got a good voice, for example, like the Whitney Houstons and so on from back in the day. I think Ariana Grande's got like one of those voices. I just think it's freaking phenomenal, the notes that she can hit. But again, I don't think you have enough of that today, like we did back in the 80s and the 90s. But you're right, we're definitely not trying to say that Scary Spice was, something that we should all remember and look back on as some kind of breakthrough artist because of her powerful voice. It was just a moment especially in British culture. But yeah, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, dude, for sure.
There's people with vocal talent as well these days, no doubt. But I think if you look at how much editing goes into these things now as well, I wonder if something's hitting different in the human brain when, say, Ariana Grande, for example. I can't fucking stand her music, or just generally everything she now represents. Does she have vocal talent? Absolutely, right. You'd be a clown to suggest she doesn't have innate vocal ability. But if you look at, Whitney Houston's record hitting your ear hole versus Ariana Grande's record hitting your ear hole, the amount of processing, the amount of like digital artifacts, and just even on people like Ariana Grande, they're still using auto-tune. They're still using all these tools to perfect and to soften and to just adjust and just. So by the time it hits your ear, I'm just wondering, is there a different, like on a fundamental level, is what is happening in your brain fundamentally different as a result of how digitally altered the Ariana Grande record is versus something recorded in the 70s?
Very possibly. That wouldn't surprise me, dude.
It's a complete guess, by the way. I'm not
I give credence to it because music, even before we were listening to music, was on a slightly different frequency to the frequency that we have it today. So I think it was 432 megahertz or whatever it was. I think that's changed up or down a little bit. So it's possible. We always talk about wavelengths, or don't always, but we always get round to at some point talking about wavelengths and this, that, and the other, and how they can influence things. So it wouldn't surprise me, dude. Nothing does these days, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if I can cut it out. I'm not too sure about that tuning thing being all that much of an influence nowadays. Because the 432 hertz tuning was a big thing, like more like, let's say, a few hundred years ago or whatever, when you had giant orchestras and shit, right? I think they changed that. They standardized that to 440 back then. But even the music that you guys grew up with is still on 440, but it's the tonality that changes, right? The stuff you're talking about where it's like you take some music or a track or whatever, you pass it through a crap ton of filters and tooling and all that. That alters the tone more so than it does the tuning.
Okay.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? But that's
Yeah,
still enough to still screw with you, you know?
I think it's kind of undeniable, though, that music and lyric can have a profound effect on human psyche, one way or another. It can be very emotion evoking.
Absolutely. And just think about it, like when a song like Alan Parsons' project "Eye in the Sky" or Toto's Africa starts, right? Think about what it does. It does something. Like it's like it's hitting a part of you that you didn't even know existed. Invoking memories from a time when you didn't even live, or that it's profound and inspiring, and something about it is special, right? And I find that there's a lot of music comes out today and it just doesn't have that effect on me.
If music had no power, they wouldn't have spent billions and billions and billions taking over the industry in its entirety. It absolutely has power. That's why they control it. That's why they need to control it. They know the power it can have. Think of how many people who are born, particularly these days, and like, do they go outside of the parents, maybe trying to make them listen to certain music? Like, think of how many years and years and years and years can go by, possibly even a lifetime in certain instances, where they haven't listened to a single piece of music that hasn't been force fed to them by an algorithm, that hasn't been force fed to them by the radio, by MTV, by popular culture. And you look at what's being served up to them by the algorithm, by popular culture, and it's just absolute slop. It's complete brainless slop. So that the only thing bouncing around in their mind is like, yeah, and the titties and ass. I said, yeah, and the titties and ass. And I love me some titties and ass, right? Don't get me wrong, but you can't. That can't be the only thing bouncing around in your head, and it is for some people. All they exclusively hear for years upon years upon years at a time is just absolute slop that's been fed to them by the machine and algorithms, which is criminal. Genuinely criminal.
So what are you saying? If you're going to objectify women, do it properly. Watch some
Absolutely.
decent hardcore porn.
Oh yeah, commit, right? You got to commit to that shit. Don't just be watching Usher. Do you know what I mean? Like fucking.
But it is interesting what you're saying about the music. When you compare how music moved across countries, two different countries, back in the 70s and 80s compared to now. Now, one song comes out, everyone hears it 57 times in the first day. We are already oversaturated by it. Whereas in the 70s, a song would come out in a particular town, anywhere in the world, it doesn't matter. And they might play it on the local radio. Then some kid who just happens to be visiting a relative or something will hear that song and go, this is freaking awesome. What is it? Where do I... They'd call up the radio station. I want to know where to buy this LP. He might get it. He'd go back home to wherever he come from. He might go to the local radio station. Oh, can you just play this so everyone can hear it? It's awesome. And the song would take years to get across everywhere for some instances. And I think that's why a lot of the stuff in the 60s, 70s, and nearly the 80s is actually so good is because we didn't get saturated by it. And it did take a long time for it to get pushed through us. It wasn't just like Justin Bieber or any of that shit where you just get pumped with it 6 times a day and But I'm thinking the reason those songs are so like classics is because we weren't just absolutely thrashed with them, that we had to earn our right to get them.
Plus, they grew organically. They gained that international reach and that popularity organically as a result of just how much better, just how good they were. And even if you take a song like Journey, Don't Stop Believing, which has become a bit of a cheesy classic, right? It's a bit of a meme at this point. But at the time where that came out, it went everywhere because it was undeniably a just brilliantly crafted song. Whereas now what happens is, like, let's say the marketing machine, they could literally pick some random woman off the street who looks half reasonable. The song could be somebody banging spoons on a dining room table for 3 minutes 30 seconds while she just dances around like half naked. They play it on the radio enough and they put the full weight of the marketing machine behind it. Like, it will be number one. Like, it will. Number one singles are not. What's his name? I can't remember. He always talks about the marketplace of ideas, right? Number one singles aren't because all these separate musicians have thrown out a song into the world And now those songs go for almost like a Pokemon, right? Go forth and battle for them exclusively on their own merits. Like that's not how music works anymore, and it hasn't forever. Number ones are selected because they decide, right? Ariana Grande, Sabrina Carpenter's the current one, right? She's the current kind of face of the music machine these days, and it's just decided in advance this is going to be the next number one, and they spend millions upon millions upon millions just hammering it into people's brains like a fucking nail. So by the time when it comes around to the charts, oh, would you look at that? The song they spent millions of pounds making sure it's number one reached number one. Colour me shocked.
Right. You're right. You're right. It's not the people; it's the industry. Because like, even look at like a lot of your golden buzzer contestants on America's Got Talent. They'll be like father and son doing an acoustic ballad together that they wrote themselves, right? Making the freaking high and shit. Right? Like, yeah, that's where it's at. Like, and while the people are saying that's where it's at, the industry's saying no, that's not where it's at. We're telling you where it's at. And Diddy pretty much did a speech at some freaking thing. He pretty much said those words, like, we decide what you like. We decide what your kids are going to listen to and where and what TV. Yeah.
Quite insidious, really, if you think about it. People complain about films and I don't let my kids watch Disney films anymore because they're pushing this and they're pushing that. But it's the same in music. I've told this story a few times, so forgive me if anyone here in particular has heard it. But the one that sticks with me is I was at a birthday party for my friend was throwing a birthday party for his son. His son must have been, I don't know, 3, something like that at the time. So still a toddler. And they were putting songs on, and they were just kind of they were putting songs on the kind of main TV in the living room. The kids are all dancing, they're whacking balloons up into the air, and just normal kids party. But then Rihanna came on, and the song that came on was called "Rude Boy," which, if you don't know it, is a piece of it makes Shakespeare blush, to be honest. Tell me, rude boy, are you big enough? Tell me, rude boy, can you get it up? Take me, take me, take me, take me, take me, take me, love me, love me. Poetry, truly. And all these 3-year-old girls knew every fucking word. And they're just dancing around, throwing balloons up, right? And the mums are like, oh, so cute, they're all having a lovely time. But just fucking imagine, right, me being me with my brain, just feeling actually sick that all these 3-year-old little girls are singing along to just can you even call it softcore porn at that point if they're the lyrics? Do you know what I mean? Going back to Matrix, and talking about fucking hardcore porn, that's the kind of shit that's straight from a hardcore porn script. And these 3-year-old little girls are singing it at a birthday party.
It's like a gateway drug.
It's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying. I remember I don't really go into specifics on it because it's like a bit of a, I just don't. But I've got 2 nephews and a niece who live with me full time. I wanted no kids. I've now got 3. Funny how life works. And they had a really chavvy ass taste in music when they first came to live with me. They still do, to be fair, but I'm working on it. Give them time. And my niece she's can you put this song on? And I can't remember the name of the song, but it was by Little Mix. And the words were we're in the back of your car, and I'm trying to say no, but you're just so strong. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like 8 years old, right? She's 8 years old at the time, 9 years old at the time, knows every word about this song by Little Mix that's about getting fucking slammed in the back of a BMW. And I'm just like, nope, I just turned it straight off. Oh, Uncle Goats, because that's what she calls me. Uncle Goats, what do you mean? And I don't want to explain to her in that moment while I'm driving, I would rather gouge my fucking eyes out than let you listen to this. At least while I'm around, right? But
where's fucking Baby Shark when you need it? Bloody hell.
Honestly, it's horrifying. It's just, but it's everywhere as well. And she's 11 now, and the pressure you see being directed at young girls in particular, in a way that it's not directed at young boys, because young boys are still allowed to like Fortnite. Young boys are still allowed to like Iron Man. and Tony Stark and the Avengers. Whereas young girls, you realise how early the pressure starts to just act like a complete fucking tramp.
Yeah.
Just makeup and Sephora, and the Sephora craze, which is like another thing which is not organic. Just like kids having force fed at a very young age that they need to, wear more makeup than a drag queen, because if you don't, then you're not very in. All the girls at her school rolling the skirts up so high, it's like a craze now among young girls where they have to they roll the skirts up. But
Always
like,
has.
no, but it's like it's a whole other level now. Because when I was in school, some people would like roll the skirts up a little bit, but now
Yeah.
it's like rolling the skirts up so high. If I say you can see everything, like, it's not an exaggeration, and
See,
the teachers don't want to deal with it, because if a 40-year-old man is saying to an 11-year-old girl, I can literally see the outline of your family. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to go there. You are not going there as a teacher. So you've just got 350 girls in this school walking around, literally with their arse out and everything else, and it's horrifying.
I don't feel well. That's disgusting.
They're 11.
That's disgusting, man.
And the teachers don't want to go near it. But literally, like, we said to her, like, if you do this again, I'm binning all of your skirts, and you go into school in pants until year 11. And she did
Yeah.
it again. And I was like, fucking try me. Like, I told you. So now she goes to school in pants because I'm just not dealing with that shit.
I mean, fair play to you.
I'm just like, nope.
If the school don't take a stand to it, then you're right to do so, mate.
What's interesting though is you see other girls now walking around in pants, because it's very clear they've kind of like been clocked by the parents. The parents have had an absolute meltdown because their 11-year-old is walking around with the fucking genitals on show, and it's like, nope, pants for you.
Literally just stepped up from fucking primary school. What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. But the point I'm making is, where is this pressure coming from? Because this pressure's not being put on boys; it's only being put on girls.
Social media.
I don't know.
It's
I don't know
interesting.
I don't know where it's like, what it's like around where you guys are, but over here, wearing pants, it won't necessarily save you, because the pants that are kind of like pushed onto people, especially the young ones, are the tight ones. They're walking around with like a second layer of skin on, and you still see
No.
everything.
These
what I
are
mean?
like flares. No, I feel you, but no, we bought the pants, so yeah, it's not a pair of leggings. Do you know what I mean?
Jeans or bag. Okay.
No, they're like flares.
Okay. That's the big thing around here. That's kind of creepy, man.
Yeah, the yoga pants. That's
Yeah. But that's another one. It wasn't organic. Like, it wasn't organic because it never used to be this way, and then out of nowhere, absolutely force-fed, rammed down people's throats this idea of, you need to, if you consider tights, for the longest time, tights were like considered underwear. Tights weren't considered pants. I think if you go back 20, 30 years ago, you couldn't have paid young girls, you literally could not have paid them to go parading around the street in only a pair of tights.
Yeah, right.
Whereas, do you know what I mean? Whereas now, they're like, oh, they're not tights, they're leggings. Oh, my mistake. Like there's any fucking difference in a lot of instances anyway. Like there's any difference, and it's just normal. And if you comment on it, you're the weirdo. And you're like, oh, imagine that. Like me being against the idea of young children exposing themselves, but I'm the freak. No worries. Fucking clown world, man.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's fucking sick.
Who's pushing this though? That's the where's this being promoted from? It's not organic. Keep repeating that phrase. I'm sorry, but it's that's what it always comes back to for me. It's not like, go back to the radio station idea. One girl was walking around in her underwear. Somebody else saw her, and they said, "Jesus Christ, look, Rebecca looks radiant today. I'm going to copy that." And then, like, one at a time, right? People all start knocking about in their underwear because it's just spread as an idea. It was like a switch flipped, and then overnight, massive pressure on like women, young girls. to be strutting about in their underwear. Meanwhile, boys can be like 14, 15 years old, and there's none of this. Nobody's trying to sell boys on the idea of walking around in crop tops, skin tight pants, or anything like that. The pressures that get put on young women, young girls, and obviously because I'm raising like a young boy and a young girl now, you get to see it. You get to see it in a way you never really used to understand, and it's just, yeah, it boils my piss, to be honest.
I think it does affect the boys, because they're overly. I understand 100% what you're saying, but the young boys are just young men, and they're seeing the same thing that we are. Right? They're just seeing it from a younger point of view. So they're being over sexualized and being normalized to this, right? The boys are probably maybe even encouraging this, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Because they get taught. It's like a different angle of the same issue, but they get taught from a young age, like, this is what attractive looks like.
Yes, that's it. There's your beauty standards, boys.
Yeah, like this is a beauty standard. Oh, look at her with the skirt that goes down to her knee. What is she, a fucking nun? And you're like, no, that's just that's just what skirts used to look like. To be honest, it wasn't even that long ago. If you wore a skirt that finished above your knee, that was almost considered like a bit like on the short end. Do you know what I mean? Like, it was almost a bit like risque because you had a skirt on that finished above your knee.
Shit. It wasn't too many decades before where it was just above your ankle, right?
Yeah.
If you saw any part of a woman's body that wasn't her face. Shit in hell. We've gone from completely covered women to, like you said, painted on clothes.
Yeah. I mean, but like to have that standard directed towards children is absolutely disgusting. And it's bad enough with just that, like, wanting adults to be like that, like, because it used to be that you would be prim and proper, right? And then there'd be events where you put your hair down, right? And meet people, you know, right? That was the social progress of like dating and eventually getting married. Like, you'd go out, you'd show off a little bit, right, to hopefully attract a mate, right, at these events. But in the meantime, like in between, it was all, you know, nice and tidy and covered, right? And then you'd notice qualities about those people that wasn't necessarily skin, right? Pretty face, maybe, but also like some sort of other nurturing quality that, you know, a male might find attractive, you know, because that's what they want. They want a nurturing mother, right? To have
I think it's
children
part
with.
of why so many homes are like breaking down, because people would say, "Oh, you know, it's the men, and the men don't stick around." But you know, it takes two to tango at the end of the day. And if you've got two young people or like younger people, and it's, oh yeah, he sees a woman in the club, she's dancing around half naked, she looks great while doing so. Boom. No further questions, Your Honor. Let's make a baby. And there's no like consideration for like, is this woman stable? Like, how we, and it goes the other way around as well, right? It's not like the woman in this equation isn't being equally responsible when it comes to her selection of a male partner, right? But there's no consideration for like, are they nurturing? Are they a stable person? Do they have their shit together? It's just, nope. She was twerking to, Usher, and that's enough for me. That's all I needed. Let's have 3 kids. And you're like, really? Are there not other kind of qualities, other kind of just boxes that needed ticking before you had 3 kids with this person? Because we're conditioned to only consider the surface level, the superficial.
Yeah, people knock the, you know, like the the 20s to 50s era, right? But there's got to be, there's something to be said for, the ethics and the morals and that they was, put forward to be, of course there was always, the gruff, but there was this certain respect that you had, right? And for each other, like between males and females alike, right? There was a way to behave in public, etc. And it really did do good to have manners, right? and things,
Maybe you can imagine.
standards. Yeah.
Like standards, not just for the people you choose to invite into your life and invite into your family, but standards for yourself as well. And I think the reason, going back to what somebody said earlier, my parents said the same, and now I'm saying the same, is because you can plot it on a timeline. There's that constant slide into decadence, that constant drift into just a complete shit show, to be honest. And when we say we, I'm nearly 40, when we say, oh, when I was a kid, blah, 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 it's correct, and what we're saying is correct. But then equally, when our nan says, but when I was a kid, blah, 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 she's correct too. Because with the exception of technological advancement, the direction of travel is only one way, in my mind, from like a moral standpoint and the general like health of society, the general health of community. Take away iPhones, take away high-speed internet. What with a straight face would you be saying has improved or got better?
No.
Need to make our own little fucking Amish community at this point, but not completely Amish, because I do like me some internet. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to go full Amish, but maybe just introduce. It's like a little bit of a
Amish with power tools and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, just like Amish, but with the mod cons.
Yeah.
And everybody wears fedoras, and there's a dance at the local village hall on a Friday evening, and why not?
Well, the Amish kind of just stopped in a period of time, right? They had technology then that was still technology. Even the fucking plow was technology, right? So
Yeah.
they just stopped in time. So we could theoretically do the same thing, just stop in time now, because with the AI advancement, it might actually be a good time to stop. We're not going to take part in that. We're going to bugger off to another community. We'll take the power tools though. Thanks.
Yeah, like because you have to draw a line somewhere, don't you? And maybe drawing a line in the early stages of the creation of Skynet seems a sensible jumping off point.
I think so. I'm seriously getting itchy feet at the moment. I don't like what's going on. And it's happening really, really fast all around us. It's crazy. Just the change that's happened over the last 2 years, the last year, has been immense. And imagine what's going to happen within this year. It's just going really, really fast, dude.
You don't really see a lot of it as well unless you speak to people, because a lot of people, they basically outsourced all of their brain to ChatGPT now. And it used to be like, if you consider what the calculator did, people's mental arithmetic abilities.
Yeah, right, okay.
And you can say, well, don't get me wrong, the calculator makes things much faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it also made you dumber, an undeniable reality. Like it's not up for debate. Then we get Google, and it used to be somebody would say to you in the pub, how much does an elephant weigh? And you either A, had to know it, or B, you'd have a bit of a conversation around it. What can you compare it to? Well, my car weighs this much, and I reckon the elephant must weigh, 3 times as my car. But your brain was working. Whereas now it's, how much does an elephant weigh? Bang, there's the answer. Brain has not been engaged at any point whatsoever. And now when it comes to like even emailing people, because like you speak to people and they just openly admit they use ChatGPT for everything now. pitching for business, trying to deal with like family conflict. You know, my kid's getting bullied. My kid's getting bullied at school, and they're in Chat GPT, like asking for advice, and it's that for me is the most insidious. I'm being genuine. Like that for me is the most insidious part of this all. There's so many people now who are like so completely dependent on basically AI Google, because that's what it is. Like ChatGPT is just AI Google, really. It's just like the next evolution of search engines, and it's just yet another way for people to become so hopelessly plugged into the machine. And we have it in here, don't we? Like if you think about the main topic of the room, so sometimes people's first rebuttal is, well, I went on ChatGPT, because in their mind it is infeasible that what they get from ChatGPT couldn't be anything other than the truth and nothing but the truth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a great example of that. You are right to point that out. Everybody's first response is, hold on. Stay on. Because I can't be bothered for my fucking self, so I've got, entertainment to consume and food to eat. I don't need to think. Scary fucking times. So yeah, I think the Amish community jumping off point is about now.
China's hosting 2026 AI robot fighting championships.
Well, that sounds fun.
Yeah, they're humanoid AI robots.
And this is the issue, right? Even though this is literally how
First
Skynet
prize is
begins.
$1.5 million. Sorry.
I was going to say, even though this is literally how Skynet begins, like, tell me with a straight face you're not tuning into this shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, Robot Wars on steroids. Even if it's a pay-per-view event, like let's face it, how many people are signing up to this shit? It probably would be one of the coolest things on TV in a generation.
It's going to be huge.
Yeah.
And look at the evolution of it. You've gone from these like little boxes that guys in their garage build on wheels with little saws sticking out of them and shit, to these like full-on humanoid robots fighting each other. Like, oh my god, man, it's like a huge jump.
It's always encouraging to know that the end of the world will be televised at least.
Oh, that's
One
okay.
of the robots goes berserk and just starts snapping people's necks in the crowd.
Good time.
Yeah, exactly. Like it'd make for amazing TV. Let's face it.
Really
and
good.
then you've got the people who run the show, and they're like, "I knew this would happen," and then they press the button, and then like the backup droids that they created just in case one of the competitors goes rogue, they come out, and now it's like those guys versus the rogue android, and you're just watching like, my god, this is damn good TV.
Well, yeah, exactly. We've seen this movie 1,000 times, but we point this out to people, and they still think that some hero's going to rescue them at the end of the day, or it's not really going to happen. Oh, for fuck's sake! 1984 was a prophecy in its own fucking right, if we think about it. And it gets brought up all the time, but it doesn't take much rational thought to understand the road that we're going down at the moment, and it doesn't look good. We're literally going to give our sovereignty. Well, this is the idea: give our sovereignty over to AI in the way that we have to mold or meld with some kind of augmented computer system to gain some kind of eternal life. Like we can be like gods or something. Okay,
That will get pitched. That will get pitched. I don't know if it'll get pitched in my lifetime specifically, but even if my whole entire family are stood around me, tears in their eyes, Mr. Goats, you have to upload your brain to the cloud so we can all live together in an Antarctic super server owned by Bill Gates. You have to, Mr. Goats. I'll just be on my deathbed like this, middle finger raised on each hand. Like absolutely fucking no chance am I signing up for any
You've
of this.
seen You've seen Lawnmower Man 2?
Yeah.
You'll be like that dude, staying unplugged.
I've only seen Lawnmower Man 1 because I felt like it's one of those films that just didn't need a sequel.
Sequel's mental.
I mean, number 1 was hardly like a nursery rhyme.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. At the time, it was fucking crazy. I remember the first time I watched that as well.
I was really young when I first watched it.
Yeah, I was only in my teens.
I forgot about that film. Banger.
But
So you
yeah,
see what they're warning about now.
What's
So the trend is you ask ChatGPT based on everything that you know discussed, and this could be like months worth of conversation, and you say do a cartoon caricature of me, and it'll do it, and people are saying how eerily correct it is, and with even things in the back like paraphernalia, furniture, decorations that is just them, right? That they actually have, and that, and so it's like it knows you, right? It's like it's got a profile of you, and might not even have anything to do with it, but look, being able to get visuals through a camera or anything, just through the conversation you've had with it. And they're talking about AI being able to take the personality and an image of like a family member, and when that person's deceased, it can like project that person's image onto a screen with their character in full, and you would think that it's that just talking to you on a voice call or something.
my fucking goodness, mate. Yeah, that doesn't sound too far off. Yeah, I think the jumping off point is now. I like the way that you said that though, T-Dub. It can make a caricature of you, like it knows you with things in the background that would depict your life or your personality and so on, because it knows you, like it has some kind of record of your life, a book of it. His thing's trying to act like God.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's not sentient. Doesn't care about you. It's just all bits of ones and zeros.
Well, lots of bings and dings, lots of people joining the chat. We've been chewing the cud or shooting the breeze over the last hour or so. State of the world and whatnot, blah blah blah. But if anyone's got any questions pertaining to the subject matter of the room, the Earth, if it's a planet or not, if anybody wants to get into a discussion about the Earth, why people in 2026 are saying that the Earth is flat, if you want to know why we say that, please unmute yourself, say hi, introduce yourself, tell us what your name is, and bring forth your point for discussion or question that you want to ask. Or we're going to go back to putting the world to rights at some point, I would have thought. Or talking about 1980s and 1990s pop music. But welcome to the channel, everybody who's just joined. Like I said, the subject of the room is the flat Earth. Please don't be shy. We will just talk amongst ourselves until somebody brings up a relevant conversation with regards to the Earth and what it is and what it does and all of those types of things. So if anybody wants a conversation about that, like I said, please feel free to unmute yourself, say hi, tell us what your name is and blah, blah, blah. Or you could just Google it, I guess.
No,
Yeah,
nobody's up for it. Convo?
yeah. I just want your opinion on space. I think space exists for real, and I also believe in the flat Earth. So I can't get to wrap my mind on how space exists, because I think satellites move on a space out there without
Okay.
gravity or something like that. Also, the sun and the moon does the same. So what do you think of space? Zero G atmosphere, zero G space over there.
Yeah, there's an available space, height, width, and length for the things in the sky to occupy, I think.
Yeah, I like the way AG said it in the text chat yesterday. I like to say there's upper space, not outer space.
Not really. I mean, you can't use the space
Do
above you.
objects do objects
I mean,
do objects operate
sorry,
with
go
no
on.
friction? Do objects operate with no friction up there? What do you think of that? No air friction.
No idea.
Yeah, I wish we had more information. Like, there's room. Basically, like what Jetta was saying is there's room, right? There's room for things to move around, like plane aircraft, right, and balloons, and then we're told that they get things to go even higher with rocketry and eventually satellites, right? But exactly how things, it's such extreme altitudes, and how much room is a mystery. We only have what they tell us, right? Because like what these so-called space agencies claim they can do, right? And of course, we're going to challenge some of the we understand about physics and nature, right?
It's hard to answer questions about space, my friend. We have no idea.
Yeah.
There's a lot of speculation about it. Some people talk about, an electrical universe, right? That electromagnetism being some sort of, it is exploitable, at high altitude. You can keep things aloft like that through quantum. What some people say that superfluid of it, or like you said, a zero frictionless environment through which if you could get something stay up there, it's not going to suffer any damage, pretty much. It's it's speculation. Are you talking, Raised by Ghosts? I see you lighting up, and I thought, are you trying to talk? Because you're not coming through.
No, sorry, I think it was just picking up ground assistance.
So sorry if we're not much help on that. Wow.
Yeah, all right, no worries.
An interesting article like yesterday or the day before was of a balloon that's a satellite that's just come back down after 23 days above Antarctica, so they say, right? This is NASA, right? NASA balloon spent 23 days circling Antarctica. Neutrino to understand where some of these better understand where some of the powerful blah blah blah, blah all this bullshit. Right? But just found it interesting that it was a balloon, and they showed a little graphic of its path. So it starts off at the outskirts of Antarctica and then spirals in South Pole and lands somewhere there. And what's funny is that in the article, it says they made it.
They made it spiral.
Not sure about they made it spiral, but they made it come down when they thought they'd collected enough data. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Who launched that? Was that a NASA balloon?
Yeah. So the article says, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you saw in the mods chat the other day. I saw a clip on YouTube of some guy on a sailboat apparently sailing across Antarctica. The story goes that nobody knows who he is. He just got caught on some, like, I don't know, satellite or something. They've been trying to track him down, and this guy is just sailing across Antarctica. It's really fun.
Across it?
Apparently so, dude. It's in the mods chat and in here.
Right.
DJ says it's AI. Probably is, man. Most fucking things are these days.
I've seen where they're tracking a ship and it appears like inland of Antarctica.
Yeah.
So the official stance on that is that it's a glitch of some kind, or it's a deliberate, what do they call it? Like a decoy, they deliberately scramble the signal. But it's a tactic that has been used in warfare, pirates, and to give a false position to your ship.
I get you.
Yes. Old Elon's abandoned mission to Mars, and he's focusing on the moon. It's more of a realistic ambition, apparently.
Oh, is he not going to Mars now?
No, scrap that idea.
Yeah, maybe he should just stick to going to the moon. Maybe he can take one of his Tesla cars.
Drive it around.
Weren't they supposed to go to the moon recently? Did that happen?
Setback.
Oh, did it?
No, the actual day was canceled. You guys can call it setbacks or pushed back a date. The actual date was canceled. So
Oh no.
yeah, well, use the word canceled because it shows more meaning to it instead of they had a slight delay, something like that, because that makes it sound like it's a real thing. Canceled
Yeah.
means canceled means they probably didn't believe in it. People didn't believe in it. Didn't have enough.
Wasn't enough marketing. Oh. Sure, lots of people are going to be really upset about that.
They're going to try for another date. The moon moves, so might not be in position anymore. What are you going to aim at the moon anyway? It's not really there. Somewhere down behind the horizon, usually. The globers.
Maybe they go there on the new moon.
Why, it's dark.
Yeah. We can't see it, but we think we're going to land on it.
Oh well.
I'm kind of wondering, how do they because in there the moon's turning at 10 miles per hour or something. Must be pretty difficult to land on something like that. Has no atmosphere.
Well, in the same train of thought, you have to wonder how a rocket with a maximum speed of 17,500 miles an hour left Earth, went to the moon, and then after having a jolly old time on the moon, let's not forget our main man, the cameraman who stayed behind, legend. They then, on a rocket with a maximum
His name was
speed,
Dave.
His name was Legend, right? Put respect on his name.
Dave the
in a
cameraman.
little Dave the Legend, and in a little tin can, right? That travelled at 17,500 miles an hour, max speed. They managed to catch up to a ball of rock that had a max speed of 66,600 miles an hour. So how does a rocket travelling at 17,500 miles an hour catch up to a ball of rock that's traveling at 66,600 miles an hour?
The moon was in front of the Earth's direction of travel, so they literally jumped off the moon and then the
Yeah,
Earth came and smacked into them. Yep.
And then they just waited, and then as they hit the Earth's
Pretty much.
atmosphere, so the Earth kind of comes into them at 66,600 miles an hour. They weren't completely liquidated. They weren't completely liquidated by this either, because science, right?
Yeah.
Because science.
And not one of their missions went wrong to the point they lost astronauts. Sorry.
They'll tell you that the moon's traveling at a speed as well.
Yep. They also tell you that the moon's gravity is so weak that when the spacemen were on the moon, they're doing the little slow motion, low G space jumps. They're playing golf on the moon. They're driving around in the little buggies, which are kind of float, kind of slow motion space jumps because of all the low gravity. But simultaneously, right? Remember that, because the moon's gravity is so weak, you can play slow motion golf on the moon. But it's also simultaneously strong enough to control entire oceans 250,000 miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and not manage to rip all the air off the Earth.
Get yourself a moon that can do both. That's what I say.
It's a fantastic object. We're really lucky it's there.
I thought things in orbit added weightless. Yeah. I guess they're just saying that, well, if it's big enough, the gravity will become the weightlessness. Because the Earth's supposed to be in orbit, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not experiencing weightlessness.
It's just science. Don't think about it too much. Just good old-fashioned science.
I just say trust the scientists, man.
You don't want to be a science denier now, do you?
No, you just got to trust what they say. Yeah.
That's why I always carry a Scotch egg in my pocket, because science taught me not that long ago that as long as I've got a Scotch egg in my pocket and I don't sit down, I can't get sick.
Really? Did you read that in the Mail or the Guardian?
Both, to be fair. It was everywhere. I just thought, right, this is sound health advice. And all I do is, and this is the important bit, because a Scotch egg in your pocket will eventually start to go manky. So once a week, that's like a general rule of thumb. If it's a hot day, you've got to replace the Scotch egg sooner than a week, right? You don't want to smell a bit funny. But then again, if you smell a bit funny, less people come near you. So you are then in turn even less likely to get sick. There's a trade-off with these things, right? You've got to think for yourself. But on average, once a week, you put that Scotch egg in the bin, or you give it to your dog. He's not fussy. You get yourself a fresh Scotch egg, right? And you'll never get sick. It's science.
Lots of people are wondering what Scotch eggs are about.
Yeah, what's a Scotch egg?
I was just going to ask that.
Without violating TOS, right? A Scotch egg is an egg coated in sausage, coated in breadcrumbs. It's absolutely rank. I don't really like them myself, but they're quite popular as like a bar snack in oldie English type pubs. And during
Sounds like something you'd keep in your pocket.
Well, the reason you keep it in your pocket is because there was a period of time in recent human memory that you're not really allowed to discuss, and you weren't really allowed to go into pubs unless you had a proper meal. And so in the actual English Parliament, in real life, not a Monty Python sketch, they were discussing what constitutes a proper meal and what doesn't. And it was like, well, what about a packet of crisps? And they agreed, well, a packet of crisps doesn't really count as a proper meal. Ergo, you can't go and get yourself a pint if you've got a packet of crisps with your pint. Like that's not enough. But it was decided, again, in real life, not a Monty Python sketch, that a Scotch egg did in fact constitute a proper meal. So you could go to a pub, during a time where people really, weren't allowed to go to pubs. But you could say, I'll have a pint and a Scotch egg, please. And that would satisfy the requirement for like a proper meal.
Wow.
And so the meme basically became like, as basically you can't get sick, because that was the implication, right? You can't get sick because obviously, that's what it was all about. But as long as you've got, a Scotch egg or a curry next to your pint, you're absolutely fine and you've nothing to worry about.
That's fucking dumb.
I'm talking loosely around the topic because obviously you don't want to you don't want to get the servant
Yeah,
nuts
yeah.
or anything. But I'll always remember the time where, to keep me healthy, McDonald's were open and gyms were closed. It's so nice
Yeah,
how my
man.
government loves me. It really, like when I'm in bed and I'm just a bit anxious about the world, I just remember how much my government loves me. Boom, like a light. I'm just out like a baby. Do you know what I mean? Just sleeping soundly in my bed, knowing they've got my back. But just chew on that, pun not intended. To keep everybody safe, McDonald's were kept open and gyms were ordered to close under threat of arrest.
McDonald's staff were counted as essential workers then, I presume.
They were, yeah. Because feeding toxic slop to
What the
ADHD
fuck's
riddled
going
children
on?
is an essential service, right? But gyms, God no. Can't have gyms remaining open. Are you trying to kill Granny? Because everyone knows there's loads of 80-odd-year-old asthmatic grandmas in the fucking gym. Jesus Christ. Anyway, that's enough on that topic. It's I know it's a bit of a no-no, but I feel like we've diplomatically skirted around it.
I think so.
Wait, who's Jim? I'm just kidding.
A gun? Oh, a gun.
So have you guys noticed an uptick in interest in the topic ever since the whole Epstein file thing got somewhat released to the public?
What, flat Earth?
Have you noticed like more people? And I'm only asking because one of my cousins, kind of chatting with him on Discord the other day, and he's the kind of guy who he's into a lot of so-called conspiracies, aka demonstrable truths that you're just not really supposed to know.
Yeah.
So he's been he's been into these things for a while, but there were certain things, like for example the nature of the entertainment industry and just how far all that goes, that he always had in his mind as, well, there's obviously no way that's true, and that's just like a bridge too far for me. And as part of that, obviously flat Earth, space, dinosaurs having never existed, and all the things that come with it, he'd always just out of hand rejected and basically thought I'd gone fucking mad, which I get it. When the first time you speak to somebody about it, fully aware of how nuts it sounds, because it sounded equally nuts to me in the early days. But since the whole Epstein thing came out, I was chatting with him and he actually said to me he started looking more into flat Earth since, because it's almost like once you swallow that pill, and you think back to how ridiculous and crazy that sounded at one point, it's almost like triggered in his mind. Well, what else have I out of hand discounted without even looking into it?
Yeah.
That I maybe need to just revisit a little bit. But he was even talking to me about things like flight paths, and he said I was watching this video about emergency landings, and I thought, oh, I'll give it time. There's just like, because if you're already at that point, and if you've already, do you know what I mean? Like,
if you've already walked through the door, it's
like this, he's already in Narnia, right? He might be stood at the entrance, but what he doesn't realise is that the door to the wardrobe is slammed firmly shut behind him.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of time until he meets Mr. Tumnus, I guess. But that's why I was asking.
Yeah, no, I'll pay attention to it. It was hard to answer the question because I couldn't remember anybody, like, a huge influx of people specifically talking about, Epstein or saying that they'd seen it or whatever. So
But I mean
I
more
don't
an uptick in
don't think
visitors
so.
in general, because they might not
Yeah,
necessarily arrive at the channel and then go, oh
yeah,
yeah, so I've read some stuff in the Epstein files and now my mind's a bit more open than it was.
yeah.
Or just
But
a
I hadn't
general
noticed an
uptick in
uptick.
traffic. Okay.
Yeah, I hadn't noticed an uptick, but I'll keep mindful of it.
And then there's another friend as well who, again, was maybe a bit further into certain conspiracy theories than my cousin, but he'd also kind of, I do think he's coming around to it now, to be fair. I think it's at the point where it's like, they're definitely lying, and they're lying about
Yeah.
what Earth is, but he's not yet ready to say, with his chest out, I've bought a super zoom camera, gone to the beach with a calculator on my phone, and like, do you know what I mean? But he's definitely, similar kind of thing where he's like, right, okay, I probably need to give this a bit more. I probably need to give this a second look and actually consider some of these implications properly.
That sounds completely reasonable to me.
Yeah, exactly.
The amount of things that I won't say open-handedly just completely dismissed or whatnot, but you kind of put things for another day where you look into something and it doesn't grab you. I've done a complete full circle with a lot of things. I've come back into subjects that I'd kind of dismissed recently as well. So, yeah, it seems like a reasonable reaction for people to do that. And it happens as well. We're talking about upticks of people getting curious or looking at things again, like 5-6 years ago, in the time that we're not allowed to talk about for some reason. I mean, there was a massive uptick then. I think people's curiosity gets spiked with each new injection of something.
That whole, okay, well, if this was a lie, what else? Because I
Yeah,
remember
yeah,
watching, it was years ago as well, like years and years and years ago, an Eric Dubay video popped up onto my feed talking about the Suez Canal. And, he's kind of, the Suez Canal, 120 meters, like droney voice that he does. I do actually like his stuff for what it's worth, but I'm not taking the piss out of him. But that kind of like just, not like Alex Jones, the earth is flat, the frogs are grey, because that kind of thing just instantly just like switch off, don't you? You're like, right,
Can't
this guy's
stand that guy, by the way,
same.
Alex Jones. Yeah.
May as well just get containment tattooed on his forehead, but that kind of calm, factual. I remember like watching the video and thinking, that's interesting actually, and I didn't have anything like out of hand in the moment to kind of, well, that's ridiculous because, but it's like I didn't really do anything else with it, and then it just pop up into it was weird because it'd pop up into my head every now and again, and I just be like, yeah, I forgot I'd watched that video. That was a weird video, and then it was only years later, post that time that we're not allowed to talk about, where I'm like, right, if this has happened, and this is something that I would have called you a lunatic for suggesting possible, say 5 years ago, do you know what I mean? Then maybe I need to revisit this. And it was only the stuff about space that got me, because I was such a space nerd. And you start seeing all these videos where the technology's glitched and people are putting their hand right through objects that aren't there because it's using augmented reality. And you're watching technological glitches where like giant ass bald men are appearing in space behind rockets, harnesses fucking up, people turning transparent as they're floating around in zero G, because again the technology's gone wrong.
No, I
I
like
think it just
Giro Z.
takes,
That's good.
yeah. I think I always think it's like, do you know, like with a thread on your jacket, or you've got like your favorite jumper, and a little
Yeah.
thread starts sticking out of the jumper, and then
Yeah.
every time you pull at the thread to like nick at the thread, or you try and like get a pair of scissors because you don't want the whole fucking sleeve of your jumper to come off with it. But no matter what you do, once that first bit, that first thread has started to kind of like unravel from your jumper, It's just a matter of time until you're, walking around topless. Or in this case, doubting what you've been told about the shape of the Earth. It's always funny in particular as well when you get the people who are conspiracy minded, and you'd ask them, like, do you think the government lie? Oh yeah. Do you think, like, world leaders lie? Absolutely. Do you think there's people behind the people we see on TV who actually make the world move? Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. Do you think they lie as well? 100%. What do you think they lie about? Everything, bro. Everything. They lie about everything. Okay. So when it comes to fundamental truths about the nature of our reality and our roles within it, think they're lying about that as well? No. About that, now that I can trust them, right? Everything else in the world ever, I will confidently, on my toes, shout that they are lying. Okay? But then the fundamental nature of reality and your role within that reality, when they talk about that, they're telling the truth. Yeah, 100%. They wouldn't lie about that. But everything else is a lie. Yeah. And you always come away a bit like, are you bricked? Like, hello? To be so convinced that they're lying about literally everything else, but then on this one topic, they're not even willing to consider or examine that maybe, because in their words, they lie about literally everything. It's like, well, okay, can we at least consider that maybe, right? What they've told us about reality, what they've told us about who we are and how we fit into said reality. Can we not at least consider that maybe, like in your words, everything else, that's a lie too? No way. They're lying about everything except that. Okay, no worries. Good chat.
Do you think there's a bit of a disconnect though when we talk about and everybody stands up on their tippy toes saying they lie? They're pointing at the government primarily, or some kind of associated body with the government like NASA or the military or whatever. In this particular instance, right, it's that scientist. Now that scientist, he can't lie because science, right? He's done something, and because of what he's done, he's just telling us what he's done. He can't lie because science and experiments and shit. So there might be a little bit of a disconnect with the pointing the finger at the government and then trying to have the scientist, this priest or whatever, in that same conversation. That needs to be pointed out to them as well, I think.
I think there's definitely a bit of that. I think it's hard for them to understand that the physics teacher isn't lying. The physics professor is not lying. They're just repeating what they were taught. They were repeating what they were taught, and they were repeating what they learned in the books. And sunken cost fallacy is one hell of a drug, by the way. So what you're going to do? Get to be like a 44-year-old professor and accept with a straight face that so much of what you've spent your life teaching other people is complete fucking codswallop. Come on now.
I don't know to speak for other individuals, but you might just try and go to grave defending that shit.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You don't want to look stupid, and your ego's going to get involved, right?
Exactly.
You've probably got family and friends that hold you in some kind of high regard because you're smart. Because, people are funny.
When I first started looking into this topic, talking about this topic, my wife genuinely was worried I was having some kind of like schizophrenic episode because it sounds right. And this is how I know I'm not crazy. It sounds completely fucking mental at first. Like it genuinely does sound like absolute schizo bait. And she was just like, "You've lost the fucking plot, haven't you?" I think these days she'd never admit it because again, there's ego, and she doesn't want her friends to think she's an absolute weirdo. But I think she's definitely kind of coming around. I think she's now actually at the point where she'd say they're definitely lying. I'm fairly confident it's not what they've told us it is. But she wouldn't say, I looked over your measurements when we were on a holiday that time. It's funny because I was Mike. her dad was there at the time, and I was fucking crouched. I was like crouched down, like setting up a tripod at the edge of this water, looking at platforms, and I'd already Googled how far away these platforms are. And her dad says, "Oh, what's he doing?" And my wife rolls her eyes and says, "Oh, he's just don't ignore him. He's just checking to see if the Earth is flat." Almost expecting like that's the joke, like I am the butt of the joke in that moment. But her dad didn't say, "What the fuck, you've married a weirdo." Her dad said, "Oh yeah, I watched a video about this because it's all to do with the rate at which the Earth curves. There's certain things that shouldn't be visible at certain distances." And my wife was just gobsmacked, like, Jesus Christ, not you too.
That's really cool, actually.
And he's like a 50-odd-year-old man. Do you know what I mean? Just
Hey. Yeah.
But then another one was it was like my brother-in-law. I think I was trying to give him advice about job searching because, you know, I spent literal like years and years and years like consulting for like high-level jobs. So I'm trying to give him a bit of like. But it's funny because I'm a bit like in real life, I can be a bit like a goofy, non-serious character. My wife forgets sometimes that my out-of-work persona and how I present is like very, very different to like, you know, corporate Mr. Goats and how I would present in a corporate setting. So she forgets sometimes that I do actually know what I'm talking about. And she said, "Oh, don't listen to him. He thinks the Earth is flat." And then her brother-in-law said, "Yeah, it is. I saw it on TikTok." So it's like two separate examples of where she's kind of thrown out there, like, you know, my husband's a crazy flat earther. Don't encourage him. Don't indulge him. And two separate times, her family members have been like, "Yeah, I've been reading about this online." So it is getting out there.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
People are starting to consider and ask questions about it, which is enough for me. Like I don't need people to say like it's definitely flat. I just think at a minimum, what I'd be happy with is people accepting that they're not the great grandson of pond scum. Like I think that alone for me, if you took like a minimum standard, if it was up to me, what would everybody know and understand to be true within the realms of this specific topic, right? Not generally, but just understanding that like they're not some kind of space chimp hurtling through an infinite blackness until they die for no reason. Like we are of God, like we are. And even if you don't want to name it, you don't want to pick a specific book, you don't want to pick a specific God, but you know we were created with power, with a purpose. We're not just the great grandson of monkeys, who in turn were the great grandson of pond scum. Because if you think of how many people are sat at home just watching porn, scrolling through Twitter, just aimless, lethargic, depressed, how many of those people overnight would completely change their lives and in turn completely change their worlds around them for themselves and the people they love if they understood even 5% of the implications of what this topic is actually about? But yeah, one thing at a time, I guess. This isn't a sermon.
Yeah. I guess I'd just settle for everybody understanding that water's horizontal surface at any distance.
Yeah. What water at rest is horizontal.
Yeah.
Straight lines cannot a circle make.
But there's different things that tip people over the edge. For some people, it's flat Earth. For some people, it's something else. But life is long. You hear about these stories over and over again, and yeah, I guess I shouldn't be surprised that people are coming into the subject not for the first time, like the second time around type of thing. Kind of dismissed it first, or other people that are within your circles have started to, in our own downtime, because that's what we do. We sit around and we scroll the internet and doom scrolling and shit. They ask questions and they get answers, and yes, it's no surprise that the information is circulating around, which also, like, although I think it's a good thing, I do wonder whether an information overload is just set to cause more confusion, because there's a lot of things that are happening. Let's say over the last 10 years, for example, in one person's individual life, mine, for example, or any of yours, there's things that maybe you've started to discover or information you've come across. You've kind of maybe you've gone back to it. It didn't sit well in the first time and so on. But because of the amount of information that's coming around at the moment, from all sides, right? Let's say flat Earth against the alien disclosure narrative. There's lots of antithetical stories out there, and there's lots of crazy conspiracies that people can get lost in. So I wonder whether an information overload is a possible part of an agenda or weaponized tool, for example.
100%.
It seems to be. So I would just clarify. It seems to be, if you just look on social media. If it isn't TikTok dances and makeup tutorials and people doing vlogs about their family lives, then it's conspiracy theories, right? It's pretty much what the internet is used for. Oh, that and porn.
It's definitely weaponized. Like, you know, this. I look after kids, right? And the younger of them in particular, raised in an incredibly over digital, just over digital environment and way too much screen time. You can say, go into the kitchen and do X, Y, Z, and then he'll walk into the kitchen, and then he just stands there, just kind of short circuits for a moment, walks out of the kitchen, and I'm like, oh, have you forgot what I asked you to do? And he's like, yeah. And obviously, that's something that can happen sometimes, but the rate at which it happens, because attention spans have been absolutely obliterated. And if you consider now, right, let's say you stumble across a video, let's say a video slips through the algorithm talking about P900s, talking about the rate at which the Earth is supposed to curve, right? So that pops up on your algorithm. Think of the typical Zoomer and the kind of just brain rot that's been inflicted upon them. Are they really going to see that? And then before they've been distracted by a TikTok dance or anything else, start researching how much a P900 costs. Start doing their own little bit of maths to kind of let me just check the maths on that. Oh, they used Pythagoras. Would that work? Let me check the maths myself. Have you then started looking up where the closest body of water is and a landmark they'd need to kind of measure against and blah, blah, blah. All these are the things you'd need to do. Because people say in the server all the time, don't they? Go and test it yourself. And it's not like a flippant comment. It's genuinely, go and test it yourself. Like a second-hand camera is a few £100. If you're a grown-ass adult who's getting paid, right, it's really not that much money, respectfully. Go and get yourself a second-hand camera. Go and test it for yourself. And again, not a flippant comment. It's like a genuine thing you can just go and do. But then you have to imagine the brain-rotted kind of TikTok generation person. There's so many things they need to do there and kind of give thought to and have their attention and focus held on this idea. But with that endless stream of content, that endless stream of information, that kind of weaponized digital overload, it just doesn't happen because you get hammered. You get absolutely fucking hammered.
Yeah. Scary thing as well is even the conscious of it. Say for I still do it. I still find myself an hour later. That's all I've done is just scroll through shorts on YouTube because I'm trying to get tired and I'm trying to go to sleep. But even though you're aware of it,
it
still gets in there, which again causes me to worry because you understand how the majority of things that we intake are not conscious; they're subconscious, which is scary as well. Imagine a small child just taking things without necessarily paying too much attention to it, but it's subconscious and it's repetitive and it's over and over and over again. The mind is just getting filled with absolute nonsense. But again, people literally will accept the world in which they're presented. And if the world's presented to you like this on the subconscious level, that's going to do you damage. Surely it does, right? You gave the example of the short attention span. That's not good for cognitive function.
Well, look at the average writing standards. The average writing standards of people today. Like, I remember being in the Van Gogh Museum in Amsterdam because I thought, if I'm going to go to Amsterdam and get absolutely pasted, I should probably take in a bit of a culture while I'm there. Trying to balance the books. And I was in the Van Gogh Museum, and you're reading these letters from like Van Gogh to a friend. I think his friend was like a farmhand or something, just no kind of nobility. And these are letters from like hundreds of years ago as well. However, I actually don't fact check me on the exact amount of years ago Van Gogh lived.
The clip is perfect, isn't it?
Well, and that's exactly the thing. Like, his friend, the farmhand, like centuries ago, is writing in a his ability to conduct himself in his native language is better than children I see, and even adults I see, who've spent like how many years in school learning to read and write. And it's like, my friend in Christ, actual farmhands from centuries ago could write in English better than you. Like, are you not embarrassed? Are you not ashamed? Damn well should be.
This is weird you bring this up. Actually, I watched something about this the other day. How, like you just gave the example of comparatively, let's say 200 years ago, the penmanship of the individual person that was primarily using quills and feathers and stuff, right? Wasn't using a pen like we have today. Their calligraphy from beginning to end was perfect without change within the letter form itself. So the penmanship was perfect compared, like you said, to the penmanship we have for children. Like when I was at school, was just constant writing the majority of the bloody time. My handwriting compared to that handwriting 200 years ago is absolutely atrocious. It's illegible. Now, this brings another conspiracy theory with regards to cognitive function and how cognitive function of, say, our cognitive function over, say, 200 years has been progressively diminishing and going downwards, as is expressed with our penmanship. It used to be bloody good. Now it's fucking shit. So there's obviously something that's going on. I'll genuinely see if I can find the video for you, because I think you'd find it fascinating. How with a quill and candlelight, we were writing perfectly legible handwritten letters that were perfect through form beginning to end, where comparatively now, we don't write anywhere near that standard. There's a problem here. I'll see if I can find the video for you. It's really fascinating, dude.
It sounds like we've been stumbling across similar discussion points at a similar time, but it troubles me. It genuinely does. Think of the amount of adults in your life that you know. I know loads, right? I'm not from a background where I was born with food or anything like that, so maybe my experience might be quite different. Somebody who was grown in a brought up in a better environment, but the amount of people I know who are grown as adults who can't, like, they can't read and write properly. And by properly, I mean like conducting themselves in their own native language with a pen. And they're in the 30s and 40s, and they've lived in this country their whole entire life. Went to school from age, age like 5, way through to 18, and they can't read and write properly like that. Just it's an absolute scandal.
Give me a second, dude. I'll find that video for you.
Yeah,
And
I'll give it a watch. Sorry if anybody can hear sausage sizzling in the pan. That used to be a tongue twister, didn't it? Something about sausage sizzling in the pan. Yeah, to make myself a bit of lunch. Happy to mute if it's offended anyone.
مش مقوصة. استنى افتح السبيكر.
Say what now?
Hello. The
Hello.
Earth is square.
No, here we go. So very quickly, before you get distracted, go in the side chat. There's a video for you. And anybody else who's interested in the shit that I spoke about with regards to the impossible handwriting. So since
What the fuck?
أحسن في البت دي.
You
hello,
are
how are
so
you?
you are so good.
I love your book.
This is not going to go well, is it?
لا إيه؟
كينج كونج.
لورا حبيت
هي دي
جامدة.
بتتكلم انجليزي.
أنت بتعرف تتكلم إنجليزي؟
انا اخو I am not moody.
استنى علي أخش على الأكونتات إزاي؟ لا عبان.
يا عم
ع-
to smoking in
يا ابني
Okay. So I think normal service has resumed. I don't know why people jump into a Discord channel and start having a conversation between themselves.
I mean, if you bear in mind what we were talking about, though, I feel like it was a well-timed, it was a well-timed introduction. Just in terms of the decline in standards, and
Yeah.
just the general decline of like the average person's mental faculties, which I see the irony of, because people will look at the name of the server room and think that's fucking rich coming from you, right? So I'm not the irony's not lost on me. But even then, right, if you whether you agree or disagree, the ability to articulate that in a way that suggests you have a solid grasp of your native tongue, at a minimum, right? Regardless of your stance on the topic. But no. No. It's why one of my favorite kind of ideas or concepts to consider is that statistically, 50% of the world has to be of less than average intelligence, because that's how averages work, right? So 50% of the world is of less than average intelligence. But now consider the average person. If you just kind of close your eyes for a second and just really picture the average person and where they're at, mentally, and then consider 50% of the world is less intelligent than that. Scary thought, to be honest.
Yeah, no, I got lost in how scary it was. Lots of upset people in the side chat. It's probably because I muted them. Now they've gone to the side chat to start procrastinating or preaching or whatever the correct word is. Still waiting for Professor Phil to finish what he's typing. As usual, Professor Phil just types and types and types. Just complete nonsense. But
Wait,
you
is
are
there a
welcome.
professor? Is there a
Well,
professor in the side chat?
apparently so.
Jump in,
He
Phil.
is, yeah, he's probably watching on YouTube. He is welcome to join us.
Come and
Probably going to.
drop some knowledge while I'm eating my sausage and eggs.
Yeah.
I do wonder with some people though, if say they're watching BBC News, right, and then they go, maybe like MasterChef is on or something, and then it cuts to BBC News, and say, we interrupt MasterChef with an important, an important announcement, and then they just announce straight up on BBC News Earth's flat. It's in the Guardian, it's in the Daily Mail, it's in the BBC News, every like major news outlet saying, "Yep, confirmed, it's flat." Would they still then be saying, "Nah, there's no way," or would they just like instantly switch teams because it was on the it was on the news?
I think most people would fight that idea that it was on the news. They wouldn't accept it. Even though it came from an authority, right, announced on the, yes, it's got some kind of, the news is not the source, it's just reproducing the source. So I don't think that would be enough.
But what if it's like the Prime Minister, right? So Keir Starmer addresses the nation, just, "But your Earth is flat." Do you know what I mean? It's just like just comes out with it. So you've got Trump in America, you've got Starmer, right? And they're just, it's come to our attention. We've been misled. Nobody knew, but we know now. The Earth is flat. All world leaders, all at the same time. Where would people sit then? Do you think?
What are you yapping about, my friend?
I'm speaking English, and quite clearly. I think.
Yeah, very clearly. I
You're
think the
just
gentleman.
yapping like a rat, brother. You make no sense, man.
Brother's higher than the ISS. Good for him.
What would you rather we discuss then?
Plus, I have made it known I want somebody else to jump in, so I can listen to them while I eat my sausage and eggs. So feel free.
All right. Oh, thank you. Looks like it's that again.
Well, that's my sausage and eggs ready anyway. So if a champion wants to spring forth and take down this misguided fool who thinks the Earth is flat, then now's a good time. The floor is yours.
I need to speak English. Have people to speak with me?
Flat earther lang. Mga flat lang yan? Flat lang. Flat. Mga naniniwala sa flat earth. Baliw. Yung ano? Flat baliw yung earth.
Hello. Hey guys. Yeah. Yeah, why everybody's muted? Oh, I know now. This is a wait.
This is a meme, right?
Come again?
You guys don't really believe in a flat Earth, do you?
Absolutely.
So, you're not airline pilots or ship captains? I'm assuming, right? You don't do anything that's going to require you to, actually navigate and shit.
I don't.
Because okay, then it's safe. Then you can believe in whatever the hell you want.
Thank you.
But
I know it's flat.
just know you're wrong.
No.
Yo, what's up, guys?